Day rally for the NASDAQ specifically, S&P close behind that. We're back to the downside here once again this morning on the back of some more increased or different, at least, tensions coming out of Iran this morning and over the weekend between Iran and the U.S. We'll get into that coming up. Oil back to the upside in a big way here to the tune of about 6% so far this morning. We'll touch on some energy names. 50% retracement here overall from what we saw on Friday. It was mostly in the pre-market, if you remember, for the NASDAQ. But back downside here once again. Is it open? Is it not open? Will it be open again? Probably, let's be honest. It's the ping pong match that never ends here. The Strait of Hormuz, obviously what we're talking about. As of Saturday, late in the afternoon, it seemed to be closed and blocked once again. Trump with all kinds of threats on Truth Social as to when Iran is going to get this reopened for good. Who knows? But I mean, this just doesn't seem to want to go away.
No, and tensions were a little bit more heightened. The U.S. boarding a merchant ship, an Iranian merchant ship, basically. I was watching the video of that was posted online. Communications back and forth. Firing at their engine room, disabling the boat, Brendo. So obviously things getting a little bit tense over there. Oil up here, at least USO 4 3/4, back above $120. That will have to be in focus for us as that has so many different corollary effects. And you kind of felt like things were winding down a little bit on the weekend, right?
Yeah.
You started here.
Friday even. Yeah.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And you heard, I would say, less contentious tone from the Iranians. You had seen more of a conciliatory tone from President Trump, I would say, for the last week and a half. You hadn't really heard that from the Iranians. You started hearing a little bit more of that. I think that buoyed the market. Multiple all-time highs last week. Can we hold them, though? Yeah,
that's going to be the key question. Lots of individual names to talk about. Again, we'll get into some oil stocks here coming up. Here's Marvell. Meanwhile, about to break session lows. I guess it just did, trying to hold session lows back to the downside we go right now. I mean, there was initial reports that there was a deal with Google for a chip deal. Was up more than 6% on that. Huge gap to the upside, and then we pushed even higher on this deal. It looks like at this point, I was just reading a couple of additional comments on this, that not only is that not the case, but they're also kicking the tires with a whole bunch of other options in the chip arena. So is there a deal? Is there not a deal? It sounds like there could be one at some point here in the near future, which is positive for them, but back downside.
Back downside, yeah. It was well over 150 last night on Blue Ocean. I was telling the boys, I was watching this thing at 153. I think it's, where were you now? In the mid 140s? Sorry, my computer's freezing over here. MRVL, yeah, we're still up nicely here, about almost 5%, but well below that 150. So the deal is, look, big pre-market move, big aftermarket move, or there was a report that Google was in talks with Marvell, which is a chip designer for custom ASICs, as we've been talking about, to build two new chips to run AI models. Marvell's really been in focus lately, not just for custom ASICs, but also for photonics and networking. Such a huge area in the AI tech stack now, Brendo. Can't get the words out. It's Monday. It's every bit of Monday at the moment. But yeah, this is a good one to watch, but you have to watch out for the fade here.
More coffee required, definitely. Thursday, by the way, we'll get Tesla as well coming through. So to kick off the biggest of the big earnings for this earnings season, we are downside ever so slightly here, hanging on to this 400 level for Tesla. That's the daily chart right now. I mean, it's going to be all about the comments and all about the production side of things for Tesla. Where are they with the robots? Where are they with the Cybercab?
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw an aggressive shift in strategy last week. Not only did we get the announcement about Terafab, but what I did want to really emphasize was the hiring. And the reason that the hiring here was indicative is it gives us a window, a timeline of when to expect Terafab if you were to base it on their previous actions. So they're looking for engineers specifically. So people were saying that, the hiring process usually precedes production by about 2 to 3 years. So we can kind of get an estimation of when to expect these things. But to be honest with you, the more speculation now about what he's going to do with Terafab over the weekend. Speculating that he might use 50 to 70% of the output and then basically compete with Taiwan Semi and Samsung's with the rest of his capacity in the high high-end node space, 3 nanometer, 4 nanometers. So it should be interesting to see what he can do here.
It seems like there's just unlimited demand for these things, and I mean, he's said in the past, it's whatever they can get their hands on and then some. This breakout, however, to the upside for Tesla on a technical basis, definitely holding, which is positive going into the earnings. I mean, that initial day, that initial pop to the upside the stock had, the way and the ferociousness that the buying was coming in ahead of earnings as well. I mean, it would be shocking if we were right back down after this report.
Exactly. That's what I want to see. I want to see us holding the $400 level. That's a key technical area, especially it took us so long to get back above it. And then if we can really catch a bit of a bid, I don't know if you got to see the overnight headline for Tesla. No longer Austin is where the robotaxi is being rolled out, but now they're going to Dallas and they're going to Houston. There's this theme here, though, Brendo. I'm sure you can pick up on it, and it's Texas-centric. How come we're not hearing more about other jurisdictions? He's got a favorable regulator there, and he's really taking advantage of it.
I mean, if they can get positive results and then take those and expand with them, I guess that's the key at this point. Happy Monday. Joe's back in the seat. Sean off until Thursday, I believe. Enjoying, where the hell did he go again? Mexico?
I think he's in Miami.
I don't know. Happy Monday, guys.
He's at a beach somewhere.
By the beach.
Yeah, he's at the beach somewhere.
Let's be real. That's all that really matters.
Yeah.
We got straight up every kind of weather you could get yesterday in the GTA. We got it. There was rain, there was snow, there was hail, it was unbelievable sunshine. Oh, like at one point I was outside without like a jacket and like short sleeves.
Crazy.
And then the next minute I'm watching hail. It was just complete and utter nonsense, but that's Canada for you. I can't believe that the entire opening crawl happened. And psychedelic stocks are up like crazy.
Yeah.
You know, because we got an executive order from the president. And it's also April the 20th.
Ooh.
Now, I don't know if I don't know, would it happen? Could it happen? There's literally zero reason for it to happen. But I was looking over this chart, and it just so happens that, you can't make this up, MSOS literally could break out above the 200 period moving average at 420 today, on 420. Unfortunately, there's absolutely no catalyst. It's actually the other side. Like, you actually want to look at the psychedelic stocks today. Like Cybin would be one of them that's gapped up, at least it was, up 14%. There's a host of others you'll find on the watch list. It's just one of these energy up, market down kind of things. And then you throw in the context of just how strong we were going into some of the highs. Like a lot of things feel like they want to pull back a little bit. And, you know, looking at AMD on Friday, getting like super strong for AMD, but just double topping at that 280 and unable to push through at the open. And then later on, there's some pretty big levels coming. NVIDIA's back underneath that 200 level. Yeah. We got oil creeping up, but it's not really that far, if we're being honest about it. Like, I actually thought that maybe we'd be closer to double digits up on USO. Really did think we'd have like we basically just came back to where we were at the open on Friday. Yeah. I was actually expecting to be higher than we were sitting at this time on Friday. So a little bit of a surprise there. Got the 123 level on watch. Yeah, there's a lot to look at for sure. We'll keep our heads on a swivel, and we get some earnings coming through next week or later on in the week. This should be interesting. Obviously, Tesla's going to be big when we get some intel as well.
Absolutely.
Should be a good week.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on this morning. I'm like, okay, we gapped down, and then with the exception, we have Marvell climbing higher. I'm like, all right, what's going on here? We look into some things. You mentioned the Google news. False. Now you're down a little bit off of the highs. Not too bad. And then also we have Clearmind. You're talking about the psychedelics getting a little bit of a pop. You can see Clearmind CMND starting to climb a little bit higher as well too, guys. So, I mean, there's a lot of volume coming in there, 83 million shares. Nonetheless, I think one of the big things this week is going to be the Tesla report. A lot of us looking forward to that one and see where Elon is necessarily with production. I think that's going to be extremely key, right? The next driver of this. We don't expect much from EV sales. We know they've been on the decline for quite some time. But I mean, remain forward looking. I think that's just been the narrative with this stock. A massive channel breakout from a technical standpoint, and you can see that we have been climbing, and there's been some pretty solid trading sessions nonetheless. So there's a lot going on. CMND, some small cap names. We have Marvell with the potential fade and filling that gap. Are we going to climb higher? We have the inverse correlation back between USO and the overall market, which I think is going to be a key driver here. So keep your eye on that. And I mean, some of the tech names, we talk about NVDA, right? Like we can pull this name up and just say, hey, are we continuing to climb? We typically see a lot of open interest in this, especially, it's not going to report for quite some time, but nonetheless, I think this is, like, you see the strength within the market, and I think it's being led by, well, it is being led by essentially some of the larger names, and that's Tesla starting to catch a bid. You have NVDA. Apple hasn't really been participating, but you have the Amazons continuing to climb. So the big boys playing their part, and that's essentially what you want to see. We have a gap down here in Robinhood as well. We were climbing up to $93, $94 at some point, now selling off a little bit, but an overall strong recovery with that news that dropped last week of the 2-week ceasefire. So yeah, a lot going on. Looking forward to what we have coming this week. And then we have, I think, Intel at some point.
Yeah, Intel later on.
Yeah, Intel's later on as well. So
there's a few chip names that have been flying.
Yeah.
You know, like Intel, Marvell, and AMD have all been flying. And to be able to get Intel have to put up or shut up first on their earnings this week, I think is kind of a big deal. But the interesting thing about this one is, well, it's hard. The trend has been unbelievable. There's no question about it. But I felt like regardless of the market gapping down, like the way Intel ended last week felt like a little bit of a dip. Like I was coming in here with that like 70 rejection, and then we ended up closing, already looking like you were forming a bit of a head and shoulders, and then a bit of market weakness. But I think you got to stay ahead on a swivel or sort of a little bit nimble, because my first gut is, oh, it's an easy look for the head shoulders. It's a pop and fade today on Intel, because even if the market wasn't weak, I was probably favoring that one just directionally. Like, ball doesn't lie, though. It's just about, sometimes it's like how far you've gone into earnings. We saw that with Netflix. You run heavy into the report, and you can't show any sign of weakness. You're just gonna get clapped back, right? You get a little overextended, and we'll see in a couple of days. But we've already seen it happen once in this earnings season, and I feel like these guys are, if there isn't a healthy pullback, we're primed for the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing that you have to kind of keep in the back of your mind too, Neil. Did we move too far too fast? Right, like it's been a pretty quick, swift move up here. It's like 20% in NVDA and across the board. So I mean, yeah, 22% off of the lows, and then you have Tesla climbing and some other names that are up 20, 23%. So we were talking bear market territory 2 weeks ago, with the exception of Apple, who was only down 15% at one point, but the rest of them were all down 20+% at the lows of this consolidation low. You're down 22% off the highs on NVDA, and then you have Microsoft, who has been down 33%, and then you have Tesla as well too. Google was hitting that bear market territory. So it's been a swift recovery here, guys. I mean, we don't want to rain on the parade. You just essentially want to go with the flow, and if that says buy. We were talking on Friday. It's just like, okay, well, who is left in the shorts, right? I mean, if you're shorting and you're using your previous all-time high as you're out, well, you're out of the game. So are you going to be re-engaging when you have this strong of momentum? I don't know. I personally wouldn't. I'd be looking to continue to climb higher, and I think that's been the narrative for the past week.
Ooh, we got a super chat already. Let's throw it up if I can find it. Right over here, we've got B. Joe with the super chat. Good morning.
It's good morning.
Well, I like it. That's easy. I don't know what that means.
What is UW?
What is UW?
Is that supposed to be like an emoji or something?
I don't know if it is. You tell me what you mean by that. I'm not going to pretend to.
And what's no? Oh, North is it? No, I was just saying.
No, that's a. It's a Norwegian kroner.
Yeah, kroner,
Norwegian kroner.
Yeah, kroner.
And the only reason I know that is because we got a super chat
last week.
Previously with that. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. What's that? There's another reason?
What?
What's the other reason, Sharif?
Swedish kroner. Come on, putty.
Oh.
Counting the kroners on the airplane,
yeah, putty.
Drove Elaine crazy. She wanted to kill him.
That's my bad, putty. Underrated
What
character.
was the reason?
That's just another Seinfeld reference. that Joe's gonna hate.
Yeah,
on.
but I had no idea what was going on right
That's
there. So
okay.
you just nod your head sometimes,
That's all right.
That's
Seinfeld's legit.
all right, man. Yeah, that's it.
Legit. It was a good show.
I mean,
Oh, I finally saw. Oh, this is. I have the chart up of ASTS.
yeah.
Which instantly reminded me that I saw Hail Mary this weekend, which is fantastic.
Oh, you watched it? Yeah, it was great.
Oh, it's a great movie.
Yeah.
They did a really good, faithful adaptation. You can't, like, unless you wanted it to be 4 hours long, you probably couldn't have done
Some people
proper
don't-
justice to it.
Yeah,
It
some
could have
people
been a
don't
bit
like
longer.
movies. I like longer movies.
I do.
Yeah,
I thought it
yeah,
could have been
yeah,
30
yeah.
minutes longer. You
Yeah.
could have covered some more in the book, but it was fantastic. Unfortunately for ASTS, they did have, like, the launch of their latest satellite on Saturday was, like, kind of successful, but it didn't reach the proper orbit, so they had to de-orbit it, so it's a bit of a failure. That's why they're going to be down 12%. It's one of those, like, sort of tricky stories where, look, the thing didn't explode. It's not an abject disaster. It's like kind of an in-the-middle failure. And they've had a lot of success going into it. So I don't wonder if this one gets the baby thrown out with the bathwater. Because it already went right down and bounced off of prior support, bounced off of the 200 period moving average on the daily. Like, this one feels like if it doesn't break 72, that's exactly where you would have wanted it to bounce. And it wasn't a complete and total failure here. Like, this is not... It wasn't good, and obviously a negative story is a negative story, and this has been inflated and going so far. And really, when you had the Amazon, that Amazon deal last week, it kind of put a little bit of a negative spin on it. I know last week I even said, like, that turned it into a short, but to me, like, this could be a nice little place to look for the buy here at that 72 level. So ASTS is going to be on watch. The only space stock I'm really paying attention to. I guess Sidhu's moving around a little bit. And I do agree with, is that Girl Trader? Yeah, that'll be Girl Trader. I do think Rocket Lab is a better company. But if I'm looking at what to trade today, this has a catalyst, is going to do a bunch of volume, and is at a pretty key level. So, like, I had this on the radar to look at, but also ball doesn't lie for, like, you could just pull up the chart of Rocket Lab and see that one has been looking much better. Like, it's in the midst of a breakout, right? Like, already made the bounce, already making the break. ASTS, though, just has the catalyst going for it. It just happens to be a negative one.
Exactly. I mean, the big question for me this morning here is, are we going to have some form of a gap and go scenario, or are we going to start to recover a little bit? And I'm getting the recovery feel just due to the fact of how strong we were last week. So that's what I'm going to be looking. Bitcoin had a massive gap down as well too. Trading, I mean, it was pretty weak over the weekend, but still holding up. And essentially, this is what you want to see. Why can't I see this? So there's IBIT to the downside here. You're down 2.6%. So, I mean, we're slowly starting to enter that gap. And I think that's kind of going to be my narrative. Are we going to get some form of a pullback just before the open, and then we slowly grind higher on today's session? So it's across the board. I'm looking at the SPY and the NASDAQ as well. So we'll keep an eye out on Bitcoin just in case. And if we talk about the recovery on this, even though we're 17% off of the lows there, Neil, I would like to see a little bit more strength, to be honest with you, considering, like, I get it, it's 17%, but if we look at the price action, I would like to see one of those really strong days where you get that, like, 3-4% style of price action. You enter up into this gap. You can see we almost got to that $45 mark. And then there's a key resistance zone right around this $49 mark. I would have liked to see us curl over a little bit more aggressive and head into that neck of the woods. I don't think we're talking about short squeezes here just yet, but nonetheless, we'll keep our eye on Bitcoin to see if we get some form of a recovery here.
It's a good-looking chart break, that's for sure. And there's going to be plenty of small cappers out there with the psychedelics moving around. Hopefully, maybe you see one or two wheat stocks just for absolute jokes.
Yeah.
And then I see Mike Phillip, not Mike P. Mike Phillip DeRider has eyeballs on Artello, which has done a boat of volume, up 50%. Randy with
Digging
the
the
plaid.
shirt today, yeah, with the plaid, man.
Well, that's good because I have the one from last week that was
That one's looking.
all
That one's
green.
looking red.
Perfect.
All right.
I eat this one tomorrow. It is freezing outside. I picked the wrong day to shave the head bald. I had to break out the winter tooth.
No, man, we had to team up there, no?
Bald. I said, look, as long as I knew Bald Brotherhood was coming back, then I would shave my head. You didn't tell me last week.
Yeah, I know. I didn't tell you last week, man.
I had to, get it cleaned up last night.
That's all right.
Get that shine so I can blind you guys.
Yeah.
There, just do this, and all of a sudden you can't see. That's how I roll.
Distract them. Hockey error.
Speaking of hockey, okay, we're gonna go to the desk in a
Go
quick
back
little
to the
second.
desk, yeah.
Well, like, who do you think? Okay, first of all, give me a sleeper team to win the cup, and why is it?
Sleeper team?
And why is it the Sabres?
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? But see, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. They have a good team. Why is it the Sabres? That's a great point, because I was going to say the Sabres because they were looking good. They were down yesterday. They came back. They won. But you know what it is? The way that I think a winning team is structured, and it's kind of similar to football, is like you start in the middle, build out. You start from the back end and you build out, right? So one of their more veteran players, Rasmus Dahlin, and then they acquired a big Canadian boy, Owen Power, who's like 6'7", roughly around that neck of the woods, just a big boy. And then they have Tage Thompson as well too. So they're big, they're rough, and they haven't made the playoffs for 14 years. So I mean, let's see if these guys win more than 2 rounds, that is going to be such a slap in the face to the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Yeah, I think so. But you know what? Buffalo's close to Toronto, so we'll take it if it happens. I see some people say Montreal, some people say the Wild, the Blackhawks. That's the thing.
The Wild as
know.
well too. The Blackhawks aren't even in the playoffs.
Well, it's like this is a Blackhawks fan. I'm just reading what I see in the chat.
Yeah.
I'm just reading what I see in the chat. But
Wild look really good, yeah.
Because Toronto couldn't win.
Yeah.
Like Canadian teams or Buffalo, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, well.
But Sharif, I know you like stocks or small cappers that are above the volume weighted average price.
Yes, yeah.
Is ARTL the most indecisive VWAP traded stock I've seen in the pre-market. I've seen it. This thing gone back and forth above and below the volume weighted average price like a dozen times. But looking pretty strong here. And there's going to be a bunch to watch, but I think some of the good ones are actually in that psychedelic space after that, after the executive order from the president.
Yeah, a lot of strong ones there, Neil. DFTX, one that I'm fully involved in. It used to be called MindMed, by the way. Changed their name, also gapping up. Not as aggressively as some others. But ARTL here, Brendo, nice move up. It looks like there's a whole bunch of resistance at around 7 with that initial move up into 777. But as you mentioned, Neil, breaking down below the volume-weighted average price. Look, I mean, it's not the end-all and be-all, the situation with VWAP. What I do like about this is it's kind of holding 6. It's showing you that there are buyers that are around that $6 area. In addition to that, it's kind of bull flag-ish with the lower end of the bull flag range right around 6. So if this one holds up, and it looks like it's making another move here to 7, definitely going to keep my eyes on this one.
I was just reading. We're 8 days away from the Fed, by the way.
Big.
By the way.
Kevin Warsh is in focus this week as well.
Yeah, so I mean, I was going to talk about oil a little bit, but I mean, the whole inflation conversation continues to rule the narrative here as we get a 6% jump in oil once again today, heading towards this. Yeah, I mean, what's going to happen going forward here? What's going to be the next step as far as the Fed is concerned? I mean, there's even, I don't know, have you ever heard of this nowcast? This inflation nowcast thing? So the Cleveland,
told me about
the Cleveland Fed, I think it is, puts out it's like a real-time gauge of inflation in their region, more or less. And at the end of the year now, they're projecting an uptick once again to a point where hikes could potentially be back on the table. We've been having that conversation back and forth, but who's going to be running the Fed at that point?
That's a great question. Kevin Warsh is going to have to get admitted for or confirmed first by the Senate. That whole thing starts this week, by the way. But to add to your point, the Energy Secretary came out, I believe, yesterday and said, don't expect gas to be below $3 a gallon before the end of the year. So they're gauging $3 a gallon for the rest of the year. That obviously is going to have corollary effects on inflation, whether it's on food, whether it's on other items as well. So now, on this side of the border anyway, we are now talking about possible rate hikes going into the second half of the year. And that's not good at all for the housing economy. We have a lot of different mortgages that are come up for renewal that could be at higher rates. As opposed to what we were looking at maybe just like a few months ago. Yeah. So I'm assuming that down south they're going to encounter some of that as well.
So another hurdle for not only the market to get over, but another step in this process of where are things going to be, let's say 6 months from now, where are things going to be, down the road 8-10 months from now. Again, Tesla coming up, I said Thursday, it's Wednesday, it's not Thursday, so just slight correction on that. and then we'll get into the real heart of earnings reports coming up in a week and a half, 2 weeks in a second. Joe, you good? Joe is good. All right, let's get some options ideas over at the screen with Joe.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the activity in the derivatives world from last week. Yes, we're going to be looking at this 0DTE SPY call. Substantial run that we've been on as of late, guys. So let's take a look at where we can see where we could potentially climb to, or if there's going to find some form of resistance and support zones. We're going to start off with this $715 mark right here on the SPY, guys. Open interest sitting at 715 as well. Volume 79,500, substantial, and that's going to be at this strike price, but expiring today, guys. We want to keep an eye out on that. Not worth very much, 52 and 53 on the bid and the ask, and then we have our delta as well too, guys. You can see, considering it's so far out of the money, it's going to be at that 18 metric, and then your gamma exposure is going to be relatively cool. Now, one thing that I really want us to focus on here is our implied volatility. We've seen this in the teens. It's dropped drastically. So what is this telling us? There's not very much fear within that market, okay? Within the market, so 9% is extremely cool, but we are talking about something that is way out of the money. Moving forward, let's take a look at our next contract. This is going to be this Oracle 155 put option. Now, open interest sitting around 2,250, but one thing I want us to know, it wasn't participating in Friday's rally. So what do we want to do? We want to be able to identify a potential bottom. This is going to be the most open interest on this week's expiration cycle. Now, as for the volume, relatively cool. We don't see too much options activity with Oracle, but this was outstanding, and it was about 5th or 6th in total volume throughout the derivatives options market. Now, once again, you can see we're sitting on a $2 spread here, guys. Our delta metric always going to be negative, but we almost have no gamma exposure. So unlike what we experienced just in the SPY with 9% implied volatility, very little fear, we're starting to see an uptick in the at-the-money IV with 51.6%. In Oracle, that's above its average, all right? So let's keep an eye out on Oracle. And once again, on Friday session, taking a little bit of a slide, not participating in the rally. Now, moving into some more contracts here, guys, of course, we want to look at NVDA. We are looking at this 202.5 strike price. Now, last week we absorbed, there was multiple strikes and contracts that were valued and had open interest above 90,000 open contracts. This is relatively cool, and I wouldn't be surprised if we have the ability to absorb this throughout some time in the week, all right? So 202.5 is what we're going to be looking at, and it's going to be expiring this Friday. Open interest 64,900 with total volume around 25,400 contracts. Now let's take a look into small cap world. Volume relatively light at this $270 strike price. Once again, we're going to be looking at this Friday's expiration cycle, and open interest sitting around 9.25. So keep an eye out on this 270 level. Now, as for MSTR, a couple strong days last week as well too, guys. Open interest sitting around 36,500, and we're going to be looking at this 157.5 strike price. Volume 23,700 contracts opened and closed on Friday session at that specific level. Let's keep an eye out on these three names and see if we're going to continue to climb and absorb all of this OI and maybe continue to climb after that, especially because we're leading into earnings report. Let's send it back to Neil.
As always, Joe, and the option market's got plenty of opportunities, but we know traders out there that want to scale. If you are one, can have a look at Prop Shop Trader. They're a multi-asset proprietary trading firm that's designed to remove the typical barriers that traders face. You can trade stocks without that patent day trading restriction and no licensing requirements, while also accessing futures markets within the same environment. Prop Shop Trader offers both day trading and swing trading programs, giving traders the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. So why risk your own capital when you don't have to? Scan the QR code to unlock 60% off your first account, plus buy one, get one free. Get started today. Scan that QR code you see right there. I want to thank them for sponsoring that part of the show. And look, I like that Oracle. The thing about Oracle, the bottom was in, right? Like it held at how long? It was able to hold at 140 and then you eventually get the breakout. Think about any kind of a bottoming pattern and relief rally, whatever it might be. It's not like it's linear and only going to go up. So you had to turn, it did a 180, let's just say at 180 bucks on Friday. I'll get that pun out of the way. And the question becomes, how far is the dip going to be? So it's a pretty instructive, I don't want to say instructive day, it's an instructive week here for Oracle after the rally, because the market's done so much, and yes, percentage-wise, it's gotten a lot off the top, but holding on to like the prior high here at 165, that'll be a pretty big key for today on a stock like this. Like it's going to matter, because there's a difference between some shorts covering and a small relief rally and buyers emerging on this when the dip comes right back in. Like, the good stocks, people are going to buy the dip when they start to come back. And it's not to say that Oracle's not a good stock. It's just that entire IVG and all the software names, they've just been so weak. And you want to see some buyers step in at a key price like that 165. So this is a pretty big litmus test for it. I'm not sure, we don't look, the market is what, 0.3 to the downside. So to sit here and think that, okay, automatically we're going to get a test $8 lower on Oracle, maybe that'll be tomorrow. Whether we have enough volatility for it to get to that bounce zone today doesn't really matter for the longer term, but that's the area to look at for myself on Oracle this week. And I just saw we've got our good friend back this Monday. I kind of hope that the weather out east for Michael Noss was a little more reasonable than it was for us all over the place here in the GTA. But we got the Noss boss on a Monday. Interested to see what he's looking at. We go a lot of ways here. There's crypto. Obviously, oil is going to be back in play. The overall market just making all-time highs. This would be a good topic. So I'm curious. We're just going to sit back and pay attention.
Straight to the upside. That's the NASDAQ right now. I'll steal Michael's chart before he even comes on the show this morning. Straight to the upside here for, 2 weeks? I mean, barely
13 days.
Barely a downtick for anything across the board. We were talking about this with someone else last week on the show a little bit. It kind of feels like, and even if you go back to last April, it kind of feels like that move off the April lows where we took back all the moving averages. There was a slight little retracement. And if you didn't buy that retracement, we were back at all-time highs in a flash, and everyone was kind of saying, what's going on? So, we're living this once again where, I mean, even people, I was talking to a few last week, even people who did buy on the way down are now sitting here going, man, I wish I, backed the truck up, obviously. But maybe just talk about it from a technical standpoint. First off, the ferocity of and the ferociousness of this move back higher.
Yeah, the best way I heard described was a lockout rally, which if you didn't buy, you're locked out. And what I think is driving this more than anything, a lot of people have been saying short squeeze, and yeah, that's probably part of it. But I think even more than that, it's career risk, and career risk is a huge deal. Where you're getting calls from clients saying, "Man, I hope you bought the dip," and imagine being a hedge fund manager that didn't buy the dip, or even worse, saw war and oil prices going crazy and something, and sold some and puked some out at the lows, and now this has happened. You got a lot of explaining to do, I think, to clients. So I think that's the main driver here. Just taking a look at the SPY or the Qs, right? This is right what Brendan said. This is obviously, everyone's watching this chart. Absolutely crazy. But I thought bringing in a little indicator would actually kind of show us how crazy this has been and potentially what could happen next. So the next chart is this, and this is I think they call it a shark fin chart. I think it's a really cool idea, but the best way to describe the chart on the bottom is the whole how many days without an accident that you've seen at your workplace, and then someone, hurts themselves and they have to pull it down. Every day that goes by that the Qs is up on the day makes a higher close than the day before it. This chart goes up and up and up. The first down day, it resets back to zero. So you can see most of the time, you get, a couple up days, a couple down days, mostly kind of mixed back and forth. And then you see, again, 13 days of higher closes in a row, all the way up. So as always, the beauty of it is now that we've kind of built an indicator and contextualized it, it's going to be real easy to go back in the chart and find a handful of examples of, what happens next. Does the market just reverse and turn all the way down. Generally what happens when we get these huge moves. So this next chart is just the Qs really zoomed out. We're going all the way back to like 2017 here. And I just drew that purple line to say, okay, how many times have we done this? And you can see in roughly this 10-year span, there's been 2 other times. We're going to go back to 2008 here to find times that have been this many consecutive slow grinds higher. And I think that's should be telling us something, right? That this is a rare event that's happening, and we should treat it as such. So next, we're just going to go through each of the charts kind of individually and just show different times in which this happened. This first one, I don't think should surprise anyone. This was the end of 2020. So we had that 2020, 2021 rip. This is the first time I think we had 11 up days in a row on the Qs. You can see eventually one pretty sizable downtick day, but was nowhere near the top. We continued to grind right all the way until 2022, where we had the Ukraine and Russia and inflation and Fed rates and all of that. But it certainly, you got one day when this trend break to either cover your shorts if you're short or buy something there until it continued to perk up. This next one here was in 2019. So 2017 and 18, there was some bear market activity there. 2019, you can see, again, huge rip higher. What's interesting is both of these, none of these happened at the lows. They all happened in kind of well-established trends already. But so far, they didn't happen near the highs either. This, you had kind of 2 down days and then off to the races again. So very short-lived pullback after that. The next chart here is down to 2017. This is the first one that was kind of toppy, right? We chop around for a period of time there. And then we have, 2018, which was a bit of a mess, but wasn't the top, right? This was the first one I saw that was near a little bit of a correction, but certainly wasn't a top, a nice kind of sideways chop after that. And then last but not least, we're going back to 2013. And then again, if you have to go further back to 2008 to even really get any of these. And again, this one, it's like, I think the only one that I found that was 13 days up in a row. And then we had the one down day, maybe a little bit of a chop, and then off to the races. So I love doing this. It's generally a rare event that you look back and say, this crazy thing has really not happened very much before. But it feels like this year, and it's only April, I'm coming to you guys all the time with, hey, this crazy thing that never happened. Let's go see how many times we can find facsimiles of. And I think it's a really important exercise to do, to ground yourself. And you can see, wasn't generally the bottom, which we're seeing now, but in no cases there was it the top.
It seems just visually, anyways, watching along there as you were going through some of those, the over, I don't know, are we calling this an overbought condition or whatever the actual condition is we're in according to this chart, also gets worked off very, very quickly, within, as you showed there a couple of times, 2 or 3 days, and we're right back to essentially zero. And there's still, all kinds of demand then as we go, maybe a few days of chop, as you said, and then off to the races once again. I just wanted to go back to this chart real quick, just to highlight the simple fact that, as crazy as last April felt, or that move that followed off the lows of last April, it's nowhere near to the intensity level as what we just witnessed in the past 2 weeks. So if you're sitting on the sidelines kind of feeling, maybe you missed the opportunity, I don't think you're alone at this point.
No, we at least rested when we got to all-time highs last time. The V bottom was quick, but when we got back to that all-time high, we hung out there for a week or so. And really, even after the tariff tantrum kind of taco or walk back there, it had that huge, like 10% from low to high day, but then it rested for a week or so. There was 2 or 3 opportunities in 2025 where you had a chance to kind of buy some or at least trade around a base or something. But yeah, in this case, there's been none of that. It was the lows we're in, and then again, on the Qs anyway, 13 days the upside. The only reason I didn't do the SPY is because technically there was, I think, 1 or 2 down days. But when I looked at them, it was like down by like 1/8 of 1% or something. They were barely down days. But yes, we haven't really seen this in any of the things that I've looked at when I was looking at how many days up in a row we've had. This is definitely unprecedented. There's generally some rest when you get back to an all-time high, people taking profits, some people trying to short or something. But in this case, you're locked out. And it's just important to note that I think, even though you don't get much of an opportunity in the past to get in on this one, it feels like FOMOing in here is just not going to be, even if it would work, it's just not going to be the right move.
So the lesson then, or is the lesson, I guess, if we get maybe today, tomorrow, a couple of days even in a row here, that we're maybe just back and forth even, we could be back to a state where the buying starts to come back in again.
Yeah, I think you're in a situation where if anyone's short, any kind of a downtick, they're going to have to use that opportunity to get out. If you're not long enough with the whole career risk thing, I think you're in the same boat. I'm going to be interested, and I'll probably bring this on Friday, to see what the commitment of trader data says when that comes in, to see if people actually got positioned for this rally. But my assumption, based off what we're seeing, is that nobody was ready for this.
I read an interesting, this is completely unrelated, but I read an interesting article on the weekend about at the end of last year, I guess it was more Q3 into Q4, a lot of people were talking about the simple fact that there was so much money that had been put into, T-bills and bonds, and when that started to come off and interest rates started to come down again, was going to need an opportunity, or going to, see an opportunity to be shifted back into equities. And here we are, we just absolutely rocketed for 13 straight days. To me, that means there's still all kinds of demand, and there's still all kinds of money on the sidelines, just hoping and waiting and praying for any kind of a downtick to buy. Maybe this is an indication that we take a break, but we're right into earnings season now too, so we could be getting all kinds more catalysts to head back up.
Yeah, I think the number was 7 trillion that was just waiting in money markets. And when you're making 5-6% on your money, especially someone who's risk averse, maybe retired or whatever it is, that's pretty good. But we know that the mandate of the new Fed that's coming in is going to be to lower rates, kind of regardless of what happens. That shift seems likely. If I go from making 5-6% on my bonds and now I'm only making 2-3%, barely beating inflation on my bonds, I think I'm more likely to take that and put it into stocks, and that's the relentless bid.
And we just had a 8+% rally in stocks over the past couple of weeks. So yeah, I mean, fascinating time. Not something that we've seen, not something that we've dealt with for a long, long time. So we'll see how things play out. But yeah, let's talk some short side on Friday. We'll see you then.
Talk to you then. Have a good week.
Fantastic stuff always by Mr. Michael Nuss. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with Avis Budget Group. This thing was insane and has been on a big time squeeze. I was looking at the options chain on Friday on this, $1,000 spread on a couple of strike prices, something I've never seen before. Implied volatility absolutely through the roof. You're looking at triple digits there, guys. It's getting a downgrade this morning. You're down 3.4%, going from equal weight to underweight by Barclays. GitLab also getting the downgrade as well, too, guys. 2.4%, $33 price target being lowered to $25, and with a sector perform rating by RBC Capital. GTLB is that ticker. Now, NXPI Semiconductors, you're down 0.5%. Price target being lowered from $235 to $265. Sorry, that's an increase, but with an equal weight rating by Wells Fargo. Skyworks also getting the downgrade as well, too, guys. $60 to $46. You're down 2% here this morning. Mizuho giving that downgrade. Now for some more positive note, Oscar, or we'll start off with Ulta Beauty, guys. We're up about 0.9%. Target going from a hold to a buy by Jefferies. And then we have Okta on the list a couple of times last week as well, too. 1.6% this morning. Price target increased from $85 to $90 by Barclays. Now, as for some more, we got Oscar Health getting the nod. You're only down about a quarter this morning. Price target being increased to $16 from $10, and with a hold rating by Jefferies. Biogen also getting the nod, guys. Target with $250 and an overweight by Wells Fargo. Let's send it back to the desk.
Thanks, Joe. And man, I see in the chat like va va voom, voom boom car, like Avis going crazy. That chart is insane, all that good stuff. You can downgrade it all you want. The squeeze is a squeeze. What's crazy about this, if you look at it from the 150 breakout, so we're just talking like the insanity of 150 to 500. There's like 2 days. There's only 2 days, and one of them barely even counts, as Joe's messing with his chair, where this thing made a low in the first half an hour and then broke that low later in the session. Like you can obviously find like right here and then that pullback. Both of those days, it closed higher, which is insane. Like even when it loses the bid, it can lose. The stock is complete insanity.
It's dangerous. I wouldn't be playing around with it with options just yet. There's some things that you can potentially do, and I mean that is going to be patient. I think that's the most important teller. I was talking about the options chain on it. I don't know if we can get any data on it right now, but we'll see if we can.
I found it seems like everybody's looking for it to unwind, but really, until, like, if you just keep looking at all of these dips, anytime it's made, like, here, this is it makes the fresh low.
Brother, you have to.
And then the trend break, gonzo.
Look at this.
It's complete insane. It's still
200% implied volatility and $1,000 spreads.
And over 40% short float at this point, which has got to be turning. It's got to be turning.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen that personally, $1,000 spread. Like you can see it even more as you head a little bit lower on the chain, which I think is absolutely insane. So I mean, if you are like, hey man, if you have it, then and if you're that risk adverse, you can take a swing. I don't think necessarily that we're going to hold up this long. At some point things will cool down, but are you going to be the first ones to stand in front of that freight train that's just been absolutely squeezing? Well, no, you want to be a little bit more patient.
Trust me, you're also not the first. Like people have been getting run over by this over and over again. My thought is this:
to re-engage, right? Like, are you like, hey man, I don't know about that.
There's hedgies out there that are getting smoked. If you're a retail trader, I don't know how you can be trying to play this to the south side. I think the one thing I would look at would be, Randy in the house with the reload. Thanks, brother. Man. Did you need a coffee?
No, I'm okay. I'm good. Yeah. Don't tempt me with a good time. All right, brother. I appreciate
Thanks, Randy. Appreciate you. I just feel like the days that it's broken down and then it just does this reversion back to the top, simple. If it makes a fresh low after the opening range and closes underneath the opening range, the next day look for the short. Like allow it to break this pattern of even when it makes a fresh low later, it's still gonna close near the high or close in the green. Let it do it once. Let it not be an easy dip buy one time and then look for the short. Because when this unwinds, it's probably not gonna matter if you missed the first $100 of it. I'm laughing to say it, but that's probably true.
It's very true.
It's not going to matter because if it's coming back to 2 bills and it could break 500 shades, it's just a lot of room for this bad boy to run. So it's one of the crazy ones.
Like 385% since it started to squeeze.
Exactly, it's complete insanity. By the way, I know there's a lot of people, if you're trickling in right now and you're just sort of, you've woken up, you see the market down, then Marvell gapped up, understand this Alphabet story. We had JP Morgan come out essentially saying that that's fugazi. Like they don't believe, they're like Alphabet's talking to everybody and that this isn't an exclusive thing that Marvell's got this chip design with Alphabet. So it was it was in the low 150s. It has been trending down most of the morning. But there is some dispute as to whether that story is actually true. So keep that in mind when you're looking at this. I feel like because when I sat down, I was like, this is, it was almost like going to be a pretty clear, you get back and break 150. This is the only strong stock out there that isn't a psychedelic. But I don't really feel that anymore now that there's some question on the deal. Like I'm not automatically looking for green just because it's relatively strong. Just be careful when you're looking at Marvell.
Sharif's like, what stock is this here? Like
Craziest chart in the market right now.
I don't know, man. Almost 400%. Like you said, Neil, what is it to miss the first $100, which is going to put you right around here?
Yeah, it won't.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing gets cut in half at some point. So just be patient. Look at the volume by time as well, too, really starts to kick in. I don't have my little circle thingy there. But anyways, aside from that, this is a substantial amount, and that's an absolutely insane run. Like, what do you do? Like, I mean, if you're caught short, let's zoom out a little bit actually on this name and see what we have, because this, okay, so here it is. We have another weird event on the weekly, Neil. I don't know what's going on here from a split or something along those lines, but we climb up to 545.
Oh, it did a squeeze before.
Yeah.
It squeezed before.
18, and then you drop 90%, and then you decide to go on another squeeze. But if you've been holding, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. You're short, I don't know, you're not going to be short this for a couple of years anyways. But aside from that, it's like, okay, cool, yeah, we got a flat bottom break. Oh, okay, yeah, never mind that. We're going to continue to climb higher. And then, oh, yeah, we're going to actually squeeze and go on this month run, because this is a weekly chart. So think about it, 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks right there, and you climb all the way to a high of $500. Man, it's just an absolute squeeze, and I think you have to be extremely cautious with this one. You do have to be extremely cautious with this one.
Yeah, before we throw back to the desk, a quick note of this Adobe here. Unveils agents for business amid threat to AI disruption. You see them up about a couple of points. It was a little bit higher. One of the names that has gotten off of the bottoms in the software space, although not very far off of the lows, but there is a bit of a catalyst here today, already starting to go a bit to the downside. You're going to see a few of these names rolling around here. I know you got ServiceNow was actually gapped up, and it got a little bit of sympathy on that headline. So I saw ServiceNow, Adobe, the market's trending a little bit higher here, so it's starting to look a little bit better. I think there's a decent chance we could get to green. Like, I'm looking at USO. Like, this was the weird thing. When I sat down this morning, it's like, I really did think there'd be a better chance that we would have been gapped above prior support on USO. It's like you came to, if we don't break 123, it'll be hard to like the shorts. I even said that in the note. Like, if we break 123, then all shorts, almost every single short I'm going to like. But you're going to lean into some of the places of strength. I'm looking at that Tesla. I don't think we get like the mid 380s. Probably not going to happen. But if we can't get above 123, to me, support to resistance is one of the sort of foundational strategies or things to look at, and that's exactly what I'm seeing here on USO. So that's giving some strength to the market. If we don't break 123, I think the Nasdaq goes green today, but it's only 852. USO could do that in the first minutes.
Well, that's what I'm thinking too, right? Like we'll keep an eye on USO. Obviously, you have the inverse correlation, and then maybe you get somewhat of a recovery and you fill this gap down. So I think that's going to be the narrative on today's session. So I'm going to be looking long unless price action tells me otherwise. If we really start to tank and it's a gap and go type scenario, then you know what? You take the couple attempts to the long side, you allow consolidated bases to be formed, and then if not, then it's maybe, hey, I gotta fade some of these pops here and look for a continuation. All right, guys.
We got JKL with the super chat. I guess is that what we're gonna play when we have a super chat? Okay,
Yeah.
I like that. Every time I hear that, it makes me like.
It sounds like the EV Jewel.
Yeah.
Right?
It's breaking news. Yard work recovery day report. Okay, well, you know what? Glad the weather was nice enough for you to do the yard work. We couldn't really pull that off yesterday here. Hard market to read. Staying short queues may look at shorting MSTR as well.
Okay.
People are too excited to the upside. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what? There's a few names out there that I like. I was going to be bearish on Intel regardless. Well, yeah, based on what happened on Friday. And Intel was a great long on Friday, don't get me wrong. Intel and IBIT were really good longs on Friday, but you got to keep an open mind today. Thank you for the report, for sure. And I just saw, that's one that we do not talk about nearly enough, Rivian Millionaire. Another software name that's catching a bid. There's a few of these. It's just, if you're looking for things that are up 1%, up 2%, it's a lot of these software plays. Like IBM's going to be up. We talked about ServiceNow, Adobe. There's a bunch that are actually holding on to some strength. Probably not a day trade. This needs to take out 60, like the low 60s here on IBM. Kind of a boringly.
How does Caterpillar look these
name.
days?
The thing about Caterpillar, I love Caterpillar. It's one of my biggest non-tech holdings.
That's crazy.
One more. Thank you. But anyway, that was actually perfect. No, but the thing about it is, I feel like it's a little bit pricey at this point. Like they win in a lot of ways. They win on data centers. They win on things need to be rebuilt, and when that happens, Caterpillar wins there too. But like it's just gotten a little bit pricey. The fact that we couldn't push through the highs when the market did shows you like there's a lot of resistance in front of 800 on this stock. So I feel like it might be pulling back first before it makes another run. It was just a lot of heavy sell action.
I have it trading at 41 times right now.
That's what I'm saying. It's not. Yeah. It is not a cheap stock. Like it's not a cheap. I love it. It's not a cheap stock. I love Walmart. It's not a cheap stock. But that's the thing. You have good stocks in your portfolio. They're the highs. Like I love GE Vernova, which I've said for a bunch of times. But I wouldn't buy that one up at the top either. I think those are like stocks that you can maybe pick up on some dips. So, just because. And that said, like momentum is momentum. The trend has been your friend. You don't usually lose buying at highs because that shows you a stock has been in a good upward trend. But that one feels a bit pricey to me.
Yeah,
that 800 level. So. The 800 level just got failed on Friday. That's the other thing too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm a big. We don't talk about this name enough. I think, Neil. And if you can guess where I'm going with this, then I'll be surprised. But it's this, right? I don't know.
I agree.
Right? I feel like this name should be talked about a little bit more. We went on a nice gap up here, but we're down 5% off of its highs. If we're talking about dip buying banks, dip buying some other strong industrials like Caterpillar as of late, why are we not talking about dip buying some of these staples? And I think Walmart you have to kick things off with Walmart. I mean, dividend as well, Costco, it was off of those lows starting to recover. It's been damaged a little bit more, but 7.25 isn't bad considering these guys were planning on suing the United States government and having that rift with Donald Trump on the on behalf of tariffs, essentially. So, hey, the fact that they were going through this, and then we have Walmart also down about 5%, is like, okay, there is a bull market somewhere, and that was in staples. We've seen that rotation out of tech and into some of these staples names and into the industrials. I think that's going to be the same narrative. If you start to see some things cool down, why not find that flight to safety? And I think that kicks off with Walmart, in my opinion. I think it's a fantastic name.
I'm just not sure it's pulled back far enough. I'm always about if it's the dip buy in the long term, then I'm either looking at the weekly or the monthly, sometimes the daily, but usually the weekly or the monthly chart. And whichever moving average, it's the one that historically is held. And when Walmart broke back out, it was like 2023 or so. Like it just started, the weekly just started to hold to 50. And then the 50 hold was also the tariff tantrum. And then you look at it, it accelerated, but there was dips holding the 50 period on the weekly. And the thing about the weekly time frame is, if you can, what did I just do? Oh, I hate when that happens. I accidentally zoomed in. So when you look at like a test here, like it'll do this wick breaking support at $100. And on a weekly chart, there's your reversal candle in front at the 100, and then the next week, it opens at like 102.6. So you barely even miss that bottom, and you get to wait on a weekly chart. You get to wait like days to get in, and usually not miss it. And so on that time frame, I love it. It's like there's your the support at 100, wick underneath, close. Then you've got that dip buy. It's showed you a sign that it's holding on trend. I'm just not sure it pulled back far enough this time. And you said it's very expensive relative to peers. So sometimes you can be patient with those. But
45 times.
100p. Like I love Walmart. I've been in it for a while, and it's definitely one that I dip by. It's almost 9 o'clock, everybody.
Ooh.
And that means we need to maybe get into some futures. We got a free watch list we're going to roll on into. So I'm going to sit back. We'll throw it to the desk. I'll have another sip of this refill that we got from our good friend Randy in Plaid.
Before we do that, I just wanted to mention real quick, there was a couple of things on Tesla that just came through. Jefferies was one of them with a positive note here. It looks like raising their price target 350 to 300. We're going to talk about Tesla here coming up on the rundown here, but Stifel as well, just seeing price target raise here for AMD as well. So 320 up to 280. So both Tesla and AMD just, I was hearing in my ear. Tesla robotaxi expanding as well. Morgan Stanley with a note just coming out reaffirming their equal weight rating. 415 target on Tesla as well. So a whole bunch of stuff, just a bit of a dump there ahead of 8 o'clock, it looks like, from the analyst side of things. So we'll get into Tesla.
What a week AMD had last week.
Crazy.
Because of Taiwan Semi reports, and the market reads through that they're going to, basically AMD is going to be buying up a storm from them. So good look for AMD there last week.
Buy everything.
Highs, by the way. Huh?
Yeah.
All right, guys, 7.10 is where we closed out on the SPY on Friday. We're down 1/3%, barely below 707, around 708. So look, we're just going to say Friday's level, which was all-time highs, of course, on the SPY. That's going to be our first level of resistance. If we can get back above that 710, fantastic. We know what comes after that. It is a blue sky setup, meaning that we've never tested prices at that level. If we sell off for whatever reason, the overnight lows are right around 705. That's going to be our first level of support. If something happens with the Middle East and, the tensions start really rising again, we're looking at that 700 even, Brendo. That's going to be our second level of support.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab this. Absolutely free, right to your inbox every single morning. Link is below in the description. Sign up link down below. It's the second one. We'll take you right to the page. You need just your email, and then you can have the watch list every single day. Has all the news stories that matter every single morning in the pre-market. Then you come join us at 8 a.m. We'll get you set for the open. Again, more earnings pre-market tomorrow, next day as well. So we'll cover those for you before 8:30 as they come through. Let's talk Marvell here. I zoomed out onto a daily chart just to give you a little bit of perspective going into this, what has happened. I mean, the market has just been an absolute rocket ship over the past couple of weeks, but Marvell, just absolutely amazing move here. Again, if you missed the story, there was a chip arrangement apparently with Google. Now it's more of a, well, yeah, they like Google, but they're also going to talk to other people as well.
Well, exactly. The strategic ambiguity. Let's just go with that. So if you believe the report, here it is. Google is in discussions with Marvell to develop 2 new chips. We're talking about one with a memory processing unit and then another next-gen TPU, tensor processing unit. The tensor processing unit is Google's custom ASIC and their basically approach to really increasing the efficiency of inference workloads. Google continues pushing TPUs as a direct alternative to NVIDIA's GPUs, or targeting costs as well as efficiency advantages, and Marvell benefits from this because they're a custom silicon partner, not just in the design of chips, but also in photonics and networking. That's another part of the stack you need to view Marvell from. And the timeline here, memory chip design could be complete by next year. We're talking about the chip design, meaning near-term impact is narrative-driven, not revenue-driven, as the revenue probably will not see the light until end of 27, possibly early 28. The bigger picture, though, Brendo, this strengthens the AI CapEx cycle. Lots been made about, that maybe coming to an end or not as aggressive spending into the future. This kind of invalidates that narrative, at least for the moment. And by the way, guys, what you guys are looking at right here is the revised morning note. We'll zoom out a little bit. So we're going to be really focusing more on technical analysis. Just 1/3, Brendo, of the actual page is dedicated to the story. The other 2/3, you're looking at technical levels and the setup, how to get in. You want to swing trade? Fine. We're going to look at the 4-hour. You don't want to swing trade? You want to trade intraday? We're looking at the 15. So there's something for everybody.
Lots to cover on every single morning, obviously on a very detailed basis. If you want that one, it's $5 a month. It's nothing. It's a coffee. It's the membership on YouTube. We'll get you that right on the main YouTube page. I was just noting here, we got a ways to go to get to Marvell's earnings report, Thursday, the 21st of May. So a few weeks out until we get Marvell's earnings, guys. But this is definitely going to help.
Yeah, when you sit down and this story looks like it's going to be all systems go and you have a bit of a blue sky setup, and you can even look on Shreve's note, that 150 resistance was sort of sitting right in there for a potential breakout because we had pulled back after a pretty active overnight session for Marvell. With the question as to whether or not, specifically this Google thing is going to go for them, I just don't know that I want to be buying this gap. Like, there's a few already, like AMD is already back to green and approaching 280. Like, it's just absolutely flying. I know for sure where I'm looking in Intel, we've already talked about that one. But I'm inclined to say if they're calling this story not true, then it better prove it over $150 for me. Or I'd probably wait until it tries to fill in the gap. It feels like this one could be a little bit trappish. Like, there might be some traders that only see the original headline and aren't really looking at that report from JP Morgan, and maybe there's a little bit of a sucker buy at the open that gets taken out. So if I don't see buyers over 150, I think a little bit more patience with this and let it fill in more of the gap would make some sense. Maybe down into the 140, 142 zone, where it would just be like a standard relative strength play as opposed to a chase, right? Like, the reason why it was at $150 is in question specifically this morning. So I don't want this one long at 930 per se. I feel like that could be a little bit trappish.
Yeah, I think so too, Neil. Considering I was looking for a potential short to fill down that gap, essentially, off of that news. Considering we don't know if it's 100% true, they're just saying Google obviously shopping around. We have Broadcom and Celestica as well moving to the downside with the overall market. You can see Celestica, not very liquid here, 393, but you get that gap down. And same thing here with Broadcom. I think it's important to note, right? Like, if these guys are going to go off, then what Marvell is essentially doing is like, okay, so if they're going to start to recover, then what are we going to get here in Marvell? Shreve was talking about this thing was up to 151 plus in Blue Ocean. If this support level starts to break and you see sellers start to step in, then maybe you get somewhat of a gap fill here, guys. But I think essentially we also have to take into consideration the fact that this thing's up 82% from March. Right, this is a substantial run. 1, 2, 3. Like, alongside the overall market, you have just a ridiculous green streak going on here. You gap up, continue, and you just continuously close green day after day. At some point, you're going to have one of these extended moves, and I'm going to use this example here, and I don't think it's the same scenario, but if you guys remember this day all the way back in like 2020 something on in AMD. In March of 2024, do you remember? It's just like, oh, cool, look at this massive run we've been on, and then sure enough, it goes into a multi-year bear market. I'm not saying that's the case, but what we can look at it from a price action standpoint is like, at one point, you're gonna have that day, and we've seen it in silver, we've seen it in USO, where everyone's exuberant, they're offloading the shares, and then you kind of get that reversal type. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, we had it in AMD, we've seen it in silver, where it's up 20% or 15% one day, the next day it's down 20%. Like, do you guys remember this on silver, which was all fantastic? It was all fun and games until it wasn't, right? You have this massive update, you gap up, you open up here, you gap up once again, and then it's just flush city after that. I'd just be cautious of those really strong consecutive runs, and then you have that exhaustive volume step in about a month or so after it's all started, and then people start selling, their outlook isn't as bullish.
All right, let's move on to a couple other things here that are going to be interesting, I think, in the coming days and months here. I was still admiring Marvell here, but ASTS, as we said, to start things off, horrible week last week, more downside here this morning once again. But as we get closer and closer towards this Starlink and SpaceX IPO, I think this group is still going to benefit as a group from that tremendously.
Now, I always ask Joseph on the midday, and I want to ask you as well. If we're really, like, genuinely going to get satellite to device, direct 5G, are the telecom companies a short? I mean, why would SpaceX, ASTS, Blue Origin, whomever, want to partner up with them except for the specific reason that they have the pool of users that they can tap into? And the example that Joseph was giving was they're going to become like the Uber of autonomous driving, where Uber's like, look, we're not going to spend any CapEx on AV, but you got an AV platform, we're all ears, come on over. And so this is really what concerns me about the Verizons, the whatever they have there, AT&T. We have plenty of that I wouldn't mind seeing go to zero as well. You do here, Brenda. Quite frankly, they take a lot of money. But here's the story. So AST Space Mobile, they suffered a major setback as a satellite launched via Blue Origin was placed in the wrong orbit. and will be deorbited, effectively a total loss. The cost is expected to be covered by insurance, but the real issue is here the timeline delay and the credibility hit. So the incident highlights obviously the dependence that ASTS and others have on the launchers like SpaceX, of course, and in this case, Blue Origin. ASTS is still targeting, Brendo's 45 satellites by the end of this year. They only currently have 6 in orbit. The bull case remains intact long term, but the near term narrative is, can they deliver, especially since they don't control the launch cadence?
And as you said, how is that going to affect the telecom in general space? But I mean, if you zoom out here, not only did we not go up, we did not go down either, which productive, guys.
Definitely. Just before we get into ASTS, so you just had, and I guess we're going to be in this world where we're looking at oil futures a little bit more today, like we were on Friday, but the same levels that we fell through on Friday morning, I guess I could do that, we just had a bit of a, flush is the wrong word, but support break there on USO, taking out that 121 level. It got down to 120, you would have seen the spike up in the futures. Everything I was looking at went upside, like silver had a bump, Intel had a bump, IBIT had a bump. So if you didn't move higher there just now, then you're probably in trouble. That's the way I look at it. Like everything seemed to lift the offer just a bit. ASTS, look, it's a setback. You can't really spin this into good news. That being said, it's not the total failure type of story. I would think in this particular case, they have had a lot of success. The CEO sort of said the right things, reiterated all their targets are still, they haven't really changed in terms of launches for the rest of the year. So you have that going for it. The second part is it did initially bounce, or it has initially bounced off prior support, which would be the only place that it had bounced under 75 before at 72. It bounced off the 200 period moving average. So a lot of things work for it well. And that as long as 72 holds, I think you see a bit of a relief rally here in ASTS. So like I'm not really thinking bearish on this unless it loses 72 and then all bets are off. But it's going to open possibly SSR. It could easily bounce 1.5% before 9:30. If it's got an SSR on it, then I want like a reversion long off of 72 for sure. Otherwise, it's just kind of like a leave it in the back kind of idea. And I only now just realized the next topic there.
Yeah.
That's a first for us.
Yeah, shrooms. Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know what happened to all the stores around here. I don't know if they still exist in the city. Anyways, aside from that, guys, I mean, this one didn't go as planned, but they're looking to launch about 8 to 10 more in the next 30 days, and then 45 total by the end of 2026. So, I mean, it's not off to a great start, but I think at some point things will start to recover. It's rebounding right now, Neil. So ASTS starting to get a bounce, probably with the overall market. It's not the end of the world. I mean, obviously, if things don't go as planned the first time around, you have multiple more attempts, as we were just referring to. You're going to launch about 10 more, so you can meet quotas hopefully by the end of the month, and then 45 of them by the end of 2026. So you have another 8 months or so. This is starting to climb up. You can see on the 5-minute time frame, you bounce. You have a massive gap down. This is a pretty hefty hit. Especially at the lows, you gap down 15%, especially with the name. I mean, it hasn't really been doing too much, right? Shout out to, I think Ramin has this as one of her picks, but look at this consolidation. So you're not gonna break higher with the overall market. Instead, you're gonna have a negative headline come out, and then you gap down. So, I mean, at some point, if the support level, there is a bigger structure at $77 here, Neil, that may hold up. So we'll keep our eyes on that one. Neil was just talking about USO starting to trade lower, and then sure enough, before we even get to open, Neil, we're essentially filling this gap here, right? Like we've tapped into it. I was looking at Tesla as well too. Tesla's pretty much filled that gap, and then some. So I mean, something that I was thinking was going to happen in the intraday has already happened in the pre-market. So we don't love being overextended in the pre-market, so we'll have to keep our eyes out and see if we're going to start to form somewhat of a fade on the intraday session. We're going to have to look for relative strength, and I mean, IBIT, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case, but one name that Neil brought up to me is AMD. AMD, yeah, absolutely monstrous right now. AMDL, a 2x leverage if you're looking to use that. But ASTS, gonna launch some more, so we might see some more headlines step out in kind of in this realm. So other than that, keep our eyes open. We'll keep our ears to the ground, as Neil and Sean typically say. But let's send it back to the desk. Oh.
Time that perfect.
I mean, it's not weed, but it's close. It's close enough.
That's as verbal as it gets. I don't know.
I mean, the whole group benefiting. CMND actually has its own news story here, big time. I mean, all of these are basically $1 or somewhere in that neighborhood of $1, but Psychedelics just on a huge run over the past few days following this bill signing going back to last week.
And this is one of the reasons we were so bullish on this space when Robert F. Kennedy was designated Human and Health Services Secretary, Brendo, for exact reason, because he had made his opinions quite clear on this space earlier on. And then we all saw it. Him standing behind President Trump with Joe Rogan and others on Friday after President Trump signed the executive order to fast-track FDA reviews as well as boost federal funding for certain treatments. You had big movers, ATAI up 26%, DFTX, the former MindMed, up 14%, CMPS up 24%. There's lots. FDA has been instructed vis-a-vis this EO to prioritize breakthrough therapy designations. That means the review timelines could shrink from 6 to 10 months down to 1 to 2 months. That's a much shorter window. Additional tailwind, they're going to get $50 million in federal funding to help with research. And the narrative shift, this shifts it from more of a speculative, maybe this works in biotech, maybe they get federal funding, maybe they get regulatory clarity, into no, now they're getting it. So let's see where this goes. Obviously, we need a lot more research to see, if this is a real deal, but the technicals look pretty good.
It's going to take a while, I think, for these to start to look like, something that can be constructive over time, as you said. But I mean, if you zoom out on any of the charts of these on a daily chart or whatever, okay, they're ugly. All right, I get it. It's not good. I mean, they all kind of look like that. Yeah, exactly. But heading in the right direction, I think, is the key here, guys.
Good thing is, like, DFTX, which is formerly MindMed, is because our chart only takes it from when they did the change, it actually looks really good. So, like, this chart looks great because it ignores when it was MindMed and only takes it from the name change, which makes it look like one of the most bullish charts out there. So maybe that makes you like the long better. But volume here would be the concern for me. Like, this has done 190,000 shares. I was looking at Help, Cybin, and thinking, like, maybe a price point and the gap, this would be good. Look at how much of the move it's given up, and it hasn't even done 1 million shares in volume at all. So it's a little bit disappointing. You look at ATAI was another one. This is, if there's one to pick, just in terms of, like, looking at the chart, it's done a few million shares in vol. It's above VWAP. But then it has the look of somebody seriously manipulating it in a 25-cent range. Like, just, okay, well, it's barcoding 495 to 525. So I'm not, again, not a name. Like, daily chart looks better with this as well. So it's the best looking chart of all of them. Not very exciting pre-market yet. If you put a gun to my head and said, which one would you take a shot on? I suppose it would be this one, but not enough to trade. I was hoping that there'd be a few of these that would be a little bit stronger. Maybe it's because it's the wrong day for them and the right day for.
Is there a specific day for these?
No, I'm just saying it's 420.
Yeah,
Everyone wants the weed stocks to go today.
I know, but, like, now do we have to come up with something along the lines for this? And that's my question to you, Neil, is do we think we can see within this specific space, within the psychedelics, and, like, that boom that we've seen in the marijuana sector in the teens? I
feel like what happened with, like, the marijuana boom created so many, like, bag holds, because I think, like, the terms of it was so overestimated the size of what that market could be.
So you don't think we can see that in some
psychedelics?
In some of these
I don't think it would be as
I don't think the space is as big.
Yeah,
right? I don't know if there's
I can't see it doing the same thing. It doesn't mean there's not opportunity. But it was complete insanity. Like, I can tell you what happened, on our trading floor. You had, like, a few months where, like, no matter what style of trade you did, no matter what it was that you normally looked at, for a few months, you were trading wheat stocks. And that's just how it was. And there's been moments like that in the market before. During the meme craze, like, it didn't matter what you did before, you were trading meme stocks if you were a day trader. It's just, some things are too good to have ignored. Like, on an average day like today, like, I'm gonna look at Intel and AMD and IBIT and all that stuff. Back when that was happening, it was such a big deal. None of it was going on. If we were doing the show back then, we would have only been trading wheat stocks. We saw a little bit of that with silver. recently where you come every single day and you're
Yeah.
looking at SLV, 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 SLV.
Yeah.
I don't know if the psychedelics have that juice. Like a story
Yeah, I
even
don't
like
think so.
this, and we don't have multiple names holding up, looking like fantastic continuation runners. Half of them have given back to move in the morning. A bunch of them do not have the kind of explosive pre-market volume that you would like to see.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it. Some charts look okay. Like don't be wrong. Like actually, I like that ATAI chart. It just doesn't have that same.
It doesn't have the same feel behind it.
yeah,
I guess,
that's the
essentially,
feel is
right.
right.
Like,
That's
and
it.
I don't like. And as I was just mentioning, I just don't think the space has as much power, right? Like I think that from a recreational standpoint, one is heavier weighted than the other.
It's not big enough.
It's not big enough. Yeah, exactly. Here's another name here, guys. Clear Mind Medicine, 1.33%, 109 million shares. Small cap, obviously, trading above the volume weighted average price. But if you zoom out and you take a look at the daily, this is disastrous, right? This is something that you wouldn't want to be a part of. There's a split too. So they do a split there, neo reverse, but it didn't really do much anything for the stock. If you really want to get into the nitty gritty of things, it's absolutely disastrous with a high of around $276. Obviously split adjusted down to approximately $1.32. So, hey, if you think this is going to be huge, some regulatory change, then by all means, why not, right? It could be some form of a lottery ticket. You could put it, if you have like a 0.5% that you're willing to put into there, nothing substantial. I wouldn't go YOLO or put the pedal to the floor here, essentially, on some of these psychedelic plays. But I mean, there could be something, especially as the space is kind of getting a little bit more ground. But yeah, Clear Mind, 109%. Let's send it back to the desk and see what we got going on with Tesla.
Just real quick on Palantir, I was just reading a note here. The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration has brought in Palantir, so it sounds like a done deal, to compete on a new artificial intelligence tool for air traffic management. That's according to Bloomberg this morning. So, I mean, Palantir was down with the overall market, but I mean, we're almost back to green here for Palantir.
Breaking news, Claude launches their own air traffic control app. I mean, when is that going to happen? Wait for it, exactly.
But I mean, as you and I were just saying, like it makes some sense at this point, you know, especially with some of the instances that have occurred over the past year, let's call it, with air traffic.
Yeah, not the least of which the Air Canada plane, obviously, LaGuardia, that got hit there, and a couple of pilots died. Never a good look to see. But yeah, Palantir makes absolute sense. It's enterprise, which is right down their moat. It's something that's very automated and very prone to mistakes. Another one that's right down their moat.
All right, where does Tesla fit into all of this when it comes to satellites specifically? Maybe not Tesla specifically, but SpaceX and the IPO to come. But Tesla, another one here, almost back to green, ahead of what is to come this week. If you missed it, Wednesday, not Thursday. I said Thursday earlier. Wednesday after the close, we hear from Elon.
And here we go, Assassino, if we can show this. These are the two new geo-fenced maps. The one on the right is Dallas. The one on the left is Houston. Elon Musk announcing that there's going to be 2 new robo-taxi services in those 2 respective cities without a security driver like they have currently in San Francisco. In addition to that, he also announced that there's going to be an expansion of the robo-taxi service, and they're looking at Phoenix, Miami, Orlando, Tampa, and Vegas, hopefully by the end of the year. No specific time given. Separately, Brendo, we did have Morgan Stanley maintaining their equal weight on Tesla and a $415 price target. Likewise, Jefferies maintaining coverage with a hold rating, but boosting the price target from 300 to 350.
Hold your breath here a couple of minutes, possibly. We could go green, guys, for Tesla.
Oh, well, yeah, see this thing. Let's see. I mean,
I'm not going to hold my breath for a couple minutes.
some more. Yeah, I mean,
I can't. I'm not
a lot positive going on. This is what we want to see from Tesla, though. This is what we want to see from Elon and company, is that they're expanding that geofence. We know how creative he was. Remember his first geofence in Austin? He's creative, so I thought we would see something along those lines, but no.
Make it cool.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, at the end of the day, hey, listen, you guys know where I stand when it comes to downtown Dallas. You know what I said? I didn't. I actually like it. It's exciting, and this is what we want to see, to start to expand with unmanned and actual autonomous vehicles unsupervised, and really start to get in some major jurisdictions. And I think it's a big step in the right direction, and I like what Elon's got going on. I would like to see it a little bit higher because we know Waymo is taking California by storm, essentially. I think that's one of the states that you want to get involved with. And then it's like, okay, let's start to move a little bit north, because Sharif and I always talk about this. Sharif brings it up mostly. Is like, hey, how are these things going to perform in bipolar, essentially, weather like we had here, right?
Here's the thing you also have to think about. Like, you know, the whole like LiDAR debate and going back and forth. Look, man, I don't pretend to be an expert about it. But the fundamental difference between two technologies, and something Elon would point out, just comes down to which one are you just throwing more patches on it to make it work, and which is the one which is going to be constantly learning, and which is the one that's going to be able to apply improvements in AI better.
Yeah.
And that, in theory, is the direction that Elon is taking it. So it's like it can be behind now, but when you really think about where we'll be technologically a couple of years from now, you should be able to catch up really quickly. All of that said, let's get into some price action, because that's where the fun part is. I was pretty vague about the dip buy this morning, because I just really felt like I liked the mid-80s for the support. And the reason why it's hard for me to get away, even though you're right at the 200, like you could come back in and maybe fill some of this gap and respect some of those moving averages. I just lean back to how long we were in this channel. And to me, like, whoops, okay, I didn't draw the top part of the channel, but you guys get the idea. Like, we were in this channel for a long time. I just butchered the top end of it. But it was a consolidation breakout of that channel. We already had a bit of a dip. Now we've gone for another jaunt. I just want to look for continuation on this until proven otherwise, right? Like, you have earnings coming by in a couple of days, and we can maybe reassess it at that point. But I do like the look of the dip in the 385s. Now, whether we get that far down, we could see, if there's a bottoming pattern like this, right in the mid-80s, where you get some higher lows, great. If it does that hammer down candle, and then the first 930 candle ends up being a low, and then we get a consolidation, or I should show you cleaner here, like, this is the type of bottom you look at, then these are the kind of setups I like. Like, it gets back, it holds that bottom, it gets back above, confirms a VWAP, and then you get a bit of a breakout. So if we don't see 380s, there's always that little VWAP continuation play. Because as long as we're over 385, I'm looking bullish on this thing. To proven otherwise. I would say this, though. Tesla gets to 420 today. I'm expecting there's going to be a brick wall at that price.
I mean,
I'm not saying it gets to 420.
Why, you don't think it's going to fly higher?
Be a lot cooler if it... Be a lot cooler if it did. Who said fail? Who did you hit that fail?
Never, Neil. I would never.
Was that you, Assassino? No, but I mean, guys, let's not forget about it. I mean, from a production capability standpoint, Tesla by far surpasses what Waymo. $250,000 a vehicle versus 30,000, which he's going to be selling these things for. A drastic change there. We got 3 minutes left. We have semi-strong. Let's see if Tesla can break that 420 mark today. See what the guys got going on over the desk.
AMD doing the heavy lifting here so far pre-market. As I mentioned, just going into this, we had a bunch of analyst notes come out around 9 o'clock as we got going on this. 2 or 3 on AMD specifically, price target increases across the board this morning for most of these. What a week last week, and here we are about to take out the highs. Yeah,
AMD was a monster last week. Stiefel today, bullish in all 3, AMD, Intel, and Lattice Semiconductor. LSCC, for those who don't know the ticker, they all received price target boosts ahead of their upcoming earnings. The firm raised the price target on AMD from 280 to 320. The price target on Intel was raised from 65 to 110, and 65 and 110 from 42 and 110 respectively. Sorry about that. We remain positive on AMD shares given the multi-gigawatt strategic commitments from Meta and OpenAI, as well as a counter-seasonal CPU ramp, albeit against the backdrop of worsening supply constraints. They go on to say the MI450, which their Helios, that's their upcoming GPU. Another reason they're bullish on the name.
All-time highs right this second for AMD. Earnings 2 weeks tomorrow for this one, guys.
The over-under was going to be that 280 level for myself. Like, it was a double top on Friday. You had the actual failure, the 280. But the thing about it when it failed is it rejected that price. Looked like it was going to do the full like kind of gap fill moment, like, oh, there's your Friday rejection of the high, and it's going to fall apart. It didn't. It got right back up to resistance. So if it closes the 15-minute candle above 280, it's a continuation play, but it's already gone. So you've already broken out there. I'm going to remain, at least for the open, looking for the fade on Intel. I loved Intel long on Friday because it was just a simple, clean pullback into prior close price. But you're at the prior close with 69 resistance. So as long as it holds a 68.5 to 69, this one I'll sort of stick with the short idea. And before I throw back over to Joe, also looking at IBIT or Bitcoin, which I don't think we even talked too much about crypto, but the relative weakness here is rather large. So we're gapped further down. The market just bounced to the highs, and Bitcoin's not doing anything. So it's not participating. That would lead me to still think of I had 43.2 and 43.75. One of those things looks a lot less likely than the other for a fade. So at least I think that's looking pretty weak today, at least early.
Yeah, so guys, we don't know Sean, obviously no sticky note, but I can tell you what we're looking at. That's going to be Tesla. We have AMD at the all-time high. Neil continuing to climb in the free market. I don't love these rallies. Neil's cold, he's freezing. And then IBIT. So Tesla, IBIT, AMD, 3, 2, 1, ding, ding, ding. There we go. Let's rock and roll. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend, and I hope we can start to get this a solid session and a solid week to the start. Obviously, at the start of the week here, guys, TSLA continuing to climb. Tesla really moving here right out of the gates. Bitcoin not doing too much. That's totally fine. But what is AMD? Absolutely flying higher as well. So
it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. A lot of things are gone. Be careful of these early rally pumps. And then sure enough, you get somewhat of a pullback. You will see the retracement into the volume-weighted average price. Be patient. Look for plays around those levels.
Yeah, to say AMD is gone, it would be like a little bit of an understatement. Like, are you kidding me? It just went 6 right off of the bat, but oh yeah. This is what happens when you look at AMD for a split second and think, oh, it's going higher. Intel did the same move and is already back underneath 69. So they did the same thing, like blasted it off the open, and now you're getting a rejection candle. So that 68.5 looks like going to be the zone. Bitcoin's still not really doing much of anything. Oh, we didn't talk too much about silver. Silver strong. Yes, it's trying to fill in the gap to support here at about 23.3. So that would be a bit of a reversion play on silver. And then remember, ASTS Space Mobile, ASTIS, which some traders like to call it, 72 is the key level. It just got down to about 73 and did the bounce. Was looking for that 72 to hold, just missed by a smidge. You said Bitcoin's going? I didn't.
No, it's to the downside, yeah. Bitcoin really broke through that support there, guys, at about 42, 48. We were in the highs around 44, so I'll be patient. But the longer we stay below the volume-weighted average price, the less I like it for a long. So if we can find somewhat of a recovery relatively soon, you can see the tape and some relative strength start to kick in. So be patient, wait for some key levels to come in. I mean, those pre-market, we talk about this time and time again, with the exception of what we were experiencing last Friday, is that when we have those really strong pre-market kind of rallies, modest, I guess I shouldn't say really strong, like just these modest where you're just continuously climbing higher, grinding. Watch out for the intraday selling. You can get that last push. The TQQs has now filled the gap, right? So if that's it, you reject the gap high, you open up, you close and you reject that resistance zone. Sure enough, you bounce right into the volume-weighted average price, and I was talking about that only moments ago. So be patient. There goes Bitcoin right back towards VWAP. We punch through. We see the momentum really start to uptick. We have any form of a micro pullback, then let's rock and roll. That's going to be the green light to go. Whether it works or not, I think is going to be a totally different story. But the market has filled gaps, and then now we're starting to show some signs of strength bouncing off of VWAP.
Yeah, this AMD doesn't even want to give you a dip back into the prior high at this point. So the all-time high, it ticked it on Friday, and that would have been like 281 and change, and a very, very small change. It doesn't seem to, oh, here we go. Now it's starting to come back in a little bit more. What's wrong with, come on, chart. All right. Can't seem to move it over. Someone asked me the other day, it's like, oh, why do you have it extreme to the right? Sometimes it just doesn't want to move. We just pull back into VWAP. I'm on the offer of Intel. Because every single press up, I've been trying to fade. All right, well, the market's coming back in. It's going to lose VWAP. I don't want to chase too much, But if it's going to end up down underneath the volume weighted average price and close under, then I might take the shot to try and grab this into the low of the day. It's always one of those names that we wanted short. You're going long in Bitcoin.
I might not get it though. I'm posted up at 59s. I don't want to grab the punt. I want to wait for that pullback. If I can get that dip buy at 59, then I really like it. So we're posted up there. We had that punch through. The volume slowly starting to downtick, but I am liking where we're currently sitting. If I don't get 59s, then I have no issues with punching around 61, 62s. Okay, so that's what I'm looking at Bitcoin now. Printing 66s, about to print 67s momentarily. There it goes. Off to the races. Bitcoin goes there, Neil. Now printing 70s. So I have to be a little bit more patient now on this pullback. But this is what I was talking about not too long ago. The longer that you stay below the volume-weighted average price, the less likely you're going to bounce through it with some form of momentum. So we slingshot right back up into VWAP, and then sure enough, now we punch through about 15 cents or 7, 8 cents or so, starting to get this pullback. Let's see how we hold around VWAP.
Yeah, it's good to see it try to hold. Remember, USO was sort of leading the way, and it's still very much trend down here at the open. We're still sort of trading into the lower. We just made another fresh low. If this were to break trend, I should say, unless this can break this downward trend, I would tend to think it better be pretty darn weak if you want it short. And if we hold that trend line, we could easily be filling that gap for a while. Like, there's really nothing in oil prices until you get down to 117. And I get it. I know I did. Someone's like, can you please just say SLV, not silver? I try. We try. I understand SLV is an ETF and it's not actually spot silver, but you're going to say what comes out faster and more naturally. So understand that if I'm saying silver, you know that I mean SLV because that's what we're trading. I'm not actually trading spot prices. All right, the only thing I like right now, the market's at highs and this is still not bouncing. I do not like chasing, even though I think Intel's weak, I don't like chasing the short when we're breaking out through the highs here. If we close under VWAP, I'm going to take a shot, but I'll let this 3-minute candle close in the next 20 seconds, although we're going to Adara at the desk.
Beware, guys, I am hearing some commentary coming out of the Middle East with regards to what's going on here and any potential resolutions. I'm seeing reports from Lebanese Parliamentary Speaker Barry saying that there is a U.S. effort to extend the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. President Trump also reportedly said he's going to be sending J.D. Vance, Vice President of the U.S., back to Pakistan soon for negotiations. So if I hear anything more about that, I'll let you know. But either way, it looks like there are some attempts here to make some kind of negotiations or talks. USO not super reactive, but just letting you guys know these conversations are happening. Furthermore, we do not have any economic data at 9:45 or 10 today. So no economic data to worry about. I will probably not see you guys until 10 unless there's news. So best of trading. Happy luck. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, Neil and I were just going over. He's like, ASTS, he was looking at that. I'm like, okay, Bitcoin's gone. My algo would pick this up all day. It has picked this up all day. I mean, this hammer candle on volume right out of the gate. So that first 5-minute print. So now I just need to wait, be patient, and try not to chase. See if we get that pullback into 60s. I'm going to have to remove that 59 bid, but a 12-cent move. Bitcoin going to recover here on the day, and it's unfortunate that we didn't grab it right at VWAP. It is what it is, but I think at some form, relatively soon. We know that it can pull back aggressively, and it's going to be our job to take advantage of that. What we had here is just a 3-bar play. You punch through, you take that little bit of a breath, you can get 66s roughly, but then now look at it go off to the races, now printing 76s. Wow, there goes Bitcoin really screaming, oh man, we should have just hammered that one. Oh well, shoulda, coulda, woulda. There's going to be plenty of more opportunities here.
Well, I can tell you there was an opportunity a second ago, and it was not the same direction.
On, man.
The second we closed underneath the volume-weighted average price, someone's selling Intel like a bunch. Second we closed under VWAP, I'm like, oh, let's grab this candle in here. It dropped like 30 pennies almost right away. This is looking incredibly weak. Something going on with this sucker. Like, it's dropping it like a rock. Marvell's holding on to VWAP. Remember, there is some dispute on this story with Alphabet, so if it can't get above 150, I don't want to be a chaser. I liked it long when I sat down, and then they said maybe this story is not legit, at least from JP Morgan's standpoint. Adara?
Evercore ISI also flagged it as not legit, and it's worth noting. The information is kind of a repeat offender when it comes to stories that are almost immediately afterwards proven to be either untrue or using like older data, which is part of the allegation that Evercore made. They said this is kind of a retread of a prior story. Now, the information often will have these reports that seem like they're brand new, but if you actually read them a little bit deeper, it's referencing something from a while ago, older data, stuff we already knew that's been worded a different way. So I think it's worth noting not just JPM here, Neil.
Yeah, and that's never a good thing, because that's actually worse. If it's not only that it's not true, if they're also rehashing an old story. Yeah. I don't want to be a chaser of that at all. It's not going to happen. I think if you're looking at something strong, it's probably going to be AMD. But this market just again wicked the high.
AMD is nuts.
Like, we just wicked the top again. This is why I cannot be chasing any longs. Topping tail, you got USO bouncing. This is one of the reasons why I'm only looking for short entries at this point if we're going to fail the opening high. Apple just broke through the high of the day. I'm not chasing that. There's got to be something else I like short, because USO is going up. It might just end up being SLV. Was that good enough? I didn't say silver. There it is.
Baby.
So I said SLV potentially breaking trend as USO ticks higher. This closed under trend, and it looks like it'll be my first trade. It didn't fill in the gap to prior high, but a trend break is a trend break. And with the market pulling back in here, I do want the south side of something, and this is setting up. IBIT's also setting up for a wick top. I might also jump into that one.
Yeah.
Because Intel's pretty much gone.
I mean, Tesla's coming back in as well, too, Neil. So, I mean, you have that nice, strong up rally. I think the relative strength in today is going to be in Bitcoin. So, I have a lot of confidence in this potential long. We get that pullback and then that curl over. I think it's party time. There is an inverted hammer. Neil was talking about some topping tail signals. We can see that displayed right here on the 1 minute. But we still have buyers stepping in continuously. A nice flush to the downside. That's what we want to see. But there goes Tesla, really starting to sell, heading towards that pre-market base. Same with the overall market, the NASDAQ right here. I'm not going to pull up NVDA. Well, I could, obviously, but I want to focus on what Tesla. Pardon me?
You haven't even looked at NVIDIA.
I haven't even looked at NVDA today, and I have no, again, I don't really need to. Well, obviously, it's good to keep an eye on it to see what the overall market is doing, but I want to focus on what we have right now, and that's going to be Tesla, AMD, see if we have some more buyers step in, because it was really strong in the pre-market, touching into all-time high, so maybe a little bit of profit-taking going on right now, but 5-minute time frame, look at this inverted, and then IBIT on the 1 minute, an additional topping tail signal, so there's a lot going on. See, that's the thing. It might be tough to breach this, but I think there's just a little bit more strength within this one, just due to the fact that it has substantially more volume than what we're seeing in this inverse candle. So now we're back into 63s. That's what patience, good things come to those who wait, Neil, as we're slowly starting to head in towards that level where I would like to buy a little bit of Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think I might be bidding around the same price on that trend break. Because I took the topping tail in here and looking to try to bid out.
Yeah, that was really nice. That was a really nice play.
Well, no matter how that works out, sad Neil canceling Intel short. Yeah, Intel's now down 2.7% flushing. Remember, this one failed the 70 level, and they report this week, so looking pretty nasty there for Intel, and continuing to drop. So, yeah, because they weren't the one today unless you were chasing the short. Let's go back to the desk with Adara.
Yeah, keep an eye here on USO. Just be aware, we're getting comments right now from the director of the IEA, or the International Energy Agency, that is Fatih Birol. He's currently talking, he's been talking, he's saying that the world is facing a, quote, very serious economic problem in relation to oil. He said they're, I guess, ready to free some more of these SPR, strategic petroleum reserves, if needed, and adding that some countries do not understand the gravity of the situation when it comes to oil. So some comments being made again by Fatih Birol of the International Energy Agency. If I get any more news, I'll let you know, but I just wanted to let you guys, or make you guys aware, rather, that he is speaking. Back to you.
Yeah,
I mean, Adara, as always.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. There goes Tesla putting in a new low of the intraday session, guys. We have this pullback. I might actually remove this, and I think we can get a little bit lower of a price, to be honest with you. So I removed that 59 bid to see if we can get like 55s potentially. As long as we hold this 42.50 base, then I think we'll be good. So I removed that one in kind of anticipation that we can get a little bit better of a price. AMDL, I'm liking this 1 minute print here, right just below the volume weighted average price. Hopefully this one isn't gone without us. There it is, bang, that entry, and we could just use this as a potential stop. So let me pull up AMDL. I think that's gonna be a good one, guys. We're gonna be going over a lot of the same names, essentially, just due to the fact that I wanna hyper focus on a couple of them, right? And just get in sync to see, hey, what are we gonna do? How is price action reacting? And sure enough, we had Walmart also. I think I was just talking about that, but AMDL, gonna have to risk this a little bit more. So what we have to do is essentially size down on AMDL, because we want to hold it until at least 2280s. We're now trading at 2317, which is obviously about 40 cents worth of risk. have to size down drastically, give it 50 cents flat, calculate that one. But there goes AMD, Neil.
Yeah, it's been an absolute rocket for them, but it's just immediately back to view up. Like the thing about this range is, I know it's only 943, but you're still looking like that 930 first 5-minute nonsense in AMD. Like when it settles down and gets a little bit tighter, that's like, look what it did on Friday. That was much, much cleaner. You get a bit of a trend break as well. Well, two things are happening. One is IBIT sort of behaving itself. Like the topping tail, holding into the bottom end of the range. That one's looking fine for now. Looks like it just wants to sort of slowly gravitate lower. But SLV kind of ticked down, just got a reload, and giving it to the prior high, so was able to get some out and then just simply reload it. But that trend break's not following through the way I'd like to see. So maybe a little bit of strength is coming in, and the place that it's happening, USO, like it just ticked VWAP and then headed back lower. So if we're not really confirming breaking this downward trend, then you think you'll find some strength in the market. And if that's going to happen, you want to lean back into the names that are strong. That would have been AMD, but now it's losing VWAP, so I can't pull the trigger here on advanced micro devices. Let's check in on Marvell. Low of the day. That's not looking like, just can't even hold on to that bid at all here in Marvell. Looking pretty nasty. ASTS, yeah, I think the thing about having a level, like, yeah, I liked 72. It never got to 72. Bounces well away from that and looking pretty strong. Sometimes it's just a matter of it got far enough. It was an abject disaster, that failed orbital launch. I'm using air quotes. It was a failure. It got sent to the wrong orbit, but it's not like the thing blew up. Like, there's a difference between like a launch failure when the thing blows up and simply putting it into the incorrect orbit and having to deorbit it.
Yeah.
It's not as big of a disaster. It's sort of easier to find. That is what it is. It's only now 9% now, but we missed that dip by for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so I mean, there goes Bitcoin once again. This is the curl over in the VWAP hold that I've been essentially looking for. I don't think this AMD trade's gonna work. We'll hold on to it until we get stopped out. But let's get back to our game plan here with IBIT. We did try to buy that candle, and it looks like it's gonna be breached here on AMD, which is totally fine. We sized down drastically on that one, and then we're gonna wait for a good quality price here on IBIT. We wouldn't have caught that fill at 59s, but 60 looks like it wants to be that threshold right now for us. So let's be patient, wait for those levels to come into play instead of just punching. Like I'll use Frex just to get involved right away. But I think if we get a good post up here on AMD, I mean on IBIT, then we can really start to rock and roll. So I'll give it a little bit higher because I don't think 59 is going to be in play. 63 I'm okay with because it's the lower end of the range. So let's get involved. Let's post up once again to see if we're going to get that pullback and then get that entry here. We'll hold on to this AMD trade until otherwise, and once it cracks that 88 level, we'll give it to 85s or 80s essentially. And then we get out of Dodge. We're talking about 45 cents of risk, cut the size in half, just due to the fact that it's a little bit wider. You're up 2.5% here on AMDL, so AMD being up one and a bit here. But yeah, I mean, strong stuff. If it can crack this downtrend, I know Neil was looking at this. So on the 1 minute time frame, you can see those consecutive lower highs. As soon as we get on the backside of this might be a good opportunity to add into some. So let's be patient to see if that's going to come into play here on AMD.
Well, I've been patient all morning with Tesla. So I said 380s on Tesla was the mid 380s was the area I'm looking. It's now getting into the target zone. We're underneath $400. Like, you've gotten right into where it broke out on Friday. Let me just zoom back in so you can see it. But it's been unable to hold any like prior candles. If we can just close this 3 minute holding the 395 level, that'll show me that we have some kind of a reversal zone. But I'm not liking the silver trade. Like, Bitcoin is holding its range, which it does, right? So as long as it holds onto the range, I can stick with it. But it's silver the one that's not going, and AMD wasn't setting up yet, but I do like this Tesla. Looks like we're gonna hold that 395. Sometimes on a 3 minute bar, it's like you're gonna close it. There's only like 6 seconds left for it to close. The chances of it closing under 395 now are next to nil. We're going to Adara, and I'm gonna try the first long for myself today, and hopefully it'll be Tesla.
Beware, guys. We're getting comments now from Iran on U.S. and negotiations between the countries. Iranian state TV is reporting that Iran is saying the U.S. is, quote, not serious about talks between the countries and that Iran will I guess, have to make a decisive response if the U.S. repeats its past mistakes. So once again, the U.S. reportedly facing, quote, a decisive response from Iran if they decide to repeat, quote, their past mistakes, as Iran accuses the U.S. of not being serious enough about these negotiations. Back to you.
I feel like, when Family Guy, when just like, shut up, Meg.
Yeah.
I just punched Long. Shut up, Iran.
On Tesla?
Well, it doesn't matter now, but it's one of those headlines.
All
It's
of
like,
them,
well, that's not the best. They had just gotten in. We got our prior bar break, like right there, and it's like, yeah, they're gonna take out the low, so we're gonna get out. We had just gotten first profit target, and then all of a sudden it goes the other way. It was just turning. Shut up, Meg.
Yeah, I know. This is some quiet, like this back and forth headline stuff. Like I said, it's fun, but then when it's just really starting to hinder, it's just like, okay, yeah, volatility spike here and there. It's just like, all right, enough is enough, in my opinion. That's how I feel about it personally. I'm gonna get stopped out, so this is gonna be a relatively quick trade on IBIT. We got out of AMDL as well, so it's just like, all right. And I think that's the narrative. When we had that ceasefire, things were cool. No one's really talking. You've seen the implied volatility on the SPY go down to 9%, right? It's just like, all right, shh. Because typically, when there's not that much going on, the market's relatively more quiet, you just have that nice steady grind higher. Yep. When you have this back and forth, Iran saying this, Donald Trump truthing that, it's just like, all right, we want to trade. If you're okay with that volatility, then by all means, but it doesn't necessarily work with my style. I like the nice and quiet, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. It's one of those, like, the shorts start to come in when that happens, but I could have waited 5 seconds and maybe not even gotten a signal to get into Tesla. So IBIT's doing the same thing. It put in a lower high, it just put in a lower low. It hasn't really broken that bottom just yet, but we'll see. Like, I'm not giving completely up on Tesla because I do feel like it was the mid 380s that I liked, and we haven't even broken 390. So there's a long way to go when you zoom out to maybe look for some support. I've now stuck the complete fork in trying to chase or trying to get into Intel. I'm just gonna wait for a reversion play now.
Yeah.
It's now down 3.5%. Like I was able to get, IBIT was a more gentle topping tail. Silver was SLV was a much more gentle move, but this has gone full, almost parabolic downside on INTC. And just sort of a technical failure, I'm guessing, because I haven't heard any specific stories. So if we get to 65 range, that's where I'd start to look for some kind of a curl. You've already mentioned AMD. That's starting to look like a big reversal candle on AMD. NVIDIA failed the 200 level several times now, so that's starting to look a little bit weak. The one thing that's, I think, possibly in the favor of the long still is we're not actually making any fresh lows here on USO. And we're not breaking higher. Like, we're just in the same range. So if this, if this breaks trend to the upside, then the shorts are gonna look good. So I was about to say, we're holding the downward trend. It may not be flushing, but we're holding the downward trend. As long as that happens, you'd think we could catch a bit of a bid. But because we've gotten range bound, I'm just gonna play inside the range, which means VWAP here for the silver trade. Like, just scalp some out into the volume weighted average price if nothing's gonna go crazy. Hold some in case it flushes. But I don't see that happening unless USO breaks VWAP. If I see that, then I'm adding to shorts if USO breaks that volume weighted average price.
Yeah. Nice short on, I was thinking dip buy here on IBIT, but as soon as the momentum started to pick up, we formed that shelf. We got out when we were supposed to, right? Like a 10-cent stop in at 63, out at 53s. It didn't want to continue to go. Neo had the short on that one. That was definitely the better idea. AMD downtrend still fully intact, and this market's a little bit choppy. So with that being said, slower of a start. On Friday, all it took was one trade, and that was done. So we'll start 0 for 2 here today, but there's plenty of time left, and it only takes one. Stick to those stops. You get out when you're supposed to, and it's going to set you up. I put on one solid trade where we hit our risk to reward, and then it's back to Greensville, USA.
Oh yeah, that's what we're doing.
All right, AVEX thoughts. $2 super chat. CP, Coe, what's going on? We'll pull up AVEX and see what we have. AVEX, Corp. Let's see what it is. Okay. All right. You're onto something. AVX Corp. Nice breakthrough VWAP. What do these guys actually do? Are you familiar with them?
AVX? Yeah. I cannot say I'm familiar with it. It's the first thing I always say when we get like a new symbol, if I've never looked at it before, and I'm completely unaware of it, that's the first thing I will say.
Yeah, I have no
It is, but I just immediately checked. Like, it's a drone company.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was the IPO, right?
Oh, was it?
Yeah, AVEX
Okay,
was
that
was the IPO last week. It was the drone IPO last week.
Yep, Friday.
Yeah.
So $22 all the way up to $34.21. So back-to-back green days.
Oh, it was actually a very clean opening trade.
Yeah, very clean. Yeah, it looks really good. I mean, continuing to climb. But we talk about IPOs. How often do these typically hold up that well? I mean, just keep
JKL
an eye on it,
looking
but-
MSTR to pull in Eric Lindros and take a hit. Ouch. Oh, that's cold, man.
is
That
cold,
guy
man.
took a few blows, obviously.
Scott Stevens.
You don't want to, I don't want anything to get that bad. Ultimately, I'd prefer, I want things to go up for people. But if you flash like a topping tail, what's immediately interesting to me is MSTR is holding much better than Bitcoin. I would be very surprised if this downward trend holds on Bitcoin. I hate to be, wow, we free locates? As long as that trend holds, I'm just gonna see, just to make sure. Yeah, we can short this. Sometimes we gotta pay for locates. I never want to assume, and then you go to punch short and then you don't have them.
Yeah.
You just make sure. But if we hold trend down on Bitcoin, I bet Bitcoin, then I think joining like a trend break in MSTR would make some sense. I might throw that up on the side. How are we doing in like a BMNR?
You need
Let's see how
anything? You want
ETH
a
is
coffee
doing.
or something?
I'm good.
You're good? All right, cool.
Yeah, like underneath VWAP and looking weak. Not sure why you see some of that strength in MSTR, but sometimes it's just down to that whole, I guess it's the hedge trade that's pretty popular, which is long Bitcoin, short MSTR, and then when it unwinds, obviously the reverse in both directions. So my guess is you're dealing with a little bit of that as to why MSTR has got the strength, but it does make sense to me. I can't see Bitcoin trending forever downside today and not eventually going, following along. Adara, if you happen to figure out why, I guess HIMS could just be continuation from Friday, but it is absolutely flying to the upside. So I just saw a few people mentioning it. I saw it show up on the visualizer, so got pretty interested there. So Intel, that reversion trade, because the short might be gone, this is the first green candle forming, and the market is absolutely flying. So I'm about to take my first shot. Sometimes you don't really have, I'm not bothering to draw a trend line here. Like if you can't really see that it's breaking the trend, then trend lines aren't going to help you. Adara?
There is an absurd amount of social media attention on hims and hers. I'm scrolling over the last minute. I'm already seeing 15, 20 tags. This is like GME meme stock levels of social media interest. I'm not seeing any news to back it up, but sometimes this can be enough to move something.
Well, yeah, it could just be continuation from Friday. Like you had a huge open for HIMS Friday morning. So my guess is it's probably just a little bit of a continuation play. All right, not the first long. See how much I like it. This bar hasn't really closed in the green yet. If it does, I'll add. If I get in a bit early, typically I'll get in for half, and then if the trend confirms on the close of the candle and the next candle, then I like to take the next half. But stop always remains the same. It's always the prior bar as my out and stick with that. This move up in the future is getting absolutely intense. And by the way, it is Apple just absolutely leading the way to the upside here. Super strong day for Apple, up that 1.4%. I would have told you it was all about the chips, but AMD still can't get above VWAP. This is getting annoying with AMD here. It's getting to VWAP, but there's no continuation in the stock right now, which is getting frustrating because I felt like I'm on an Intel trade because it just broke the trend and the trend was down, but that's not the one I would have wanted.
Yeah,
AMD's
right.
over 280. So I want to be in this sucker, but if you can't hold VWAP here, then what's the point? Do it or don't do it, AMD. You're supposed to have places to be.
I know. Dude, I was gonna enter again here on Bitcoin. I wanted it right at the low, would have gave us a much better price at 57s. And then it just decides to go off to the races here. We just step away for a couple of minutes, and then gonzo it is. So it's one more pullback, but I think at some point, it's solely off of this candle. It typically takes a while, but look at how we're turning around. Look at the price action right here, and then sure enough, I think we're gonna break this downtrend. Even though we have that inverted, if we can't sit on the backside of this, then maybe it's not going to be as strong as I'm thinking, but the volume on the buy side is relatively higher, substantially higher than what we're seeing on the sell side, and that's a nice 5-minute engulfing print. So you have a 20-minute pullback and then essentially engulfed by one 5-minute candle. I like those signs of strength. With that being said, let's give this one more attempt here. We're gonna post up at 68s to see if we can get, actually no, I wanna post up a little bit lower at 64s to see if we can catch that fill on IBIT, and then maybe off to the races we go. If not, then I mean, you take your, we're at our at-bats, right? We got a foul out right now, Neil. Speaking of the bats, the Jays bats woke up finally, but I think it's a little bit tough. But anyways, aside
It helps
from,
to run into a bum of a pitcher. But.
yeah, I mean, aside from that, 42.65, that's where we're going to post up. We'll take our 3 swings at it. It either works or it doesn't. We'll be out at 55s if it decides to come back in, but I like where we're sitting right now on Bitcoin. That downtrend in AMD is fully intact, I think,
still
Neil.
there.
Yeah, it's still there. So if you're looking to go short, view up the break of it or that previous pivot high right here, then maybe I think that might be the ideal play in AMD.
Thanatos in the chat, that's your funeral. I say this every single time. If anybody plays that game of if Neil says phrase, take a shot, I'm your Huckleberry. Absolutely, I am your Huckleberry. Straight up. It doesn't, I don't care how anything's going. Like I could be sitting there and just absolutely parched and looking for an absolutely delicious coffee there. You want to see how many times I can say absolutely? Now I'm just going to say it 1,000 times.
Absolutely.
I've done this to the viewers before. You asked for it, you got it. Don't play that game. That's low-hanging fruit for me. I'm down to have that kind of fun. But anyways, back to the markets for a quick little second. Sometimes this is, I don't know, man. Like the plan of action was to be short Intel, but then I missed that trade, so I end up in this like long off the bottom. But it just can't take the second level. It can go first, but it's not pushing through. Kind of misplaced that offer. Hasn't really pushed through that second level up. I want to go, whatever, I'll just put a bunch of 6s and hit enter, and then go there, and then get into the volume weighted average price. So if it can break 66.4, then I'd look to move up to stop. For now, I'll leave it in place just underneath the 66 level. I have to tell you, SLV is basically the same thing. We're putting in the lower high. We have yet to get to VWAP, so I'm looking to get VWAP and then hold for the low. IBIT came into the trend, or Bitcoin came, well, you've seen the chart with Joe, so it came into this trend, rejected, so I'm still looking for the low of the day there. So far, so good as we go to Adara for happening now.
NASDAQ and SPY here, both gapping down, but just trucking along to the upside. Here's the QQQ, a little bit less directional, I would say, than the SPY. Kind of choppy, but the SPY just at here, intraday highs, near pre-market highs, just continuing to push higher. Again, we don't have a ton of economic data. Actually, don't really have any economic data to digest today, but we certainly have a lot of news. We know that we have had tensions heat back up here between the U.S. and Iran. Now, President Trump, as of around 9:30 a.m. this morning, reportedly telling the New York Post that he's willing to meet with senior Iranian leaders if a breakthrough is reached. But then we heard, like, 10, 15 minutes after that Iran basically said the U.S. isn't serious. They need to be careful, more or less. We also have comments coming through here from the IEA, or International Agency Director, Fatih Birol, saying that certain countries do not seem to be taking the energy crisis as seriously as it actually is, and saying that the Strait of Hormuz might actually cease to have as much importance as it currently has when it comes to the transit of oil. And Marvell with a really interesting headline, not the headline so much as all of the controversy surrounding it, but we did have Google reportedly teaming up with Marvell for some new AI chips and TPU work. That's reported by The Information. Then today we had not one but 2 analysts, JP Morgan and Evercore, both saying that either this report is kind of sketchy or there's actually no evidence to suggest that it's real. Then we had TSLA, last but not least. Catalyst for this one, expanding the robotaxi rollout to a couple other places in Texas, namely Dallas and Houston, ahead of their earnings report, Q1 2026 earnings for TSLA. It's going to be after the bell on Wednesday. We'll have to find out if you're E-long or E-short. But either way, guys, make sure to join us here. Like, subscribe, and we're going to head back over to Joe and Neil for more trading action.
Yeah. I heard you with that one. E-long or E-short for Tesla. How about we just do, okay, so it's like really? Like today, it's like Intel long's gonna work for me and Tesla long's not gonna have worked. That's just how it is. But we're not gonna see that 420 on 420 at this rate, Tesla. So if it's gonna turn into an E-long, it has to do it pretty quickly here. You know what? Every single time I look over and it's looking good, until there's just enough sellers start to come into it. Like the $0.50 is starting to run into a little bit of pressure. Fill. I'm asking for Phil. Actually, don't know any. My dad's name is Phil.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right on.
But and my half brother's name is Phil as well.
Oh, okay.
But just wanted to get the fill. Okay. I'm going to be out of this at VWAP. No matter how strong this gets, I have to remember that I really did think this was a short, so I will be ringing the register. Because at VWAP, my first thought is try to look for a continuation short play, although it's a weird thing to say continuation short if you were never short the stock. Finally, SLV gets to VWAP. So I took another leg out in front of VWAP. Now I'm just looking for the hold into 72.3 on SLV, like that pre-market high, and then look for the 72 level, which I think is a bit of a pivot point there. So at least that's working out. IBIT, looks like that's leveling off a little bit here in Bitcoin. So put in the lower high. It's not really doing much. It's not giving me a lot of reasons to reload this yet, because I'm still waiting for USO to break VWAP. Remember what I was sort of saying. The only reason I would take a short at a different entry price and change the game would be if I saw like oil futures blow out the top. Like if it blows through VWAP and breaks the trend, yeah, then I think the momentum comes in to add to shorts other than at the best prices. So again, just gonna kind of preach patience for here. It's been a decent start outside of obviously missing out on Intel short, but
that's all right.
Now the stop's nearing the break even now. Like now it can't. Yeah, but look at what the short was.
Yeah, more ideal.
The second it went back into red, the sellers just came in en masse.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as we get the green light, but anyways, aside from that, IBIT just really starting to reject VWAP here. Let's be patient and hold on. We do have these lower high, or these higher lows essentially. So this is holding up for us. I'm tapped in. I don't know. I didn't get the green light. As soon as if you hear anything, I heard them typically before, but Adara was mentioning something. There goes Bitcoin starting to climb a little bit higher. This is exactly what we want to see. Bang. Let's go. Can we break this kind of secondary downtrend, punch through this pre-market high, and then I think head towards this is going to be an ideal target for me if we're fortunate enough to even get there. First things first, you got to take baby steps. Did you get the green light?
I thought we were going to Adara, but...
Did you hear anything? I didn't hear anything. Are you ready? You just chime in if you are Adara by any means. Just hit your thing, your market.
I mean, yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
President Trump is talking reportedly to PBS about Iran, saying that, quote, bombs will go off the second the ceasefire ends or expires. That'll be tomorrow. He said lots of bombs, actually. Furthermore, asked if Iran is actually going to be doing these talks with Pakistan tomorrow, President Trump says he actually doesn't know. He says he hopes they'll be there. They're supposed to be there, but he's not really sure if they will be. Furthermore, he said it's actually fine if they're not there, and that if Iran does show up, they'll be discussing nuclear weapons. I think the biggest thing, though, is him saying that, hey, if we do not get any kind of negotiations going well, the ceasefire expires without a deal, quote, lots of bombs will start going off.
Okay. Well, the only bomb that just went off is the bid just went out. So thankfully, when it goes one level, I don't move my stop. When we get to second resistance, that's where I'll move my stop up to the break even. And again, my plan of action was actually to be short Intel. So to actually get a long win is fine, just kind of disappointing. Yeah, I'm kind of self-critical. I'm going to get out break even on IBIT. I'll just take the win. It never really broke the low. So we got the topping tail reversal candle, but then we've broken that lower high trend here. So we finally made a bit of a higher low. So I'll just get out of that one and break even. And sort of the way I like to look at it is which one of the two shorts is sort of still holding on to the trend. So while we're at VWAP on SLV, it's still holding on. There's your lower highs. This is the one that makes a little bit more sense to stay into. Right, so you give the one that's working better a little bit more, not room, but leeway is probably the best way.
Yeah, just allow it to continue to work.
Yeah, well, you know what's not working?
What's that? This Bitcoin line?
I don't know.
It's like
no, it's AMD.
Yeah,
AMD is now looking completely broken at this point. Like, yes, it's holding on to Friday support, but it lost the 280 level. It just made a new fresh high. And you don't want a daily candle to close like this, obviously, but look at it on the 15. It is nasty on the 15-minute here for Advanced Micro Devices. So if it can't hold 275, you're probably waiting $5 if you're even thinking about a bounce at this point. I'm seeing no reason not to just hold on to the silver trade, wait for something else to set up. It could be back into Tesla, but that's nowhere near those 380s that I wanted for the shot. Like, we took one shot at it there. Thankfully, at least the Intel bounce worked. But I'm gonna have to wait for this to get a little bit lower, I think. Now let's go back up to Adara.
Keep an eye on GeoOGL. So it's very important here to note the source. It is the information, which is the source of kind of questionable now Marvell report, but either way here, GeoOGL on watch with this report. The information basically reporting that OpenAI is going to be releasing a new image model over the next few weeks. Now, according to this article, this image model is going to be directly competing with Google. We know they have their Nano Banana image generator that's been quite successful. So either way here, GeoOGL on watch, reportedly going to face some new image generation competition from OpenAI. Once again, though, be aware of the source here, the information, not the best track record, especially even today. Back to you.
Always with a great track record as a source is Adara at the desk. And always looking for opportunities are traders out there. And with this market activity, you've got the kind of environment that gives the big opportunities, the big moves, more setups, more momentum. But if you want to take advantage of those conditions, well, you need a couple things. You need discipline, but you also need access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your personal account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing their risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account or moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now and get 10% off. A deal is a deal. I like 10% off. I'll take it all day.
Yeah.
Did just ring the register. Finally, we broke through VWAP proper here on SLV. The next look, if we hold above VWAP, I'll probably trail this one out. Don't want to get back into the highs, but look for that 72 now on SLV. Still looking, it's actually pretty constructive if you look at it, right? Like, you're putting in some higher lows. We just waited for it to make a top. It wasn't the absolute high, but you take what you can get and you don't get upset, I think is one thing I like to lean into. Hey, Robinhood's looking pretty strong.
Is it? Woo.
Yes, Robinhood is stronger than Bitcoin right now.
That's good, man. This is what we want to see. Bitcoin is not been working the best for us. We're still sitting within this position. I mean, we've yet to get stopped out. We came a penny, literally 2 pennies away from getting stopped out on IBIT, the lower end of the range, right? Like, so it's like, hey, you don't step away from your desk. You post up there. Just place your stop to see if you catch that fill. We would have been in at 55s. We take some off at 70s, and then we'll see if this thing's going to continue to climb. But I mean, as for the overall market, guys, I got my eyes on USO. This stuff between Donald Trump and just it reminds me of like high school activity where you guys are kind of just going Twitter back and forth, and so we'll see. At this point, what we're experiencing in the market, unfortunately, I do
Twitter
think
in high school. Yeah.
Well, no, I didn't have that. Like, I mean, like Facebook, you know, on Facebook, you would just like, oh, you'd have that little Facebook beef or whatever. So this guy's talking about dropping bombs and all that
I can't even make this up. I don't even think, like, I don't think I had an email address until I was like halfway done high school.
You didn't have MSN?
No, like, I think I don't think I had an email address until like I was like a senior. Oh my God, that's
in high school.
Yeah, man.
Why was that like the thing back then?
Like, online chat started happening for the most part when I was in university. Okay. Yeah, Fabian, I was an AOL kid.
Yeah, so was I.
Fabian just goes, "Were you an AOL?"
So was I.
And he just said, "You can tell that I'm an AOL kid." Why? Because I'm losing my hair and all that stuff. It doesn't really matter. So I was really thinking Tesla was about to break this wedge. In the good way.
Yeah, so did I. I was looking at that.
So yeah, it was.
All right, we're out of. Bitcoin.
It was going to be like this little trend here, or whatever. You guys get the idea. Lower highs, higher lows and lower highs, but it ends up resolving in the other direction. Okay, I guess there's not going to be a long setup for a little bit here. It's going to be a little bit more patience and then waiting for a bit more of a gap fill. Again, I'm just holding for this low right now in SLV. I'm not really seeing a reload spot. I guess I could have gone back into IBIT for sure. But man, this is looking pretty nasty. It's looking pretty nasty on several names, but you know where it's not that crazy? It's like you take a breath. The NASDAQ didn't make a fresh low there. You know, it's actually bouncing off a bit of the Qs. I'll look fine. The Qs is making a bit of a higher low. It's still very much in range. There's still some strength out there. Apple's holding trend and still going higher. You look over at, say, like a Microsoft here.
like
That's
that on
above
Tesla.
VWAP, big time V-shaped recovery, so that's looking relatively strong. That USO, which finally took out the volume weighted average price, like the very first thing it might do is reject.
On Pop Rose.
So it's able to get above VWAP, but it's not really holding above VWAP. So that could give a bit of a bounce to the market if that could pull a reversal for you. There's some strength out there overall. As a matter of fact, now that I see that, that could be a reason to maybe trail this before it gets to the volume weighted average price. I'm gonna keep an eye on that USO. I don't need, if that loses VWAP, that's supposed to be a turning point that we can try to get back into some longs.
Yeah. I like this bottoming signal here on Tesla, so we're going to take that attempt there, guys. I mean, there is a resistance zone. If it breaches it, then we just have to get all out, and we'll be a little bit more patient. It's like, hey, at some point, we got to come to the realization that inverted on the lower time frame, not the best for our position right now. So it's just like, all right, we might have to just overall abandon the long thesis and look for some potential shorts. Continuous rejection here, because if it's not going to work, right, at some point, you just have to be like, all right, maybe the market's on a complete fade today. Tesla's been on a monster run, so if we have buyers step in at some point on this one, I had to take this, right? Like you had that clean flush, and then now right around the lows, you put in that indecision print. Would have been obviously more ideal if it was an isolated pivot, not necessarily the case, but that's all right. A nice strong uptick there in Tesla. USO is moving higher, right? And I'm not going to be buying those. We took our attempts on IBIT, 2 of them. The first, like these positions aren't the best. Like I should have been getting in around the lows so you can just really drastically increase your risk to reward. But with this strong movement higher, I'm like, okay, pull back, we dip by on there. You get a little bit of a pop, but then I seen that seller really kick in at 72s on multiple occasions. And with that being said, as soon as we hit that stop, we had to get out of Dodge. Tesla looking like it's gonna break the low of that candle, and the overall market heading a little bit lower. So yeah, shorts in play here today, and I think that's gonna be the narrative. You're short silver, I think that's definitely the thing. We've been on that run, and I think now we're going to break down a little bit here in the market.
Yeah, the name I'm coming back to is that we got that super chat about MSTR, and was a little surprised when I saw Bitcoin doing what it was doing, that MSTR was making that move. I just I just got the consolidation out in SLV. I'll get to that in a second, but I'm going to look for this VWAP break. You've got Bitcoin trying to take out the low of the day, and then you've got MSTR looking to take out VWAP. So I don't know what's happening to the chart. I'm going to look to enter this one. Like I know I said I was going to short the short IBIT at those highs, but if I can't get those highs and I'm able to get a good price on a trend break here in MSTR, I'll just go ahead and do that. Yep. But I did slip out of the silver trade, just to let you guys know. I did slip out of the silver trade. It's now bouncing off of this pre-market high level at 72 quarters. So when I saw that happen a couple times, I'm not saying it's a complete reversal, but the market's at VWAP. You got USO kind of dancing around. I might get a second crack at this, but if it ends up being like sort of a one and done idea on silver, that's not really the end of the world.
No, not at all. All right, yeah, so there it is here on Tesla. We can look at this from a daily. The strength not very good, right? Like, I mean, we are holding this level, but as soon as it cracks, which it looks like it's going to momentarily, as the overall market, and there goes Bitcoin right back towards my entry price. So that's why just where you're positioning yourself, yeah, exactly. I had the feeling that we were going to do that. Should have been a little bit more patient and just drop down in size a little bit and just tried to grab the lower end of the range. So yeah, that's my bad, but at the end of the day, we take those opportunities, you punch through VWAP, and then sure enough, it just didn't work out. There's a lot of choppy price action here this morning, guys, but we do have the TQQs heading towards the key support level. This is what I'm looking at here on IBIT, essentially. Let's get this out of here. See if we can get that pop in Tesla, or it's just going to take an additional leg lower. Daily, relatively bearish, but what we have going on here is consecutive lower highs in IBIT, so maybe eventually you get this support level breakdown. You are starting to form that wedge and consolidate within that range. Hopefully that's not necessarily the case. I like this engulfing print. Now you just have to be patient enough to see if buyers are going to step in, but what I'm noticing here is just that the strength to the top side isn't as what it is to the downside. You can see the volume uptick, the size of this, and then every time it pops up, it's immediately faded. So we have to be prepared to get out on Tesla if that one's not going to work for us. We had that on our radar, and then Bitcoin right back towards the entry price, now breaking through VWAP. So yeah, I mean, definitely a choppy one. Lower end of the range is key positioning. And there goes the NASDAQ putting in a new LOD, or not pretty close anyways, just breaking through support levels. But yeah, that's unfortunate that we got caught up in this chop here with IBIT.
It's still early.
Yeah.
It's only 10:18. You know what? Like, as I'm waiting for MSTR to make its move, I do want to remind everybody, we started out actually thinking this morning that the tech stock that was going to lead everything to the promised land was Marvell. Marvell's breaking the low of the day as we speak. So it was multiple shades thrown at that information story, which could be the culprit here with the Google partnership and team up. But that's not looking very good at all for Marvell, unfortunately. It does look like I said, there's some strength. Some is probably the wrong word to use. A lot of strength being led here in Apple. What I'd be a little bit concerned is if we get led up by a name like Apple, and it's now sort of testing trend, like you've got the NASDAQ trying to break underneath VWAP at this moment and starting to fall. Like if Apple loses the uptrend when it's supposed to be it is one of the things holding us up, it's just going to be back into the shorts. That's why I'm patiently looking for that MSTR entry, but it's making its bounce. So I don't think this will be necessarily the next one, MSTR. Not at this rate. Like it's holding pretty decently at VWAP, but if I'm thinking the next leg is to look for the short, it's nowhere there. Just we got a super chat up here from Chris James. Chris, what up? Let's see if we can throw that one up there. And I like that music, so I don't know if Andre's right there. Chris Games. I said Chris James. Chris Games in trading.
Okay.
I like that. Joe, I love your commentary. It's top tier.
Appreciate that. I mean, I think everybody's here is top tier. Neil, everyone. I mean, but I much appreciated, man. Truly love.
You know what's the best about like the show and the community?
What's that?
And it's like I'll see some people and they're like, "Oh man, I don't like this or I do like that."
Yeah.
I think it's just the absolute variety. Like nobody on this show is like everybody is different. Everyone has their own flavor.
Yeah, flavor. Look. I appreciate that, Hangry Wife. There goes Bitcoin.
Now it goes.
Yeah, now it goes, right on that third attempt. So, I mean, 1, 2, 3, boom, off to the races. That's exactly what we were looking for. 68, 66. Now you're printing 77s. Bitcoin starting to squeeze as Tesla is heading towards the downside. Oh, it's
down.
Really it's really moving now, Neil. Oh, my God. Oh, so I don't know sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, what an absolute beautiful move. Should have took the third attempt, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. There it goes on Bitcoin. Nice move up into 85s and the volume really starting to uptick. You just have that squeeze type price action happening in the overall market. It's not happening in the NASDAQ. It's choppy. We're not getting any form of a rebound here in Tesla, but Bitcoin, our primary suspect here, doing what it wants to do. Being patient is key. So we'll have to do that from here on out. We'll wait until that setup 110% comes into play. Grab the lows, grab the support level, and then sure enough, get that monstrous move like we were fortunate enough. What we did on Friday is irrelevant, right? It's irrelevant, but it's all about, it doesn't matter what you did yesterday. It's about what you're going to do here today.
Exactly.
So you're down 2.5%. So Joey, good at, what am I good at there, brother? I appreciate that. I agree. I've been here since Sean allowed to yell bang, and it's brand new. Joseph Derivatives, aka Options, is a great compliment to the gang. Thank you very much. Saturn's a dog. Let's head it off. Let's send things off to Derek. Guys, I hope everyone's having a fantastic morning. If you caught that IBIT breakout, congratulations. And there's nothing I love than sitting here next to Neil, Sharif, even if I get the opportunity to sit next to Sean. It's a true privilege, and I enjoy, man. I'm not even going to lie. I enjoy coming in here and talking with all of you. I want to see what you guys are up to all the time.
Just talking shop.
Just talking shop, man. Just talking about what we love. But we're going to send things off to Derek.
Before we do,
okay.
I just want to give one quick update because we lost VWAP on USO, so it's heading lower. The first thing I could find that was breaking trend, I just stuck to what I was already trading, was silver back above VWAP as USO goes below. So it went from short to reversing above VWAP to the long. I'm going to play this to high a day. Ideally, it gets there.
Oh, there goes USO to the downside. Yes, let's go. Exactly. Hopefully, you can drag the market up.
Adara?
Some more housekeeping here on the Middle East. First, we do have CNN reporting that U.S.-Iran talks are now planned for Wednesday in Pakistan. This follows reports that J.D. Vance hadn't left for Pakistan yet. That's very likely because the vice president will be going for Wednesday, when the talks are now supposed to happen. President Trump also just released a pretty lengthy post on Truth Social. The big thing here is he just said that he thinks Iran can have a great and prosperous future if their new leaders are smart. So that was his comments there. Let's take a look at these small caps. TOVX to start things off. Theriva Biologics, this is not the first time this company has rallied. This name, it's got about a 15% short float here, announcing that they're going to be revealing some new data at an upcoming poster presentation for their Virage Phase 2B clinical trials. So I guess positive results hopefully to be announced by TOVX. CMND up next year. You've got about $2.7 million market cap. So small market cap for Clear Mind Medicine. This one I know has been discussed already on the show this morning, and for good reason, up pretty significantly, announcing that their CMND 100 treatment met the primary endpoint in their FDA trial. Last but not least, USAR, larger market cap here, but I think this one's worth noting. It is near intraday highs, relatively small price tag here, currently trading around $23, announcing a definitive agreement to acquire Serra Verde Group for roughly $2.8 billion. So $2.8 billion acquisition here for USAR on watch. The company has a short float of about 15%. Back to you.
I'm going to give our people out at TikTok a little bit of a shout out. What do you think about? What do we think about that one? Good stuff. Tamara, TikTok, target 161 and under, TXRH. All right. Can you check out ONDS, says EAI? Absolutely. And Abdullah joined. So welcome. Let's take a look at ONDAS. ONDAS Inc. Strong today, man. This is, all right, some good looks here, right? ONDS. Let's go Tesla. We printed 1344s right there. It's exactly what we want to see. ONDS, a nice move higher. The market's starting to find somewhat of a recovery. That Bitcoin and that breakout in Bitcoin happened. It's all right. We were just a sliver away. You know when it's just something's just out of reach? Like, no. That's what happened with us here this morning in Bitcoin. But guess what?
It's like cliffhangers.
Yeah, it's like yeah, it's just like every time you get a little bit, but eventually, as soon as you grab onto one, you got to let it ride and let those things work for you. But let's see if we can get a little bit more of a sustained bounce in Tesla. There is a resistance zone giving us a little bit of trouble here. We'll pull it up on TSLA. We have to be prepared to get out of this one just in case it does break down and USO doesn't want to continue its slide. But if it's working for us, why not hold on? But you can see that this is starting to act as a pretty hefty resistance zone. Would have been more ideal to get in at 30s, take some off at 41s, but that's not necessarily our case. We were in off of the lows. Now let's see if we can get some form of a pullback into the volume weighted average price. First thing first, you have to break this resistance.
Well, you know what I just realized? This is the longest I've probably gone. I haven't reminded people to type $.
Ooh.
And the funny thing about it is you guys are doing a fantastic job. I look in the chat right now, and almost everybody is using the $ in front of your tickers. Remember, if you're not in the chat, then just get in the chat. It's a great community. Ask questions. Give your thoughts. What are you trading? What do you think looks interesting? You know, we're all here to learn and trade and get better at the end of the day. And the visualizer lets us know what's the most popular. Tesla going to be in there, HIMS, Hood, USAR, and BlackBerry. Huh? Really? Okay, well, for reasons unknown, BlackBerry slides into number 5 on the visualizer. I know they reported last week, but it's up 7%. Wow, okay, fair enough. AMD in there, we got the car. It just caught me off guard, that's all. ASCS, that makes some sense to me. USO, we got in there, Marvell, Meta, lots of things moving around. And then sometimes when it gets really popular like HIMS, you see it light up like that. So $ in your ticker. Anytime you happen to type in a ticker, it just helps out if you do. So appreciate all of you. AMD's trying to break this trend here. So it's like this little wedge. I'm going to be jumping into this. Where's my next offer on SLV and why did it not fill is the first thing I'm going to be thinking. Just going to move it and try to catch that fill first. And then once we close, this is not a clean trend line, I wouldn't say. Like to me, it's more of there's your bottoming tail candle. And then I just sort of look at from that first bounce, like there was the open, there was the support, it breaks, then turns into resistance, and then resistance, and then it's like a mini trend line break as the market's trying to go. And I wanted to be long this sucker at some point, so we're taking our shot now. Again, just gonna give it to the prior bar, which is about that 76. If AMD saw a 26, we'd all be losing our minds at this point. So SLV, like I said, I was just getting another leg out in front of the high, so we flipped short when it turned off the top. You got a bit of I got trailed out when I got that topping or bottoming tail candle. Then we got back to VWAP when the market went to make a turn. I can't see myself letting this get through VWAP, at least given the structure here. It's too much of a choppy market, I think, to let this turn red on me through that volume weighted average price. So gonna tighten the stop up just a little bit if we lose VWAP. This one's been clean twice for me, so I wouldn't want to turn this one into an absolute mess or anything, which I don't think we can at this point. But I'm gonna give that one to just about that break-even point. And then the new shot, of course, was, like I said, it was in AMD here. Don't want it losing that prior bar, but if there's so much room to VWAP, like it's got $3.5 worth of room if it continues this. So I think giving it the buck makes a little bit of sense here.
Yeah, I think this is it for the Tesla long, to be honest with you guys. It didn't rebound. I mean, we take some off there. Should have just got out break even as we typically do, but just this engulfing print. So if it doesn't work out, the market was rejecting the volume weighted average price. So we have to be prepared to get out of this one if it doesn't want to cooperate with us and it cracks through that low of the day. We took a little bit off, nothing substantial, about a quarter or so to see if we were going to get that sustained move. But that resistance zone coming, that prior support, this is completely acting as resistance right now. So with that being said, it's weak, and I think it's going to be a short in the market here, and that's going to be obviously brought along by Tesla. Nice inverted hammer, Neil, on IBIT on the 1 minute time frame, and you can see on the 5 minutes. So it's going oppo the market right now, and then sure enough, you can see that we're going to crack through some support systems relatively soon. But yeah, Tesla not looking too good. I think we have to get out of this one here now, Neil.
Yeah, it's just there's not enough strength coming into this market. I looked over to see if I could have maybe shorted Intel at VWAP. That's not even getting. It's not even getting there.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
that's the one I really like to short the most, and I can't even get a solid entry on it. Even AMD doesn't seem to want to go. As I said, I'll be out of this silver if it loses VWAP. If you get what you can get and try not to get upset. If this is only going to end up with a 1% range back and forth, I'll be surprised, but you just try to take what you can out of it at this particular point, you know, and try not to fight it. Like AMD, I think, has more potential, but it doesn't have a heck of a lot of strength. And I got to remind myself, like, I didn't even allow, you know what, on a 15-minute, this is an absolute failed high on a 15-minute. And yeah, it flashed a bit of a signal on the 3, but on the 15, this kind of looks like continuation until I see a close. A close needs to hold like where I'm in right now, like the 77.5. Like hold that level on the 15 and we'd look a little bit better. So we just started the new candle. This might be a quick exit and wait for the next candle for an opportunity on AMD, which I should be liking a little bit better. But for now, it's still holding. At least now for sure. What was this? I saw my name. Oh, you know what? Saturn, not to single you out or anything, but if you actually just type, like if I go at Joseph, oh, are you in the chat?
Yeah, Joe.
Joe? No. You got to type in the chat. So if I go at somebody, if I go at Darwin, right? So I go at Darwin and say hi. Then when Darwin looks, it'll light up, and someone ats me, like my name lights up and it goes in green, or like orange, like this. So
I don't know why it does that.
So here was a comment. It's just that I'm not going to notice it as well when you don't do this. I just happen to be looking. Your energy and comfort as a public figure. I'm actually not that comfortable being a public. Yeah. I don't know. Like I'm not good with attention. You sound like a fun sports announcer now, a true professional of entertainment as well as an elite trader. Inspiring. Appreciate it. When we started, we had the absolute benefit for 8 months. Joe, Sharif, and everyone except for myself and Sean, these guys started out on the fire in front of you guys on YouTube. We started for 8 months internally for the company. So like it wasn't like public, it was just other traders at the firm that were listening to us. And believe me when I tell you, we ironed out a lot of stuff before we came to YouTube. Like I can't even watch. Those old ones were so bad in my opinion. I've been told they're not that bad. But I feel like we got comfortable doing it. I guess it's like anything else. It's just repetition. But I had never really found myself as comfortable with it.
Yeah, I think that's essentially what it is.
We got a lot of practice. You guys are just thrown to the fire, which I think is incredibly hard.
We like it hot, man. We like being thrown right into the fire. Joe, did you watch the Marner last night? Dude looked so much more free with Vegas. No, I'm not going to be watching the Vegas playoffs or anything. This market feels mid. Yeah, it is big time mid, in my opinion, right? So we take some off on Tesla. We just get out of it. It looks too bearish, in my opinion. You have the SPY heading right towards the volume weighted average price. It looks like that IBIT wants to break down as well, too. So we'll be a little bit more patient. It is relatively strong, but it could just be a breakout. On the 5-minute time frame, you can see the volume slowly start to cool off. So if we hold this candle, let's actually zoom out so we can see a little bit better on what this one is. Why is that doing that? Because I want to make this one bigger. No, we don't want to exit it. Come on, you can cooperate. There you go. You can do it. As I say as I say to Milo all the time.
Bob Schneider.
So here it is. Oh man, I don't have that thing. But this is the candle that might hold up here. Volume on that breakout seems relatively light. Let's be patient and see if we can get a breakdown. Tesla, it is starting to form a base, guys. I don't know if I'm going to take an additional stab at it. Why? I just believe on the 5-minute time frame still looks relatively weak. We're not too far off of my entry price from before, but yeah, we have to be a little bit more cautious. We put some shares on there and on IBIT, and 2 of those didn't work out for us. So let's see if we can find something else. But with that being said, we have to be risk adverse here.
Yeah, watch out for what's going on with this USO.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't love the fact that it's already starting to catch a bid again. It's like, if you look at it, it's kind of a reverse head and shoulders. If you kind of look at, give that like a shoulder, and then there's your head, and there's your other shoulder there. So that could easily resolve itself with this going, like, breaking higher, and then the shorts sort of come back into play. Where I'm gonna go back over to. I thought it should be Intel. I don't know if I'm going to get a shot at this at VWAP, but if I see that trend break, I didn't mean to be short this stock. So any pop in the volume weighted average price I'll get. Otherwise, it might just end up being IBIT. Like, trying to jump back into this. It just got up to that top. I could maybe take it off of this high here and just work that. So I'm watching pretty closely as USO gets into the volume weighted average price. Like, that's all we're seeing. Silver has some heavy resistance, someone just mentioned. Yeah, I'm sort of seeing SLV holding on to the top end of this range. With this one, I feel like I've already scalped out into the high, and as long as it holds VWAP, fair enough. Like, I don't want to add to this here. The initial idea was short, so I'm not really adding to this long, and unless there's some really decent confirmation. And if we lose VWAP, I can just hop out of it. AMD sort of not really doing much of anything. So it held the bottoming tail. It's holding this consolidation higher. So it hasn't stopped out, but it hasn't broke higher to get into VWAP. I'm just playing this into Friday's highs, right? Like, that 280 was a double top. It was Thursday and Friday's high. So we'll go into 79 and then into that 80 level if we can get it. But it's not really doing much. And silver, that just tagged VWAP, so I'm jumping out. Might say it could be premature, but my initial thought was to revert moves up in SLV today. So getting out of the long a little bit quicker than I would have gotten out of the short is going to be the way that I'm going to play it. Just take the wins as you can. I don't mind flipping the trade because that's what I saw in the moment. But my original thesis was short, so I don't want to be forcing any longs there.
I hear you. Yeah, I mean, there goes the Bitcoin, and you climb a little bit higher. So the chop is in, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you get a little bit more of a sustained movie, liquidity grab. You stop a bunch of people out south of the support level, including myself, and then off to the races you go. But that's the thing. So it's size down, especially in this market. If USO and the overall market are going to have this kind of correlation, then I have to size down drastically. And with that being said, that gives me a wider stop and allows things to work out a little bit better for us. So other than that, we were talking about Bitcoin not too long ago, IBIT, bang, off to the races, starting to come back in a little bit. So you do have that topping tail signal right at 42.95, support level at that 42.80 mark, and then I believe the next target, you break through that. If it's really strong, I think it's going to see you break through the support, do the exact same thing that we just seen in Tesla, where you break through the support, you absorb some more liquidity, and then off to the races you go, back towards to establish a new high. You are going off of the market at this point, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's sustained, but a nice little pop in Tesla. AMD slowly starting to curl over. USO, what are you doing? If USO's heading low, it's going higher, and somehow the market's holding up.
That's so weird.
Yeah, I mean, you're now north of VWAP here on USO. There is some resistance and I guess a prior support from the pre-market, and then sure enough, you can see that resistance zone right there. So if it breaks this candle, knocks into that, maybe there we see some form of a continuation. But with the talks between Iran and the States not going necessarily as planned, then sure enough, this is where you see this toppy type price action. So for me, it's just like sit on my hands, allow a couple more headlines maybe to step in, because I wouldn't be surprised if they don't, and then wait for something there. Yeah.
If it's this choppy, then how about we throw something up here?
Yeah, throw a bull up there.
What's the SPY at right now? 0.2 down. Okay, I can just go red or green. Will the SPY end up? I'll say green or red. Or up or down is easier. Let's go up, down. So everybody, I'm gonna make it. We always make it pretty simple. This is as simple as possible because it's already 10:40. I want this one done by the time we throw over to the midday. So very quickly, you think we're gonna end green today? Then just type 1 in the chat. If you think we're gonna end red, just type the 2 in there. I gotta be real with you. Like, my gut is just like we're hanging on enough that I'm gonna feel green here. I've typed the 1 already myself. I know that's self-serving because I'm in a long position, but I just feel like that seems like the way we're going, based on the action that we're seeing so far. Ooh, what was that spike? Okay, we just actually had a nice spike up. I get all the people typing 1, which was only 40% of you, giving a little bit of a spike. So right now, 60% think red, and only 40% think green. We'll leave it up for just a little bit longer. Yeah, I just saw a seller. There was a spike up into like 278 quarter, and then someone just slammed this thing on AMD. So I feel like I should be trying to get something out in front of it. That's almost silly that I didn't catch it. I was sitting a little bit higher, but I might have missed the opportunity to get that fill and jump quickly to take some profit. I don't know if we missed. Did we miss this super chat? White Tokyo.
Let's see.
I'm just gonna throw this one here. I think we might have missed a couple. Oh, that's automatic. Oh, okay. I didn't realize. I thought you guys were doing that. When I press the button, I can make it do that sound. Oh, that's dangerous. So it's White Tokyo. Thesis on Rocket Lab. Would love to hear your thoughts. Well, one, I like them better than ASTS. I think just fundamentals are probably a little bit better in. It's not even just their fundamentals. They're better. The chart has been much stronger. They don't have the negative catalyst today. They had a technical breakout last week in Rocket Lab. The upward, like it held. It's a growth stock that's been holding the 200 period moving average. So in all the market turmoil, look at this thing ride the 200 period. Now, I don't own shares of Rocket Lab personally. My brother does. So it's like kind of in the family. So it's not really self-serving or anything, but. Anyways, I prefer them to ASTS. I think technically there's room to get back into the high. It's just in the midst of a really good breakout here. And just the continuation is great today because, there we go, zoom it back out so you can see. Like I love when you get boring and it's like, oh no, but it held this flag and then you open up lower. Well, guess what? It did not break that prior day close. And then you get one of those clean technical breakouts here through 87. As long as it holds 87, I think you're looking pretty good. Thank you for the reversal there, AMD. Something said to take something out into that seller, and it turns right back in to the downside. You know what? I'm tightening my stop here. I'm gonna tighten this stop. All right. The market's not looking very good, and USO is really not slowing down. And if USO is not gonna slow down, then holding on to these longs is not gonna make a ton of sense. Just going to tighten this up a bit.
Adara.
Are we? I didn't even realize.
Let's take a look at these sectors, guys. It's a really, really mixed board to start a week that I think will continue to be mixed as we digest A, headlines in the Middle East, and B, a lot of earnings reports. Generally, we start to see these boards get kind of mixed as we digest these earnings-related headlines, so I think this will probably just be the first of maybe many days where this board looks kind of scattered in this way. Energy minerals, though, incredibly strong to start today. These are all up by 1% or more for the most part as we continue to digest heightened tensions between the U.S. and Iran once again. Process industry is also quite strong. Industrial services quite strong. Uber to the downside, but other transportation names doing quite well. Utilities generally looking pretty good here. Same with finance. Now, these tech names are where we start to see a little bit more divergence. Tech services has tons of weakness in Netflix, Meta, Microsoft, and Google, as well as Palantir, but a lot of the other names, specifically the SaaS names, all up at least 1% each. Electronic tech, once again, the largest names in this sector, like NVIDIA and Broadcom, are to the downside, though Apple, of course, another heavy hitter, they're trading higher. Same with Arista Networks and TXN. So some of that divergence here within the sectors showing up for probably not the first time this week, I would guess, and certainly not the first time this earnings season. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. If this ends up being a bad wick, I'll feel pretty decent about tightening up the stop here in AMD. Just allow it to sometimes be an overall flat trade instead of a bad one. So that kind of sort of is what it is. I find like as a trader, like sometimes you just want to have, if it doesn't work out perfectly and you can just take a flat instead of a loss, it's better than the alternative.
Yeah.
That being said, remember we were
Agreed.
talking about MSTR being relatively strong? Well, in the moment that I was obviously looking at AMD, MSTR finally broke the volume weighted average price. It's like, yeah, I'm looking left and it goes right. I got to watch out for Bitcoin, obviously, here, but let's be real. It didn't make sense to me why, when we were at lows on IBIT, MSTR was so strong. Now they're a little bit more lockstep. So like IBIT pulls back into VWAP, this pulls back into VWAP. So I think at least now you're able to sort of look at Bitcoin and understand that if I see it make a major spike, I may have a fraction of a second MSTR, but I want holding underneath the volume weighted average price for sure. Confirm that, and then I would look for the short there. What do we get? Dijon Mustard is telling me that BlackBerry is running.
Did it?
You know what? Good for them. Like this has actually been quite impressive for BlackBerry, which is saying a lot because I don't think there's been much going for them for a long time. It looks like a squeeze to me. So, like, I'd probably
The best thing BlackBerry can do.
Yeah, we got locates on this. No, I'm just saying, if this extends a little bit further and gets close to the $6 level, we'll probably look for a short on this. Nice little squeeze happening in BlackBerry, but
All right.
I don't know how much it's going to sustain. Like, what's the end game here?
They got to get into data centers and AI. BlackBerry AI is their best bet. I don't even.
A little late for that.
What do they even do now?
Pulling all birds? That's what you got to do. Just pulling all birds, where you just go from whatever it is that you do, and then just say now we're yada 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 AI.
They come out with an LLM or something.
No, but like seriously, it's half worked for them. This was a $2 stock. It went to 20. Now we're at 11 still. This is still up 5x from the time that they rebranded from a shoe company.
Who is that? Yeah. Yeah, but is that, I'm pretty sure they have like $50 million to spend.
Oh, that's what didn't make sense to me with the Allbirds.
It's
like $50 million.
They don't have anything.
$50 million is, no, obviously it's a decent amount of, it's a lot of money, but in the context of completely changing, transforming this business and building out, it's not that much money. That's what didn't make sense to me for Allbirds.
Yeah.
Anyways, good for them. It's holding up pretty decently.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, guys. So yeah, let's get right back into some things. I mean, the market, if we look at the SPY and the NASDAQ here, the first, 40 minutes or so, the first hour, I guess we can say, a lot of overlapping candles, but you do end up rejecting the volume weighted average price. That was the signal for me to go short. Now you're getting a bounce in Tesla. I just don't feel enough confident. Like where we're trading on the 5-minute is essentially no man's land. And if you ask me, it looks like we're going to get in that curl over feel here in AMD. You do have that outlying volume print right here in a hammer candle at VWAP on IBIT, but I don't love the location. I would like to see that wick south and in the middle of this congestion zone. At some point, I think we are going to break through the support level here on Tesla as the market is taking a new low. USO putting this inverted all the way above VWAP. We had multiple, so there is selling pressure within this, and you have this gap down in which you fill about 30% of it, or say this gap up, you fill about 30% of that. So if this continues to climb higher, then I think the market is going to continue to move south, and you can see the inverse correlation, a lot of chop around those lows, and that would be relative to what we're seeing here on the NASDAQ with, I I pulled that one with the NASDAQ here around these highs. So you have this pre-market zone. It's just overlapping for the first hour, and then sure enough, you decide to put in a new leg. I wouldn't be surprised if you have somewhat of a bullish candle. I don't know if you're going to get back to the volume-weighted average price at this point. A couple headlines come out, things will change. You'll have some volatility spikes because I feel that's the narrative and the sentiment that we're currently in right now. We had Donald Trump saying that he's willing to drop more bombs. Sure enough, the market doesn't really know what it wants to do at that point.
No, not really. And look, I don't mean to hate on BlackBerry, but here's a question, because I know some people are like, yeah, but they expanded their partnership with NVIDIA.
Yeah.
If somebody can tell me how much revenue BlackBerry's actually getting out of that, then I'll feel a little bit better about it. They do, their annual revenue is, I'm pretty sure, less than the Blue Jays payroll. I'm pretty sure about that. BlackBerry.
Oh, BlackBerry?
Like they're probably more than a bunch of major league teams, but certainly, definitely not the Dodgers, and certainly not anybody in that top.
Listen,
in the top third. So, like, and again, but if it's enough, if it's a big enough number in a reasonable amount of time that we can confirm, then I'll say all kinds of good things about BlackBerry. I just honestly don't know. Yeah. And when it's just like, oh, we've got a tie-up with this company, sometimes just name dropping NVIDIA isn't enough, right? Like there needs to be actual money coming through that's going to signal serious growth. And I genuinely don't know. So like, if somebody has an idea what it is, and then relative to like, okay, what's the time frame that they could earn that revenue relative to what they have now, which I'm pretty sure is at least less than $250 million. It's under 200 million.
Yeah.
So
okay, listen to this. You're gonna think this is insane.
And yes, I did have a BlackBerry longer than any other person out there. I'm not I am the last thing from a hater. We're just talking about why you would like the stock, right? Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Neil, you ready for this?
Okay.
We have a company with a $1.9 billion market cap, but its total annual revenue of $1.4 million.
What are we talking about, Rigetti?
like, oh my God. If you want to talk about insanity, then that is it right there. How are you valued at $1.9 billion and you make $1 million a year?
But isn't Rigetti like that? Aren't the quantum names are all like that? Some of them don't even have revenues. Like, it's, you know what, we've seen worse. I'm pretty sure the big four quantum names are all in that realm. Maybe IonQ is a little bit better. And then what about like some of those like nuclear names? They're pretty bad.
Yeah.
But when you're chasing that kind of growth, and especially in quantum where like the upside is seen is just so tremendous, like you can point, there's a there, where you can imagine it's that big thing and you're gonna pay for it. By the time it has anything resembling a reasonable valuation, it's too late with those types of plays. I don't think BlackBerry is that kind of a thing, for sure. Someone says Joby is like that as well. That would make sense. I literally just said Joby, and then Sharif goes piece of crap. Why is Joby such a piece of, why? You don't like?
That's right.
Oh, okay, my bad. Then Sharif just clarified that the reason he yelled piece of crap is because he's out of the money in it, which is perfectly fair.
Oh, okay.
That's a good reason.
We going over to Adara? Okay.
Are we though?
Yeah, apparently we are. Yeah, apparently you're tapped in too. You're not even plugged in, my.
Well, that's why. I got up and didn't plug myself back in.
Yeah,
that makes way more sense.
So I looked into the BlackBerry thing, Neil, just because I was curious. So A, they don't even mention NVIDIA in their earnings report, at least the most recent Q4 and FY 2026, their fiscal year ahead. Earnings report, they never mention NVIDIA, so I cannot tell you how much of that revenue is from NVIDIA. What I can tell you, though, Neil, with regards to the Jays payroll, is they've actually more than doubled the Jays payroll on the year. So I looked at the Jays payroll for 2025. Number I got was $254 million to $258 million. This could be incorrect, but either way, BlackBerry's annual revenue, a cool $549 million for the fiscal year. So actually well above the Jays payroll, if the Jays payroll number I'm seeing is accurate. So let's take a look though now at the US dollar, because I wanted to look into that. US dollar looking pretty toppish here, if I'm being quite honest. You have a pseudo double top going back to March 13th of 26, and then again here March 31st of 2026. Both time above that $100 level, now pushing a little bit lower highs and lower lows. Not a ton of exciting economic data today at all, but tomorrow we're going to get Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh. He'll be having his Senate Banking Committee confirmation hearing at 10 a.m. Eastern. I am very excited and overjoyed to be covering that all for you tomorrow. So please stay tuned. I have some infographics to come. In the meantime, we've got a new Fed meeting, April 29th, 2026, 99.5% chance they're not going to cut. So very unlikely we'll get a massive surprise at that meeting. Over to you.
Sharif just told us Trump stating that the ceasefire ends Wednesday evening. You've seen the volatility step into the market. Yeah, be cautious, guys. We tried a little scalp on TSLA, but I was like, you know what? I didn't get in when I wanted to. I had a feeling that this level was going to break 30s all the way down to 13s. Oh, I should have got in. Sure enough, guys, be cautious of these volatility movements. Tesla might put in something. You might see a little bit of a climb higher now, but that ceasefire expiring Wednesday evening. So they got to come with a deal. Let's send it over to Adara.
There's more. They said they're not going to be opening the Strait of Hormuz until the deal is signed. That is what President Trump just said. He said it's highly unlikely he extends the ceasefire with Iran and that we're going to get J.D. Vance leaving for Pakistan later today. That part we already heard. But once again, President Trump saying, quote, highly unlikely I'll extend the ceasefire with Iran. And if that ceasefire is not extended, looks like we're not going to be getting that Strait of Hormuz reopened until the deal gets signed. Back to you.
Well, I think we've just determined which way we are over view. Like, there was on USO, that looks like a pretty clean breakout. As long as it holds on to 121, I guess.
That was a massive
wow,
breakout.
like
Wow.
pretty that was nasty.
That was.
Like, I was just off. That's so silly.
Okay.
Like, it was just starting to hold this consolidation on MSTR. I'm like, okay, look at how it just goes back and forth. The next time it wicks up, we've got the confirmation it's holding under VWAP. We'll just offer in here. The second I'm offering, one headline hits and it breaks down. So it's like ball in your, it is what it is. Like, you're just incredibly lucky if you're already into it. It just flashed the sell signal to me at this point. Yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, if we hold 121 in USO, I'm going back to the shorts. I want MSTR under VWAP. I want Intel where I can't get Intel at VWAP. That's ridiculous. That just broke the low of the day. I might hop back over to silver. It's that time of day. I didn't reverse SLV. Sometimes it makes sense to flip, but if I'm being real about it, if I don't flip into the long, am I more likely to short that top again? Yes. Was it better? Yeah. So sometimes sticking with the original plan, because when you think it's going to be like chop and range bound, you're like, okay, well then flip it at VWAP and scalp it, and then look for the next trade. But the next trade is looking like short underneath VWAP. So if we come back in here, whether I get MSTR or SLV, as long as USO holds 121, that's going to be the key for myself. You know what I just realized? I don't have the what's for lunch button.
I don't have the what's for lunch button.
I have the menu. There was some serious formatting issues going on with the menu.
Sean holding on to that what's for lunch.
No, like I've got the menu, but like I don't know what they're typing. It's just incredibly like ridiculous. I'm trying to figure out what that flag is. I think I know what flag that is.
Which one?
I know what it is.
Let me see. that one?
Yeah,
all day. Yeah.
It's Turkish.
Yeah. For
okay.
Sure.
So I don't have the what's for lunch button, but we got a Turkish flag today.
What we got, donor?
Well, I'm pretty surprised if this is really true, because it's lamb kebabs, which I don't think we've ever had lamb kebabs. I don't think we've ever even had lamb. So I'm happy with it.
But that's.
You don't like lamb, Joey?
Yeah, I love lamb. What do you mean? Come on.
And then garlic grilled tortillas, Middle East roasted vegetables, and a fattoush salad. I don't know.
What's that?
So, I don't know what that is. Sharif just said, "Oh no, not the fattoush." Like he knows what. I don't know what that is. You know what that is?
No.
I don't know what that is. So like I'm not gonna pretend like
That's crazy.
I know what lamb is, and I absolutely love lamb. So I'll be happy with that.
Good thing we have Google.
But this market is tanking like an absolute rock.
Let's see what it is. Yeah, it is moving.
Ooh. What is you cheated? You can't cheat.
Where?
Like that. Oh, and you know what? The vegetarian option, I can't make this up. A Beyond Meat kebab is a vegetarian option.
Did you email, that's what we're getting?
Huh?
It's Beyond Meat kebab?
No, if the vegetarian option is a Beyond Meat kebab.
Okay.
No, we're getting lamb. Don't worry.
All right, yeah, I was about to panic there. Did you
tell me you hate Beyond Meat without telling me?
Did you email Raquel back?
What was I supposed to email her for?
You didn't see it? Come on, bro.
No, I didn't.
Did you?
To what?
That's madness. I didn't wait. No more lunch for you, Neil.
What was I supposed to respond to?
That is very dangerous. I was gonna say.
Oh, the alternative meat options? That? I don't know, whatever. I just eat what comes. Like, I don't get too.
That's crazy. I mean, at
like,
some point at some point we have to hold some form of a standard there, Neil. We can't just eat whatever comes, no? Even though we're thankful for it. I actually remember that one time. Whatever we had, why is Sharif on there?
I sit at my desk, we do the show.
Yeah.
In 3 minutes, I will get up. There'll be a plate wrapped with there'll be a salad, there'll be a protein, there'll be vegetables.
Yeah. No, remember that one time you did come back?
Like, I'll be like, oh, didn't taste great, but I'm eating it every day.
No.
Straight up.
Remember that one time you came back with the Nova Slice?
Oh, it was like once in the last year you've seen me eat out.
People don't forget, my boy.
I'm just saying.
Man. That's crazy. It was like one time at the end of the day. But aside from that, let's get right back
delivered at work, man.
Pardon me?
We're blessed.
Yeah, we are very blessed. We're very thankful. Even though we just give it a hard time, we couldn't be more thankful for lamb. And we get lamb today, which is, that is very big. Guys, market starting to put in some tails here. Yeah, exactly, Assassino. Had some great salmon once again on the weekend, but that doesn't matter. What matters right now is pardon me? Yes, sir. That maple barbecue. Aside from that, guys, the Qs starting to hold these levels. We had that massive volume spike. We had that tank down where we were essentially breaking through some key support levels, and then you had that inverse correlation step right back in with USO starting to rip a little bit higher. So keep an eye out, guys. It's been a weak one. It's been a choppy. We had our couple attempts, and with that being said, I'm in no rush. So if you see some silence on my behalf, that's fine, because I don't personally like it when we got this back and forth between Donald Trump and Iran going on. It's just it's really choppy stuff, in my opinion.
It is one of those types of markets. Like, if I was still in some of the shorts from earlier, it would be a great place, I think, to hold on because of the flush we just saw. But when it comes to entering or like re-entering, like I'm looking at IBIT, it's flashing me the same thing. It's at the lows. Not at 11 o'clock. There's no chance I'd ever punch the low of the day at 10 o'clock. It would have to look so good on multiple time frames, and it doesn't really look that great. It's not a bad level, but I'd still look to get it in front of VWAP. I already showed you guys MSTR. I'm thinking the same thing with that SLV as well. So, oh, now there's the graphic. Well, it's a little bit late. We've already sort of talked about it. There's only 1 minute to go, but appreciated for sure. Intel, if I can get this, that's the one I should be short. It's just so weird. Sometimes that's how the market is. Like, you get this ridiculous topping tail candle early, which messes up the short entry. And then the only trade I have is catching along on Intel when this is one I wanted short. So we'll look for bounces to be able to fade. And I think as long as USO holds on to VWAP in 121, if the big change in USO happened in here, as long as it holds those higher lows, you got to almost be thinking that short. And Gary retired. I love that message. I don't think anybody's even been talking about what day it is today, which is fine. Like, it's not that big of a deal. No, I'm just, what? I'll hit it. It would have been more interesting if this actually happened. MSOS is still green on 420. The problem is there's no catalyst. It broke 420 and did nothing with it, came back under, now it's retaken it's really trying to go. I think the issue is there's probably a lot of people that are trying to will this into existence, and there's absolutely no reason for it to happen. It looks good on the chart. It looks good because of obviously the day that it is, and it looks good because of the price that it's at. There is nothing else happening here in MSOS for it to go. If there was even a small catalyst, I would be looking for this breakout over 420 all day. It's just, what are you supposed to do? There's no reason for this to happen. It's kind of jokes and kind of cool that on obviously 420 day that it happens to be at that price and it happens to look like a potential breakout trade. But the market's not looking too good as we're about to throw you guys over. Again, it turns out that it's just going to be the shock in oil futures down is leading everything lower. And even one of the strongest names out there, like Apple, was leading the way, hasn't even put a green candle in the last hour. From 10 to 11, it's just been straight to the downside. So I'm going to be looking short some pops. That USO 121 is going to have to be it. There's some good scalping today, but I feel like it was a lot of scalp trading. get short, flip long, and play it in both directions. Now that we've made a direction, not in any of the shorts. So we'll have to be patient getting back into them. We've got Joe doing double duty because that's what he does. I mean, Sean will be back from the beach later on this week. Till then, you got the professor, you got Joey options. I'm going to get some lamb. You'll always have it there at the desk. And apparently Rob, too, just chilling out at the desk. Wave to him. Say hi, Rob. There it is. Oh, he gives there he goes. Yeah, there it is. We'll fire it back. I'll be back at noon for the lesson, and I'm going to enjoy that lamb. Treat.
Hopefully it's good.
I kind of have that.
You're about that life, right?
Of course.
Lamb?
Yeah.
We're good to go. Bang. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the midday show. Well, you probably just saw him right there. He's back. It is Joey freaking Options. I'm Sharif. And let's say hello to everybody who's moseying on over into the chat. KC526. I see you got a new picture there, girl. Get it. We got Gorev. We got Mr. Leahy. Rivian Millionaire. You know you beauty. Kalua. Ronaldo. Danish. We got Jabril. We got who else, man? Bark Dahl. Durant Gordon. Rodney Owens. And Hangry Wife. Shout out to JG Grinch. I don't know. I can't read that. Manifest Codes Now. Wyatt. Grant. Kalua. Justin. We got Ja P. Mike P. D. Ryder. Mike, if I ever say your name and I don't do it in that way, I want you to call me out, brother. Because, you know, shout out to Mr. Janky Stock. Howdy, right back at you, baby. Shout out to Funny Ali. We got Henny Wasson. We got Anthony and Sky. I like these couples that use co-accounts.
Like the co-account?
You got co-account with Selena, Joey?
No.
No?
No.
Oh, I'm going to have to tell her about that one.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Black Sheep Trades. 907 Warrior. I love it, man. We got Auspicious Turtle. Who else, man? We got Kirk D. Hinsey, Darwin, the frickin' trader, Wall Street Journal reporting the Justice Department is criminally investigating beef. Stop, Darwin. Stop. They're not investigating beef. Don't take away some of my simple pleasures in life. I like a good steak or two, and I don't want the Pentagon interfering with that, Joey. Let's take a quick look. We're going to let your boy Joey Options set up.
We're set up, brother. We're
already set up?
Yeah, we're good to go, man.
How'd you do it that quick, man? You're making everybody look bad,
Listen,
man.
The thing in life is once you've done something a couple of times, you try to get a little bit better at it, right?
You try to get better. I thought you just wanted to stand still.
No,
I thought you might actually want to go back.
No.
Regress a little bit.
Regression?
You don't wanna
man.
regret. We're talking about regression? Oh, God. Oh, God.
All right, guys.
Oh, God.
Adam James. All right, here we go. We're going to kick things off with a $5 super chat. Wait, you don't like that song?
No, man. I'm not talking about you, man. I'm talking about him.
Okay. Bang, bang, bang. We'll hit this one for our boy Adam James. I got my Stream Deck. Back, so you guys are in trouble. We'll hit that one there. All right, guys. Mosquera or toast. Yes. This one's more bottlers. A lot going on. Chia. A lot of things that I don't know.
Joseph has no idea what you're saying.
What's going on there.
He has no idea about anything you just said there, Adam, but I love it anyway. Mosquera on toast. No, brother. Look, it was a good game. I'm not going to crap on Arsenal, okay? I thought it was pretty competitive. I thought City played a little bit better, but we hit 3 posts, so you guys hit a couple as well. You guys got the better of us that day, and hey, man, now we're our backs against the ropes, and technically you guys have a game in hand, but still 3 points back. We'll see if you guys can finish off. Hopefully we'll get our players back, and we'll be able to string a couple of games in the win column because we haven't been able to, certainly. Right, let's get right down to work.
Let me do my little spiel, then I'll send it, then I'll send it off to you guys. Something that we were talking about earlier today, and we had the expiration cycle over here on the SPY, 0 DTE, so they're going to be expiring today. So we've seen almost 100% increase in implied volatility. We were looking at 9% over more, actually. So implied volatility now kicked up to 19.9% as the market is continuing to slide. Something that we wanted to keep an eye out on. Now, as for Oracle, we don't necessarily need to talk about this, but we haven't mentioned this name very much today. Now, as for the implied volatility, you're going to see an uptick. 0 DT, you have those on NVDA. You can see that there's not much open interest going on, but watch out, 44.3%. We were sitting in the low 30s not too long ago. Now, as for the NASDAQ, the exact same narrative. Lower implied volatility, now starting to see a substantial uptick. That is almost going to triple. We were sitting at 8%. Now we're sitting at 24.1% here on the 0 DTE options. As for the broader picture, we head over to April 24th, 22%. The further you go down in the options chain, the less implied volatility per those derivative contract, okay? So keep an eye out on that. The market's starting to bleed, a little bit more fear stepping in, and the headline sensitivity back in vogue, Sharif, as we have the conflict and the ceasefire with a potential deadline of Wednesday evening. Keep an eye out on some more downside as Tesla's putting in a new low of the day, and the NASDAQ, SPY, Bitcoin's headed there, and AA, I don't know why I have that name up on there, is Alcoa holding up relatively well.
I think that was one from last week.
Yeah,
Probably why you have that
yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was up for last week.
Good call.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's get right down to work. Here's what I'm looking at. It's by no means an exhaustive list of small cap gappers. There's quite a few today. They're not all rocketing up, but there's a lot that's chart patterns deserve our attention. Let's start with the biggest, the baddest of them all on the day. ENVB's up 147%, but as you can see here, we're putting in a bit of a downtrend, man, with the 543 high that was done during right at the implied balance open, right at 9:30. So we make the high of the day, right to basically just to start the day like that. It looks like we're finding a little bit of support here. Funny enough, yes, at 420. I realize it's 420 as well. There's support at 420, give or take. It's a little bit below the volume weighted average price, which is a little bit above the $0.25, say 427 or so. I have post-traumatic stress disorder from taking these breakdown trades long. What I'm talking about is these very, very prolonged lower highs, and then a trend line break like we're seeing right now on ENVB, because my observation in the last few weeks is when I've taken them long, they end up making a lower high. Case in point, basically every single one last week. It doesn't matter. We're going to continue to watch this if it sets up the right way. I'm specifically talking about 5. If it clears that $5 area, I could get long. Now, the reason what I'm talking about here, in case you're not really following along with this specific trade, we get a really, really nice big move up. We make intraday highs, then we get a more prolonged than usual downtrend, and then you get a decided trend line break like we're getting right now. What I'm noticing is it doesn't work its way back into the high of the day. In this case, it'd be 543. What it does is it ends up making a lower high. So in this specific instance, if it was to do that, it could maybe get up to 490, 5, and then it would basically top out there, give or take. Maybe it breaches 5 on a wick basis, loses it on the next subsequent candle, which makes a new area low, okay? Or another lower low, if you're looking on a per candle basis. So ENVB, I'm gonna have to keep this one on the side chart because it's up 153% and looking the best out of the bunch, quite frankly, but I'm gonna be quite selective in how I decide to trade it. Now, looking at the technicals, clearly a seller at 5. I won't be convinced any different. Look at the 9:30 candles all the way to 10 o'clock. That's half an hour of not one closing print on the 5-minute chart above that $5 level on a wick basis only. What does that tell you? That tells you that the shorts and or both, the longs, the profit takers and or the shorts are setting up quite aggressively at that $5 area. Now, not aggressive enough to prevent it from breaching altogether, but aggressive enough to keep it from closing above that level, at least on the 5. So very, very, very interested in trading ENVB, but going to be very selective in how I get in. That's the first one. WLDS, looking pretty good here, up 71 and change. Alas, we are still markedly below that pre-market high, which got at about 360. The official high today is about 294. Now, this is one of those ones as well that is making yet another lower high. Tried to work up into 294 being the best it could do. And here we are breaking 260 again into the 250s. So we're above VWAP. Now, I get into the trade here if we hold this 250 area, which just happens to overlap with the volume weighted average price, and then we breach the high of the day, which is 294, because that would be higher high and then another higher high after that, okay? So that would be, in my opinion, a trend change. But It'll have to get above 294 and or 3 for me to get involved. We got to talk about BlackBerry. Obviously, not a small cap gapper in the strict sense, but trading like one very momentum driven. Let's see if this one can break the downtrend. Right now, it's 4 candles in a row on the 5, uninterrupted in the Ville of red. Let's see if this one holds up at 525, my favorite number, combination of numbers, which is the volume weighted average price. So 525 VWAP on BB. We've talked about those 3. Let's talk about LWLG, a bit more expensive of a name. I want to say about almost 14 bucks, showing 1388. Just got into VWAP, finds a bit of a bottoming tail candle into 13 2/3, and here it is, trying to work back into 14. It'll also have to show me a decided trend change and likely a move above 14 for me to get involved. That's LWLG. Let's go on to Q. Q has been running for a number of days. Let's flip to the 15 because I've been trading this multiple days. Looks like it really got the breakout there on the 7th. That was the day before I came back. And then I probably caught this one on the 10th because I had a great day on the 10th. So this one's been a multi-day runner. And the beautiful thing about CUE is it's not really giving up prior day levels. Like it has days where it consolidates and does, you know, relatively nothing, comparatively speaking, to the prior day. But you look at this trend here, especially looking from early April, late March, this is pretty good, man. Just give you an example from the low of the 6th of April to the highs of today. We're up 383% in the matter of a couple of weeks. So CUE in focus for me. Levels on this one are 72.5 is where VWAP is, so we'll keep tabs on that. FLWS. This is, why isn't this on the, it is. It's up 18 4/5%. It just got into the high of the day, 462 high. This one's a little illiquid. Let me take a quick look here what the spread is on this monster, FLWS. There it is, 1 penny. Okay, it wasn't always that way. It's going from 3 to 4 down to 1, 462 high. So this one is continuing trend. You get into that 4 2/3 and you automatically, you know, get a bias for me that we might be on the way to 5. So FLWS might be money here off key levels. WLDS though, we were talking about this one holding VWAP and breaching that 294.3. It is setting up that way, okay? So I've got my risk calculator up and I'm gonna have to load up the trading screen because here comes 294. So WLDS, let's load this one up on the trading screen. WLDS on the NQ, I believe. Yes, there we go. 1 penny spread. We just got, again, why are you not working? I hate you. WLDS. Okay, on the 5, we just got, I believe, into 293. So we just price spiked up 1 penny below the official high of day. And here we are again into 91s. I'd like to see a decided break of 3. I realize that we're markedly below the 9 a.m. high, which is 360, but this would be a decided trend change and a move above that whole dollar level. That gets me interested into the trade, Joey. It's up 90%, so I know it's going to be on a lot of people's radars. FLWS, WDLS, and BB. Those are the 3 that I'm really interested in at the moment. ENVB, not so much until it changes its tune. What's your look?
Good stuff. All right, guys. So, I mean, is my boy Gorv in the chat, Los Polios? I'm curious what you guys are thinking here. There's some really nice prints off of the lows, but we have to be cautious of days like this where we're headline sensitive. You have the breakdowns, and then you start to form these indecision prints around the low of the day where they just don't work, and each consecutive one gets blown past, making them essentially invalid. So let's keep an eye out on that one. If we head over to the lower time frame, on mine, it's not necessarily what we want to see. There was something on the 1 minute, but I was like, okay, is this a genuine print or is it essentially invalid? And that's been the case. Even though you're finding somewhat of a rebound, you can see that there's very minimal buying pressure stepping into the market right now. I think the narrative is going to be the continuation to the short side, especially considering we have USO continuing to somewhat climb, right? So it's just buy the dips essentially on this one. Not the most liquid, but on the 5-minute time frame, we had that massive volatility spike. And then now we haven't really broke down from those levels. If we can hold this and hold structure, you're now forming that consolidative base where you've had somewhat of a liquidity grab, nothing substantial, but then buyers step in immediately. Inverse correlation, you have the upticks in USO, and then you have the downtick here in the TQQQs. Am I hearing a dare? Am I logged in? Yeah, I'm logged in. All right, anyways, aside from that, guys, be cautious on today. For me, I'm sitting on my hands. We took a couple of hits this morning, and with that being said, I have to be extremely patient and precise, most importantly, with my up-and-coming decisions. Joe just watched dispersion, Apple and NVIDIA up, Microsoft down. Yeah, way to point that out. We can head over through the big names as we typically do. We can head back into the options chain momentarily. But as for NVDA to the downside, if you're going to go long anyone, I think it's this off of the lows. NVDA 198. We were high of 201 not too long ago. Holding up that level. Apple back below the volume weighted average price. Google to the downside, same thing. So we have multiple prints across the board. And I mean, hindsight going to be 2020. It's either it's going to work really, really well or it's not going to work at all. But across the Mag 7, we have identical price action prints.
Sorry, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have to put it in order.
No problem. I can ramble on for a little bit more. But if I'm going to go long any specific name, I would be a little bit more patient. That base is being formed, but what we don't want is a shelf that doesn't look healthy. Now, we have that 198.31 holding up on the 5-minute, a good signal. Now, if we have one more additional pullback, we hold those lows, then maybe we can find somewhat of a grind. But I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. If I'm that hesitant, and if it's not that clear for me, then it's just like hands off, risk off essentially. Friday, we were risk on when we had that. We had the new step in. Today, not necessarily the case for me, so I have no issues with not putting on anything just yet.
All right, brother. We're in BlackBerry here, guys. We got 39s, showing 43s. I'm looking for another attempt at 550. 1R for me is going to be 49. But that's a little too close to the $0.50, so I'll take it out at 48. 2R goes into 59, so we'll see exactly how this cookie crumbles. I'm still quite interested in working into WLDS. Bottoming tail candle getting defended now off 275, and we're starting to see a possible ascending wedge pattern manifest here on WLDS, right? We've got this flat top, 294. We know it's generally going to be the 290 to $3 area that's going to be resistance. Pardon me, closing prints below 290. Wicks go into the mid 290s. And here we are again. There's an epic struggle happening right now between longs and shorts at this level. I'm talking about high 80s, low 90s right now on, what's this one called? WLDS. Looking for, let's liquidity tester here on the berry. Good, all right. We're doing good here. Up into 545 is the berry, nicely in the money on BlackBerry. Good look there. But there goes WLDS coming again down into the 70s, 80s. Unsure. Here comes. That was just another high day touch there. That's a breach of the high of the day by WLDS. That just got into 298. That's an aggressive price spike up at around 3. That breaches prior bar high. Prior bar high on WLDS, but no follow through. Look at it drop right back down into the 70s. So this one is going to need a little bit more. I'm not going to be dealing with this volatility of getting it into the 90s and having it drop into the 70s on me. No, thank you. It's going to have to clear 3. I'm going to need to see an aggressive buyer blowing through those levels before I get involved. I didn't. No, Assassino, I didn't. I appreciate it, brother. Assassino, always doing it live. Let's go right here.
Oh, we go. Oh, we did.
We're gonna have to read this one again, Assassino.
Read it again, man.
All right. Goodness gracious. Adam James abroad. Again, Haaland. Yeah, all right, bro. All right, bro. Yeah, that was a good goal. I give him that. That was a good goal. He fought off Gabriel. He was the stronger guy on that particular incident. He turned and shot. It was a great goal. He's a great goal scorer. I think he's one of the best players probably to put on the Man City shirt. Come at me if you will. I think he's better than Balotelli. I think he's better than Kun Aguero. I just think he is. He's bigger. He's taller. He's faster. He's more vicious.
Yeah.
I think Kun Aguero is probably a bit more technically gifted.
Yeah.
But I don't think...
Balotelli was my guy back in the day.
Well, Balotelli, he's a wild card of a player. You can't rely on him.
Yeah.
You can't rely
He's not that consistent.
No.
It's like him and Didier Drogba Those were my two guys. That's who I.
EDA?
Yeah.
EDA is one of the OGs. He's one of the best African players to ever put on a Premier League shirt.
Drogba, right?
He's from Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast.
Yeah.
A hell of a player. A hell of a player.
There
goes BlackBerry into 48s. We wet the beak. We're waiting for the cross here into 49s. That's going to be 1R for me. We're really holding, I want to say, like 90% of the trade. I'm just taking stuff out here because there's something to do. I'm looking for the 48s, though. If it gets into 48s and crosses, I print on 1R. It's a 49 penny high, so I do expect there to be resistance. And here's 48. We got a cross here for me to get the print. They're selling. There's big selling here at 48. Let's see if the buyers can take off some of these sell orders here on the exchange. No continuation yet. You in the berry?
No, sure.
Go ahead.
Something's going on in the market once again. We might have a little bit, some headline coming in momentarily.
State Department official.
There you go.
Yeah.
You have it?
We'll probably go to Idera.
Okay.
We'll probably go to Idera, yeah.
I do have a headline here. It looks like U.S. is going to be hosting talks between Israel and Lebanon on April 23rd. That's being reported by Axios and also coming from a State Department official. This will be a second round ambassador-level talk specifically here at the State Department of the U.S. Apparently, this will be continuing that engagement that we had last week on the 14th of April, so last Tuesday. They're going to be continuing to facilitate direct good faith discussions. So again, Israel-Lebanon, second round of negotiations here reportedly happening on April 23rd. So that would be this Thursday, as being announced by the U.S. as reported by Axios. Back to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I was doing a little research there on your friend Bloom Energy, Joey, because I was like, should I be cashing a little bit, or what's the situation? No, but I want to get serious here. So this latest move up kind of has nothing to do with their fuel cell technology. You know what they're doing?
What is it?
They're putting out these nat gas generators. Nothing to do with hydrogen fuel cells, which was kind of their moat, right?
Oh, okay.
They're just putting out these generators that are super low polluting, so like not like the Memphis style XAI generators that Elon's getting sued by the NAACP for, but it's nothing to do with what their focus is, so totally disruptible. In any event, they're like super low polluting generators used by data centers. It's like, again, what we talked about, bring your own power kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's kind
But that's good though, right? Like, I mean, if you look at it, but hey, why? It's diversification essentially, right? If you can establish something and it's a high margin product, something good that works for them. I know.
Defensible though? Because anybody and their mother can come in with these generators and,
well, I don't know if anybody and their mother could.
You know what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, but I mean, if it adds more to their moat, as you would say, I think it's not too bad.
WLDS breakout into 324 high. Can we defend 3 here? So WLDS is on its horse. Where this one goes, I don't know. Current bar low takes us all the way down into 270s. I despise that. So if we were to give it to like 288, let's see what we can get here. Do we get a hold at this level? I'm going to give it to 3, okay? So we've breached 3. Let's go ahead, give this one the old college try. We're in at 312s. It's a 324 high. If we lose 3, then I'm out. I'm going to have to give this one an opportunity here. Down we go into 297s. Where is my position on this one? There we go. Let's throw out the orders. So I'm going to give it to the mid-290s here because there's a lot of volatility that just price spiked up. I'm generally looking for a hold of 3. So we're in at 12. We're out of the money. It's a 324 high. Let's see if this one can continue up, Joey. We're still below the pre-market high, but we got an aggressive breakout there. WLDS in focus.
Yeah, I mean, there it goes, right? Like when we talk about seeing something across the board, you have a couple headlines making this market right back to where it was 3 weeks or a month ago or so now. As for SPY, right back into VWAP, we have NVDA doing the exact same thing, and then you have the inverse correlation coming into full effect with USO right back into this specific indicator. AMD starting to get a little bit of a bounce, same thing with Tesla. So you had to be patient. I have no worries. I'm not frustrated. I feel no FOMO, but it would have been nice to get involved off of that low for this move. Now, I just don't know if we have enough strength in order for us to break and hold. Downtrend has been broken. right? Like just barely, so that's not too bad of a look. Retest and a hold. But if it gets too aggressive and the retest is too aggressive in what we've seen earlier in the day here on Tesla, so right around this area, you get that climb, and then sure enough, you have 4 or 5 minutes of just essentially grinding higher, engulfed by one 1 minute candle. And then you're right back to the downside, and then you establish some new lows of the days, but a nice bounce off of there. I wouldn't be surprised if we reject the VWAP 59.93. That's also going to come in as a key support level. So if you run into that area, you see some indecision prints on the lower time frame where you can get into a little bit more detail and get that slow curl over. Maybe you'll have some form of a continuation. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the narrative, because we have USO moving lower and the SPY TQ is coming in on that inverse correlation, with AMD looking like it wants to head back in towards VWAP as well. Quite a ways away, 79, that's $4 or so from where we're currently trading, but the ATR is just really grown on this one over the past month. But I see you got something on WLDS.
Yeah, it's going, Joey, but it's still not above the official day high, 324. Scalping out. 1 hour for me takes me to 336. They're selling at the $0.25. Popping into the low 20s here, but no continuation on the new 5-minute candle above prior bar high. So it's going to be a 3 1/4 resistance right now on WLDS, up 110%. I'm in at 12s. I've taken a little bit out here just because of the volatility of the name, but I'm definitely looking for that 336. Of course, before we start looking at the third of a dollar, we got to get through the quarter. And right now we're in the low teens. So, pardon me. So nothing to celebrate yet. I did get a couple of beak wetters, but nothing to write home about. I'm holding BlackBerry here, and I'm still holding a good position, despite the fact that this is rejecting again at the $0.50. That gets me out a little bit, because I don't want to deal with that kind of rejection. Back to WLDS, coming back into single digits here. It looks like it might lose 3. So I've given it to the 90s because I didn't want to get stop hunted. Also, you can kind of see where the buying was, right? The selling, that is, was around, I want to say 290. The wicks went into the mid 90s. Pardon me. And then we got the big price spike up above that $3 area. $3 showing up again, aggressive buying and selling at these levels, and there we go. I get stopped out for the last remaining amount, so we will give back a little bit on that one. Got to do it. All the way right back down, though, into this level. This is the buy level here, though. We're going to get in here, and we're going to give it to the mid-60s, because this is the same level off which it keeps finding support, and I don't want to miss this one. So there we go. We're going to give that one a little bit of room. WLDS, we got 78s, looking for a price spike up, selling in the mid 80s here. Let's give this one at least to the high 90s. Let's see if we can get bought up quite aggressively. There's a lot of selling at this level, but there's also a lot of buying. Anything in this high 60s ends the trade for me. I'm trying to hold up here at the 10 EMA, but this one's aggressively selling. What did we get? We got 78, so we're not that far out of the money. In fact, we're kind of break even at the moment, but they're selling. There's a lot of selling at this level, and there's really no buying. Look at the amount of size coming in on the ask side of the level 2. So even though this is an area of support, the buyers are not stepping in, at least for now, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Now, guys, let's head right back in. I know my boy Top VoIP saying, hey, Joe, what about ARM? ARM pretty strong today. And then we have my guy Darius as well. Don't worry, I see what you guys say in the chat. We'll take a look at it. Yeah, I mean, Apple was strong, and it's a pretty good pattern, right? This is textbook for an ABCD, essentially. So right out of the open, you have this consolidation, taps right into the volume-weighted average price, but all that indecision on this breadth, and then you take that additional leg higher is a pretty good look. I mean, hindsight being 20/20 at the end of the day, but nonetheless, still holding up with the market at its lows up the day, and you have this holding up the opening range open is pretty good. All right. Now, as for ARM holdings, we could take AMR. We want ARM. Take my strong arm. Aside from that, like new high of the day here in ARM. But I'm pretty sure like the majority of this is held by SoftBank. So I don't know, as for if they want to move the name, essentially, what is the percentage of the float that is held by SoftBank? Nonetheless, it doesn't matter.
80 something.
Yeah, like 85%. Yeah. So it's the majority of it is institutionally held, which kind of sways me away from it. But hey, oh well, that could be a good teller, Adara.
So you look here at BTC. Bitcoin is going to be on watch here once again. And it's interesting. We are still kind of in that uptrend, both like, you know, the original uptrend from these lows we made in February, 6th, I believe. But then also, even if we were going to say we have like a trend line or whatever, speed line, starting from that low on March 29th, either way, we're still holding these higher highs, higher lows on BTC. Now, we pulled back pretty sharply this weekend to the point where even though Bitcoin was up on the day, we still had these crypto names that were actually down pre-market. Now that looks like they are mostly rebounding. And Bitcoin also getting a big purchase here from MicroStrategy, or now known as Strategy, with Michael Saylor buying 34,164 Bitcoin for $2.5 billion. Their holdings now surpass 815,000 Bitcoin. Now, for context, MSTR had roughly just over 400,000 Bitcoin going back to end of 2024. So in like a year and a half, they've amassed roughly 400,000 Bitcoin, nearly doubling their stack. So again, we're just shy of 1 million Bitcoin right now being held by MSTR. So interesting look there. Something I think certainly worth noting. Bitcoin actually could be on watch tomorrow with Kevin Warsh's confirmation hearing for the Fed chair position. If you're not aware, he's actually into crypto, and he apparently at one point actually advocated, I believe in 2018, for the Fed and the central bank to work on its own cryptocurrency. So interesting look there. The point is, crypto is certainly something that could come up potentially tomorrow. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. No, as for the crypto space, guys, I mean, I was talking about this earlier this morning in IBIT. Even though we were up 17% off of those lows, I would have liked to see a little bit more strength. I mean, how identical is this pattern to what we're experiencing right now? You have a trend line break, essentially. If we were to draw that, so say we had all that incomplete data from there to there, you have that trend line break, and then sure enough, it's like, oh yeah, okay, whatever, rug pull, breaks through the support level. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case now, but I would have liked to see some stronger days within Bitcoin or via IBIT. Just hasn't been the case whatsoever. Now, 10 euros. Beyond Meat is on the way to $1 and maybe more. Squeeze potential, what's your opinion? Yeah, I'll just be honest with you. I don't love these meme style plays. I think this company's gonna be delisted at some point. Here it is to the downside unless they continuously reverse split. You have that trend line break. It is continuing to climb, but nonetheless, volume there. I don't know how much I love it, to be honest with you. If you're prepared, and I just don't think it's an investment vehicle, but if you want to day trade it, but I wouldn't be holding on to it for very long. I don't know how you feel about that, Sharif.
All right, price target for BlackBerry. I'm looking for, so my 2R is going to be 559, 3R 69. So next profit taker in the high 50s. Should we be able to breach 550? That's the official high day that we just made, 550 on BB. I did get stopped out for a second time on WLDS as this one didn't hold up. So we go negative on WLDS here. Now, it's basically trying to hold up at the 75 penny area. I don't think this is for me because, well, it's not respecting prior areas of support and resistance. So I can't give this one forever and ever more. There's going to have to be a price level I say, well, it's got to hold up above here, otherwise I got to get out, and that level is not being respected. So got to look for something else if it's not going to work in my way today, at least with the way that I trade. Maybe the way you trade, it fits fine for. I was looking at LWLG for a move above 14, but this looks like it's setting up short. Poet is right back into 9, and Poet could be a good setup as well, especially if you can get above and hold above 9. Breaches VWAP, but it's kind of, I don't know, I guess this kind of long call here was sort of foreshadowed by this at a bottoming tail candle. Let's call it doji candle, the one that closed at 11:05, because since that time it's been all highs that are printing. CADL and FLWS remain in focus. So does Q. And yeah, those are the ones. ENVB is going to lose its spot on the side chart momentarily as this one is setting up for a flat bottom break. Neil, when you have a moment, how much would shorts on ENVB cost me? I suspect that they're going to be a little bit expensive because this thing's up 128%, but it's looking awfully flat bottom breakish. There goes BlackBerry into another area high. 552, that is the high of the day. We're going to take off very little amount. I'm saving the majority of it for 2R, which is 559. High is 552 now. So definitely keeping in that. There's 553, Joey. So we're stair-stepping up, and 4 shows like it could be on the way pretty soon as the size is getting taken off pretty aggressively on the ask side of the level 2 at 53. So that is a look there. Big E says WLDS as long as it holds 250. It's bullish. I'm long 68. Shout out to you, Big E, man. Big E's printing storms on that side of the screen in at the penny level. He's in at 68, so clearly you were in much more before today, because I think the closing print on Friday was like $1.50. So couldn't have been from this morning. But WLDS, I see what you're saying, brother. You're absolutely not wrong. Volume weighted average price is right around that, I want to say, low 260 area. So as long as it's above VWAP, it's got my attention. But for now, it's not setting up in the way that I like. So, and there goes Poet. Poet's above 9. So let's get right down to work here. Let's see what Poet looking like on the time and sales. Got a 1 penny spread, and as I just pull it up, starts failing 9. Good job, Poet. Good job. I'm going to continue to watch here, Joey, because if this stays above 9, then I could be an interested buyer. If it doesn't, if it loses 9, especially if the volume starts coming in quite nicely here and buoys it above 9, then I'm definitely game. Niraj, what are your thoughts on TOVX? Say less, Niraj. Load it up here, Joey.
Pull it up.
Pull up. TOVX. So, TOVX. What is this thing? Theriva, Biologics. Okay, cool. Biologics are pretty cool. $20 million market cap. Today, it's traded a light, and not so big on the day, 442 million shares. So I did see this one. It had a big move in the aftermarket on Friday. What I like about this chart, Niraj, is that it hasn't given up the Friday move. It's not at the highs, right? But it is not giving up the ghost either. And that's pretty bullish in my opinion, especially with these smaller names. Now, what I do see is a failed attempt here of the volume weighted average price, right? There's the double top, 1040, 1045, gets into 49 pennies, it loses trend. Fine, it loses trend, but it doesn't make an area low. It is a higher low, however you want to square this circle. So Niraj, I like this above the double top, even ideally a closing print above 50 probably weasels me into this trade. To take out that staunchy seller who's selling up a storm at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., by the way, yes, that 6 a.m. candle right there, the one that I'm pointing at 5:55 to be exact, 8.1 million shares traded hands at like 5 to 6 a.m. this morning. So there's ample amount of volume in the pre-market here. So we need to respect these levels because there could be big buyers and or sellers at that level. So that's what I'll be keeping my focus on. But there, Poet is breaking through 9. Poet is up into 915, 910. Let's keep an eye out on this one. It's got a 1025 candle that rejected at 921. Let's see what this one's got, Joey.
Yeah, it's a good look there on Poet, Sharif. I like that. We had a little bit of a rejection here at the volume weighted average price. But one thing that we have to take into factor is that USO is moving towards the high, and I don't know how much we're going to climb higher with the TQs, right? We're looking at that inverse play. Now, with this going higher, we haven't broken down, so is there somewhat of a lag going on? I think that's going to be the case. We couldn't breach it here on NVDA. With that being said, I need a lot more data in order for me to get involved in another trade. I want to see what's going to happen for the next little bit. We'll have some more 5-minute prints established, and then we can make a decision based off of that. So we'll continuously hold off, looking for that sell a little bit more selling pressure here in SPY and TQQs. Adara.
Yeah, we have some comments coming through from the president of Iran, that's Pezeshkian, saying that, quote, honoring commitments is the basis of meaningful dialogue. Deep historical mistrust in Iran exists towards the U.S. Government's conduct. And in addition to that, they also have some unconstructive, in their opinion, and contradictory signals from American officials. So they're basically saying this carries, quote, a bitter message, which is that the U.S. seeks Iran's surrender. However, Iranians do not submit to force. So basically, Iran saying the U.S. wants us to surrender. There's a lot of distrust towards, I guess, Iran from the U.S. and from the U.S. towards Iran, et cetera, just saying that, yeah, like, we're not going to surrender to force. Things remain tense here, I guess, on both sides of this conflict. I just wanted to provide that update because I'm seeing that headline circulate from a couple of minutes ago. Looks like an X post from the president of Iran. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of odd here as you see that we're almost right back at the high of the day in USO and we're still holding up, and with the market starting to uptick as well, too. You have NVDL, we've been talking about this one, heading towards VWAP, and then we have USO here doing the exact same thing. So just be cautious. I mean, why are we on USOI? What is that? we've got the AMAX there. So I mean, there it is, right? Like it's still positive on the day, 5.25%. But the market still holding on as well. So I mean, it's a bit trickier of one, and I typically expect this when you have these headlines stepping in all the time within the overall market. For me, it's just like, all right, what am I going to wait for? There's going to be a volatility spike. I'm going to give it less than another 40 minutes before we get a tweet or a headline that puts some more volume into this market. And with that being said, let's see if we can base a trade off of that.
Good job, Joey. In Poet here, POET, looking for a move back into the quarter dollar. What do we have? We have 7s. Let's see if liquidity tester at 10s, just to see what kind of resistance we got at 9s and 10s. There's 10. It's got to cross, though, for me to get the print. No continuation on Poet, at least for now. Volume dropping off a little bit. We haven't breached prior bar high, which takes us to 914.5. Yeah, so this one looks like it's a bit of a tougher trade as well. But BlackBerry doing quite well. BlackBerry's trending pretty aggressively. I don't want to take out the position here because I feel like we could have more upside, especially if we've cleared the $0.50. I feel like if we've cleared the $0.50 quite decisively, we could see the whole dollar by end of day. I'm talking about 6. So let's see what we get. John is talking about RKT. He says it's pumping. Good look, John, into 1680 RKT. Let me just see if I can, you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to revamp my layout so that I've got one of these charts here that I can just refer to, because what I end up doing is I start doing TA for the chat, and then I lose my technicals, my entry on the names that I'm looking for. So that I don't want to happen more often than it's already happening. RKT up 1%, John, not a bad look. 1680 general area high. Keep your eye out on that. There goes BlackBerry, man, into 57s. That's a new high of day. How's Poet doing? It looks like it's going to fail 9. So that looks like a topping tail candle that's breached 9. It closed above 9, and here it is. We're going to breach prior bar low. That's super frustrating. So we're going to get stopped out if it loses 896. If it holds up at this current candle low, we won't get stopped out. But that is a little annoying, Poet, especially since we had that view on VWAP earlier on, but we didn't take it, sadly. FLWS also coming into the 10 EMA on the 5, which could be a buy here at 455, Joe.
All right, good stuff. So there's a couple of things that I'm going to touch on. I see Oleg, we'll go over that because it's a little bit more quicker. And then Digger Dave was asking us something in the chat that I believe that we're going to touch on momentarily. So let's head over to Netflix. What I've seen is like, yeah, but the real question is how deep is this pullback going to be? Right? I mean, obviously that's something outstanding when you consistently, and trading is based off of incomplete information. What we have here essentially is a bottoming signal. Is the volume where we want it to be? Not necessarily, but there is some buying pressure continuously stepping in. Am I buying it all the way up here off of that indecision print, essentially your signal, your green light to go? No. I would wait for a pullback in it for it to hold some key levels, okay? So that's what I'm thinking here on Netflix. Now, Digger Dave asking us essentially, hey, I want to learn a little bit more about the level 2 in the tape. We can touch on that momentarily. Now, I want us to, what is really important, and there's a couple examples throughout last week in which I noticed something, and it takes some time. I think learning the tape is one of the skills that takes the longest within trading, and something that it's like, when are you paying attention to it? Because a lot of it is noise. A lot of people call it the matrix, right? So the key thing about the time of sales is looking at it at key levels and at key moments. You have volatility spikes, so opening drives, volatility spikes, and then the imbalance, right? So those are some key times, but I also want you to focus on it, and I use this example, and which really helped me is go back. If you have a tool where you can go back and watch some old data via the tape and watch something that is extremely strong out of the open, keep your eyes on the time of sales, and then watch something that is extremely weak on the open, keep your eye on the time and sales, and then watch something that moves sideways for about 45 minutes, okay? And that's gonna help you identify some signals of strength and when buyers and sellers are actually stepping in. There was a prime example of Palantir last week when Neil and I were both short and it wasn't breaking down. I got out of my short position and that allowed me to step in and participate with a buyer who just continuously kept stepping in. And how did I identify that outside of price action? Was the time of sales, okay? So that's what I really did, is just continuous hours. If there's anything that takes the longest amount of time to really hone in, I think it's just the tape, because there's so much of it that is essentially noise and we classify as the matrix, okay? Aside from that, hopefully that helps you out, and that's what really helped me out. See, now we'll go over this example. You see that strong uptick, and you can see everything. So at the ask and above the ask is starting to come into play. And that's when you look for signs of strength. And if you see, we hadn't, so for example, if we run into this 122.15 level and we see sellers step in on the tape at the bid and below the bid right away, then you can classify that and look at it as some form of defense, okay? And if it continuously happens and you notice a resistance zone or a support level in which the support level you see the opposite of what I was just referring to, then you can break through some, then that's when you look, hey, we have a buyer who's continuously stepping in at this zone. Let's post up, let's see if we can get involved in that area and then take the potential trade. But for me personally, there's a time and a place for, like most things in life, for when you really, really want to focus on the tape.
Get it, man. Shout out to Legend League. All right. BlackBerry into another high of day, 558 now. And this one, let's see, man. Let's see if this one works into the, well, we have to look at the $0.75 before we can start talking about the whole dollar. But good move up, still holding some shares, looking for the continuation on BlackBerry, up almost 15% now, 14 3/4, 14 4/5. It goes back and forth. New trade in at FLWS, looking for a hold up here at the 10 EMA on the 5. Last time around, we did hold up at the 10 EMA. I've given it to a little bit below the $0.50. High of the day is 71 pennies on FLWS. It's not a volume king, but for whatever reason, the spread is pretty tight on this one. 1 penny, 2 pennies at the most, despite the fact that it's only done about 1.8 million shares on the day. There goes BlackBerry into 560. Good look on the berry here, man. Let's see if where we're going to take some out. I'm going to post a little bit here at the third, a little bit less than third, 2/3 of a dollar, excuse me. So that's what I'm looking at there. And there goes FLWS, Joey. Finally, freaking hell. Freaking. All right, there we go. Let's take some out there. Good. We took out our 1R pretty quickly. 1R for me on FLWS was 69. It popped up in the 70. It's not above the high of the day. That's 72 pennies. Looking for continuation. Still holding here. 2R for me, 79. Let's go ahead and post. 4.79 in case we do get up there on FLWS. Look, again, not the volume king. Certainly not. Still below 2 million shares, 1.91 million. But holding technically, I mean, I don't mean technically like in the way that people talk. I mean, it's holding up well on technicals. And this is kind of what I mean by that. That green line will always be the 10 EMA on the 5 on my charts, especially the black ones, and definitely looking for that level to hold up. So FLWS in focus.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't even know what it means, man.
I explained to you what bottling means last week. I very much, oh, I didn't even have any of this, bro. Keep it down, Ram. Bottling is like screwing up in British parlance. Like when you bottle something means you screwed it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So he's asking, Joe, did Sharif bring a water? I hate you, Adam, man. I hate this guy, bro. Like, how do we block this guy? I like him, though. That's the thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Can't block him.
You can't block him. Well, he hasn't done anything, number one. Number two, I actually like the guy. Number three, I follow him on the gram, so I'm constantly seeing what this guy's doing.
Yeah.
Shout out to Adam. He's making me chuckle. BlackBerry into another high of day. 561. We're waiting at 63 just to test the water there. Arsenal bottle of tears. I hate you guys. Oh, man. I knew that this was going to be the case today. I didn't even want to come into work, man. I'm like, no. Maybe I'll come in like on a less hotly contested day, I guess. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Continuing to watch here, Joey. FLWS, good look. Looking for the move above the high of day. We still haven't got that. There's a high of day. We're in at 72. We're looking for continuation now. This one has a tendency, Fabian, to price spike up pretty aggressively. It did that where between 60 to 70. Now we're at the high of the day. We know that we held up here last time because, well, that's the high of the day. They're certainly selling here. We can't shake the sellers at 72. Continuing to watch. Nothing 73 related has come up on the time and sales on the left. So we're waiting for that move. I'm looking at wetting the beak at 79, Joey. That's too far for me.
Good stuff. I like hearing that, brother. FLWS working out for you. Grant, no, we're not, brother. Again, I just noticed, so just going through my stats over the past couple of months since the conflict started, it's just like, all right, if this stuff goes on, then it's just for me sit on the hands for a little bit, wait for a high quality opportunity, and then we can take advantage of that as the market is slowly curling over. You have that bounce right into VWAP, and then you're starting to reject, but there's nothing that I see. It's like, okay, this is a good time to get involved. Hindsight being 2020, but then you're also at risk just due to the fact that a headline steps in and then off to the races you go, and next thing you know, you're going to test the pre-market high and the high of the day. But I don't think that's going to be the narrative on today's session. We've had multiple updates. We can unfortunately just go up all the time. Netflix holding up here though. I like this. So someone was talking about this not too long ago.
You like that exchange that I sent you there, Joey? This guy responds back, I like Josh Hawley. I'm like, I'm not sending you this for Josh Hawley.
Yeah, but brother,
like, I was sending it to you for the Netflix thing.
Yeah, I know, but I still like what he's getting at.
So,
you know
so do I.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And I like Josh Hawley because he presses.
Presses hard.
Hard, man. Hard. I like Josh Hawley. All right, DJ, how old is Joe today? Okay, his age was off last Friday by a wide margin.
I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Why are you laughing, Ram? Do you understand what the joke is?
Yeah, exactly. I don't even understand what's going on. Like, at the end of the day, I don't think I'm going to say the wrong age, essentially. Okay, well, let me put it to you this way,
Go ahead, Joey.
Because Joe said
I'm 3 days older than what I was the last time we mentioned it, so, or 4 days older, so, right?
Say that one more time.
I'm 4 days older than when we were talking about my age.
Yes,
right?
That's a fact.
So,
but Ram said it has something to do with Snapchat, Joey.
Oh, why? Because I was 3 years off of when I had Snapchat?
So Joey said he had.
Fact check me. I was like, yeah, I was
let
like
me talk,
16,
Joe.
17 when I had it.
Yo, you're
and
interrupting
like,
Ram, bro.
I can't even hear her.
That's your fault.
That's a very dangerous.
I can't even hear her. What's she saying? I still can't hear you. No,
everything is happening all at once here. There goes FLWS into the area high. I wet the beak. We're still holding out for 2R at 79, but FLWS is on its horse here, and it could see 5, right? You get into that $0.75, you know, you dally with it, dilly-dally a little bit there, Joey, and then all of a sudden, you find yourself at that whole dollar level. So put out those profit takers, because you don't know if it's going to be there at any in any one area for a prolonged period of time. So put out those profit takers. Showtime, cut the crap.
What's Showtime?
Yeah. He's talking to you, Joey.
Yeah, I know he's talking to you. Giving me a hit, man.
Right? Because
why? Because it was like how many years ago I got this stuff? Like, you were, come on, man. I was in a variance, like a little bit of a wide range. That's what happens when you get a little bit older, man. It's like
that,
plus minus 4 or 5 years, right?
Plus or minus 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Bro, what are you talking about here?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, man,
like,
I'm not as plus
accurate.
or minus 6 months is as much as we're going to give you.
Something that happened like literally 15 years ago.
Yeah, you can't say 4 or 5 years, 15 years. That's like half a decade.
That's a third.
That's like half of the decade right there. We're not going to be able to accept that.
Okay, that's fair, man. That's fair. If you can't accept it, that's it. Hold on, go. What's going there? Hold on, let me talk about something quick. You all right? Netflix? There's Netflix. I'm not even going to read the comments right now. 93.89, Netflix is holding up. Maybe we can find a potential long. We are quite extended from the volume-weighted average price. Let's get into a little bit more detail here. Oh, I like this. If this holds up, maybe we can find a potential position here on NFLX.
There goes BlackBerry again into another area high, well, high of day. 563. We're looking for a little bit more here on the berry. It's looking real good, but let's be honest about it. We get into these levels, we can't start taking out levels willy-nilly here because we're kind of in no man's land. I need to see a $0.75 rejection to say, let me take out the position here, or if we clear the $0.75 and clear it quite decisively, I'm looking for that whole dollar. Just looking at some different headlines coming in, nothing big there. Continuing to watch, and there goes FLWS, Joe. It missed my out by 1 penny, 477 high. I'm waiting at 488. What do we have on this thing? 58. Not bad. I'm going to be looking for a little bit more here, man. If FLWS pulls back in, as it did last time, into the 10 EMA and holds, I'm going to add into the position, okay? So that's what I'm looking at there. Casey keeps saying ENVB, and she's absolutely right. Shout out to Casey, 526. Guys, ENVB is making another move. Here it is. This is the double, you could even argue a triple top here, from the 11 o'clock candle to the loss of the level at 11:10, so 3 5-minute candles. The highest print of those three goes to 66. Here we are at 59. We're holding VWAP. I looked over to the Neil to find out how much this is going to cost me, and it was like way more than I wanted to spend. I'm a pretty frugal guy. So 466 area high, current bar high though, 59. We clear this level, then we could squeeze into 5. But take a gander at what we did at 5. From 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m., there was no closing print above $5. There was wicks, but there was no closing print. That has to mean something to you, okay? Why did it do that? What's setting up there that caused it to do that? All these topping tail candles. Well, to me, it means one thing and one thing only, that the sellers were just as convicted in their position, in their trade, as the longs were, and they prevented this one from closing above 5. That's what that means to me, and that means that we need to decisively clear some of the sellers there before I'd feel comfortable taking this pretty aggressively above 5. QCUE, almost back into the high of the day. This one is not great on volume, just got to be straight up with you, but the spread right now is less than a penny, okay? It's about 8/7 of a penny, okay? 7/8, excuse me, of a penny. 84.92 high. It looks like we're right about to get into that high of the day again. That's CUE. Good look there. Looking for FWS, and there is 2R Joe on FLWS into 79. That's at the high of the day. We're looking now for 5 on FLWS. Pack your patience. And the 10 EMA on the 5, by the way, is now in the mid-60s. So should we drop, that is something you could consider, whether or not to get in more at the 10 EMA on the 5 on FLWS. What are you thinking about, brother?
Listen to what Mr. Leahy has got to say here. Just keeping an eye on the chat and seeing what everybody's up to. Nonetheless, guys, there is a little bit of a rebound. Netflix is bouncing. I got my eye on some small cap names, but just the way that we're kind of churning around and just essentially just below the volume weighted average price, I don't find anything overly attractive. There is some pullbacks here that, I mean, if we don't take, they probably will end up working out, unfortunately. But as for the NASDAQ, we can play the break of this pivot low. Nice indecision print off of this level. You have the VWAP rejection, and then sure enough, you come right into this 57.35 level. Let's hold up there and see what we got. But there is still some selling pressure stepping in, and I think that has to be taken into consideration to see if we're continuing. Who is it, Adam James?
Put it up, Assassino.
What's this guy
Put
doing,
it up, man. This guy is too much. Look at this, Joey. Look at this, Joey. New poll.
Wow.
Which team has more of a chance of ever winning a title again before we are all dead? 1, that's bleak, bro. 1, Arsenal FC, or 2, the Toronto Maple Leafs. I'm going to go ahead and say Arsenal, man, because I don't think we've bottled it quite yet. We're tied on points with you, if assuming you win the game in hand that you have, right? We're going to get a lot of players back. I think Saka's coming back pretty soon. I think Jurrien Timber's coming back pretty soon. We're not going to see Mikel Mourinho before the end of the year. I think Calafiore is also back. So that Hinakapié mascara concoction that they've been playing for whatever reason can take a backseat.
Are you ready for my spiel on the Toronto
You're going to
Maple
go
Leafs?
ahead and say any team but the Toronto Maple Leafs. I know that because you're pretty emotional person when it comes to them. You've been hurt too many times.
Way
right?
too many times,
Way too
man.
many times.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, no,
Like that,
it's important. No, in all
That
reality,
girlfriend in university you always went back to, even though you probably shouldn't have.
no, I can't say that happened,
No?
man.
Lies.
I swear,
Lies.
dude. Hannah, I swear, man. It sounded like you were speaking from your own experiences there, Sheree.
Me?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah, you.
You talking about me?
Yeah, I'm talking about you.
Talking about
no,
me, that's
nonetheless,
crazy.
man, it was the lost decade in the Leafs. You lose your second best player, essentially. He's gone to Vegas Golden Knights. Austin Matthews signed until 2028. There's just no dogs on the team, essentially, for me. They got to rebuild, and I was telling Neil this, you got to start from the back end and then move forward, all right? We have no bona fide number one defenseman, and we don't really know if we're coming or going from a goalie standpoint. So, yeah, it's not too good of a look. Are they doing a rebuild? No, retool more or less. But, yeah, I mean...
They've been retooling for many years.
Well, they weren't they weren't, right? Like, they had the core 5 individuals on the team, but they could just never get past the second round. They weren't dogs.
Before we go to Adara, guys, KC 526. New profile picture and all. She's dropping 10 Trader TV Live YouTube memberships in the chat. Very generous woman, as she typically is. As we know, Casey is definitely one of the OG small cap traders. If you're newer, you're interested in small caps, there's a couple of people, there's more than a couple, there's several people in the chat you should be aware of. KC526 is certainly one of them. Look out for Cool Brioche, Grunfeld, Bovin, Scott. There's a lot of different small cap traders. I know I'm missing some and I don't mean to leave anybody out. But for those who got gifted the memberships, Team, PC, PJCT, Elated Trader, Helms Biff, Anon Purse, Emethel something or other, Pembroke Jones, Tall Hadarantus, or sorry. Just look in the chat to see if you guys are one of the people who got a free Trader TV Live membership as a result of KC526. If you are, go on over to the YouTube homepage right here for Trader TV Live. This is typically what you see when you go to the YouTube homepage. Click posts, mosey on down to where it says members only. There's the new morning note, guys. I need to show you guys this. This is a new morning note. We're not focusing on the story as much anymore. That only makes up 1/3 of the summary. So the story's at the top. You're going to get your technicals in the middle. So if you don't want to be told how to trade, you just want the levels. There you are right there, and it explains what we're looking at. It looks at moving averages, RSIs as well. And then you've got the trading plan. This is telling you exactly what to look out for. Stop.
Bro, did you see that? Did you see that?
He's showing me pictures of Sydney Sweeney while I'm trying to do this thing over here. Yeah, Ram, come get your boy. Anyway, so the trade plan at the bottom, the technicals in the middle, and the story at the top. That's a new revamped morning note, guys. Hopefully you'll be able to make some improvements on this, and I'd love some feedback from you guys. Anything that you guys want to see, I'm all ears. And guess what, Joey?
What's up?
Just guess what, Joey?
It's gone.
There goes FLWS into 489. 485 is where we took the print there. Watch out for $5. FLWS is on its horse. Adara's at the big desk with happening now, and Neil's got his lesson of the day.
Here's the market kind of consolidating here in the middle of the range. We're very far, I would say at this point, removed from that intraday high, but we're also above that intraday and pre-market low right now, just kind of chopping around as the market digests a series of headlines on oil. USO, on the other hand, is actually, decently near this intraday high, a little bit far removed here from that pre-market high. What happened here with USO is a series of headlines when it comes to the situation in the Middle East with President Trump and Iran. President Trump reportedly saying that the ceasefire will expire on Wednesday between the U.S. and Iran. He said that if they can't make a deal by that time, he's willing to have some bombs, I guess, happen in Iran. He furthermore added that the Strait of Hormuz is not going to be open until a deal is struck with Iran and the U.S. TSLA is going to be on watch, one of many names that's reporting earnings this week. They're reporting after the bell on Wednesday, and they also, I guess ahead of this earnings report, announced they're going to be expanding their robo-taxi reach in a couple other cities in Texas. Then we've got BYND. There is a story for this. I'm not sure if this is why this is moving, but Beyond Meat does have some kind of headline that could be associated with it. Wall Street Journal reporting around 11 a.m. today that U.S. DOJ, the Justice Department, is criminally investigating beef companies. President Trump already called for this probe, so this isn't like a brand new thing. We already heard that meat packers are being accused of price manipulation, but BYND potentially benefiting from the fact that this investigation has, I guess, now officially taken place. But you know what else is going to be officially taking place, guys? Neil's lesson of the day. Because we will never run out of weird transitions into this lesson, and this lesson will never run out of awesome things to teach us. So, Neil, are you looking at Beyond Meat? Tell us the truth.
How can you not look at Beyond Meat? I have to. I'm contractually obliged to check this out if it does a $1 fail. That said, this isn't the lesson of the day. At some point, we're going to run out of ideas, but not today. I think today was an example of, well, you heard Joe say, like, it's maybe a little bit choppy, a little bit weird would be the morning. Like, it just felt like we had USO come in and coming off of what was a pretty insane Friday for oil futures, and then we gap right back up to the same levels. I don't know that I was expecting us to be right where we started and not do much. Like, there was a small drop, and now we're trending higher to get the shorts back in. So it was a really choppy-ish kind of day. And I think sometimes if you can identify that maybe it's not feeling that directional for you, the idea of being able to, like, flip around in a stock, like, find something which is you have a read on it and be willing to go both directions can be advantageous. Because I would make the argument that when I was trading silver, I didn't do enough of that. Like, at the open, I waited for it to do like a trend break. Like, I wanted to fade this one, to wait for a trend break to come in. And then when it got back through VWAP, all of a sudden everything was looking like it was going, USO made a bit of a turn off of the volume weighted average price. So I felt that was going down. So we'll flip into a long. But then there was one small mistake, and it was right. I'm not thinking that I'm going to flip at the highs. Like, that's asking a lot, because at that point you want to give it a chance to continue the longer trend and maybe continue higher. Like, give it a chance that this is right. You know what I mean? Like, there's your higher low, higher low, higher low. It's pretty obvious where the fail is, because now that I've drawn this. But you want to give it a chance that you're showing a little bit of that strength above VWAP, and you can continue the long when you go from short to long. But if the game you decide to play, or any trader, or myself, in this particular myself, if I've decided that, hey, if we're just dancing around, I'm going to be willing to go both directions here, it's one thing to get out of the long, but I've got to have the short, right? Like, if that's part of the thesis, that I'm willing to get out of the short and flip into the long and not reel the short here, well, it turns back into a short, then just trade it that way off VWAP. And if I just keep going back and forth with scalp trades, that can accomplish the same thing as having one monster all day long. That's just how it works easily. So I think if you identify the kind of market you're in and can be right, that's almost a large portion of the game. And really, I remember having a conversation with some of the boys in the algo group, and this was years ago, and they used to say that one of the golden goose would be they have these different programs that they run, let's just say. There's like this strategy, like A, B, C, D, E, and F. And if you could predetermine the type of day, then you'd know which ones to focus on. And the earlier that you could figure out, oh, it's a pretty choppy day in the market, we want to lean on these strategies. Well, if you identify correctly that, hey, flipping back and forth is going to make sense because we're not really continuing in either direction, then once you make that determination, you want to stick with it. Because if you end up being right, like, the value is you can be on the same stock, and it can be even better in some ways in capturing just one long, big move. Like, you look at one big, long upward trend, now you get like a few flips, like flip long, flip short, if you could catch a flip long there, but then stay short at VWAP. And maybe this afternoon it starts putting in some higher lows and something like this happens, and maybe I'm long off of VWAP into a high of the day. That's the kind of day it is. You can't sit there hoping that it's gonna have the volatility from the day before. Sometimes in an inside day, the best you could do is recognize that it's there and take what you can out of it. And it might mean hey, I'm not going to make as much if I don't reverse position here and start working with the other direction and then be willing to come back the other way. Because there's lots of ways that you can trade, and they don't always involve, okay, well, this is trending up. I'm just going to buy every single dip and hold on to a piece and just do that all day. You might not get that opportunity. And if you could either just, if that's your thing, and maybe you don't trade much on a choppy day, or you could maybe lean into something which isn't normal, because I don't usually flip around that much on a stock. Like, I'll be like, this is relatively strong, I like the longs. This is relatively weak, I like the short. That's typically how I would trade, but not today. Today, flipping around a little bit made some sense. I just wish I'd done it one or two more times. I wish I could tell you how this lamb is. I haven't had it yet, but it's definitely looking pretty tasty, and it looks like lamb to me. I haven't even opened this up, but I'm gonna say we actually got lamb, and I'm very excited to taste how that is going to go. But good luck on the rest of your day trading. If we end up with an inside day, sometimes you have to accept it and trade as such.
Excellent information, as is typically the case with Neil and his lesson of the day. We thank him very much for that. Neil, have you bought lamb lately at the your favorite store there, Farm Boy?
You know what? It's becoming a little bit more expensive.
Well, okay,
Farm Boy, that is.
Kind of, or Farm Boy in general is becoming more expensive. That was my observation. But what I was going to talk to you about was lamb. My observation now, and anybody in Canada in the chat, if you can either like confirm or deny this, dude, it is getting pretty close between beef and lamb. In fact, I saw some deals on lamb when I went shopping on Thursday last week that on a pound for pound basis, gram for gram for us.
Oh, okay.
Cheaper. Lamb is cheaper than beef.
Okay.
Not cheaper than veal. Veal typically still a bit more expensive.
Had veal.
Has anybody else encountered this? Am I on my own, or am I just like seeing things? So, especially if you're from Canada, because I don't think it's dollars to dollars the same in the States. I think some things are still a little bit cheaper.
I want to
beyond lamb. No, we're not going to do beyond
we're not getting into all of that. I want to touch on this here momentarily. Yeah, I had veal actually over the weekend.
You did, eh?
Yeah, it was very good. Aside from that, I like what you're looking at, because there was that base being formed, and then you had that slow curl over. You're a couple points higher. This is going to be a key inflection point. Like, if it breaks through that pivot, maybe the market's going to continue to climb higher. There's NVDA doing so. Trendline break. You were right. It broke quite a while ago. We draw that base again, you sit on it, you hold that 390.5 mark, and then off to the races you go. Same narrative here on the TQQQs. Let's see if we're gonna get enough volume and enough strength in order for us to continue this climb. You can see as we're at that lunchtime hour, volume tends to drop off, but a nice strong rebound. Double bottom on NVDA as well. Let's see if AMD is gonna be that next culprit there, Sharif.
All right, brother, good look. Holding here. BlackBerry, day high, 571. We have 569. Coming back down now to the 10 EMA on the 5, losing 60 pennies. We're in at 39, so we've got a nice buffer. That isn't the point. The point is, do I add into this level? Look what it did last time. It breached the 10 EMA. So, just looking at, historical pullback here, this was a 4 red candle pullback on the 5. It ended up being a money fill in between the 10 and the 20 moving averages. Does that mean it's going to happen again? But what I'm looking for is this going to be as deep of a retracement? What I mean by that is as follows. We got a 4 candle pullback here. We're on a 3 candle pullback here. If the subsequent candle after this 1210, so the 1215 candle on the 5, breaches current candle high, then I would have a bias that we're not going to have a 4 candle pullback, in which case then I get in. I'm going to continue to watch here. I think BlackBerry either gets up into $0.75 or gets up into 6. Let's take a quick look here at some wider technicals, a 4-hour. No, we're not even close, so we got to zoom out a lot more on the daily here. Let's see. Whoa. Neil, have you looked at this? We haven't been at these levels since over a year on BlackBerry. This is like 52-week high. The last time we were up at these levels was February of 25. So this is definitely a 52-week high. Moreover, there was that very clear area of resistance through all of 2025 when it lost it in mid to early Feb of $5 that we couldn't shake. Now we're above it substantially, 571. So BlackBerry, interesting range here on the berry. Definitely like a 3 1/4. You want to say 3 to 3 1/4 support, and definitely 5 resistance, right? Now this area we're going to have to contend with here, which is the week, the week of February 18th, pardon me. That's when we made that, let's just say $6.50 high. The exact level was 647. Lotto 649, just imagine. You remember that old commercial there? Mm-hmm. They tried to lure you into buying lottery.
Well, I don't think they need to lure. It's not that hard to lure me in with a good.
This guy, bro. All right, man. All right, we're getting a hold up here. Assassino on the 10 EMA on the 5, but it still hasn't breached prior bar high. If it breaches prior bar high and does exactly what it just did right there, hold up at the 10, I'm going to add into the BlackBerry position, albeit, closer to the highs. That will fundamentally change my cost basis, but we're going to keep a close eye on this one. New candle just opened up on BlackBerry, 12:15 candle now. I'm not looking at the 12:10 candle high because that almost has no body whatsoever. I'm looking at the 12:05 bar high, the high of which is 562. It gets into 563, your boy's buying. So, continuing to watch at FLWS. Also, Joey, dipping back into the 10 EMA on the 5. I've got a bias. This one touches 3. If it gets into, 5. If it gets into 5, we're probably going to take off the position, but we're going to pack the patience. Q, back to VWAP, says Cool Brioche. My man, Cool Brioche, keeping his eye on the Q. This is also an interesting area of previous area of technical resistance, now possibly support. Cool Brioche, take a look at that 78 penny area. Multiple rejections there earlier on, 1045, 1050. We come back in. We're generally holding it. So this could be an interesting area here, irrespective of the volume-weighted average price, which is at about 76 pennies. Oh, no. Yeah. Casey, 526. I love how she calls me Uncle.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, she's been calling me that for a minute.
All right.
Shout out to Casey. $10 super chat. Uncle Sheriff, PBM, where's your entry? Let's take a quick look. PBM. I saw this one. She's been talking about it as well. Let's take a quick look here at PBM. Joey, see exactly how we would get in on this.
Yes, sir.
Yes, this one. Okay, Case. Here's what I see. That's that lower high trend. I'm choosing to select it from here on the 4 a.m. candle only because that's where the closing print was. I didn't want to use the wick high. Let me throw in the ticker. Okay. So right away, I start saying to myself, how about those sellers that were selling at 815 and 820? And the volume there, Case, relatively speaking, was pretty big. Look at the volume candles right around that area high into 16 relative to all the other volume candles. I mean, that's obviously a pronounced area. So there was a lot of volume happening between 805 to about 825, so for a period of 20 minutes. First and foremost, are we above the 1015 high? That high there is 1483. What's the current bar high? 1499. So we're rejecting 15, but we breach the 1015 area high. So if we get in above 15. So this one's tough. This one's tough. Yeah, this one is tough only because if you get in, even if it closes above 15 on a closing basis, you still have that double top to contend with at 16. So it may not be what you want to hear, but I would need a move above that 815, 820 high into 16 and change on a closing basis, Case, before I weasel in, knowing full well that we will still have to deal with these sellers. Look how many shares traded hands here at 4 in the dang morning. Far more than traded during regular trading hours, man. 526,000, 161,000, 169,000. Just to give you by way of example, look at prior bar. Prior bar, we did 124,000. Current bar has 126. So certainly a lot of volume, more volume, in fact, at 4 a.m. than done now. So the Case, I'm going to have to say my conservative style takes me on a closing move above 16. That's how I get in. Otherwise, I feel like there's just going to be way too much selling pressure of shorts and or bag holders that are going to be holding at this level. I hope that helps, and I hope you print multiple storms, as she typically does.
All right, brother. Yeah, there's a couple things that, good luck, Casey. Hopefully everything works out for you. Now, guys, there's a couple names that I want to go over here, and we'll take a look at the options chain. We've seen AMD has been strong as of late. Now at a key support level, I'm curious to see if we're going to break down. I don't see anything substantial on the call side, but what we will do momentarily is look at some of the put activity. But we're starting to see this shelf being formed, that indecision print acting as somewhat stopping volume. But as the rest of the market climbed back to VWAP, I think it was just too much of a stretch for AMD. Right, there was like a 5-point move that it needed in order for it to just get back there. We know that the volatility is up, but not substantially. We're sitting at 61.5% roughly. But what I do want to see if we can identify a potential low on the weekly, and that's going to be probably around that 265 mark. We'll pull this back up and see if we can see anything from a daily perspective, because I think that's going to be a massive teller. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Out of 15 days, you have 2 red ones. Okay, now this is going to be the 3rd one out of 16 sessions. So that's a massive run that AMD has been off of those lows, a low of 191, and then all the way down to, all the way up to 278. That's 43% off of the lows when we've seen one of its competitors, NVDA, only being up around 17% or so. Even though this is a nice bounce, if buyers are stepping in, then by all means, I want to start to participate, but you get 21%. You get double the amount of return in the same period of time in AMD than what you got here on NVDA. All right, so we'll continue to monitor the options chain to see if there's potential floors, but I just think we went up too quick, too fast. Does that mean anything? No, more people are going to get probably squeezed out, but at the end of the day, what do we typically see? The faster you go up, what goes up typically comes down, and sometimes it gets a little bit uglier. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, and nor do I want that to happen, but I mean, isn't that the nature of the beast? All right, guys. $20 super chat. Wolf of Wall Street. Nothing says romantic investment like being a flower squeeze place. Wolf FLWS. Shorts getting crushed. 40% short flow while V-Day panic buying hasn't started. Ready to make it rain. Petals are watch the bouquet wilt. All right. There you go. I mean, I was actually looking at this this morning. Let's pull. Yeah. Let's pull this name up here. FLWS. Hold on there. FLWS. There you go, flowers.com. And a nice squeeze, $4, same thing, right? Market rally, but I think this narrative is a little bit different. 66% off of those lows, $2.89, and then off to the races it goes. So a massive squeeze. You can take a look at it from an intraday standpoint. I mean, we're on the 5-minute time frame, and you can see that we're running into liquidity issues, but you're having multiple sessions where it's just a nice steady move higher. Now, if we head over to the 1 minute, big time liquidity issues, right? Like you can see out of the gate, where you typically see the most volume, it takes some time for this to really start to kick in. You have a lot of algorithmic trading. The liquidity isn't there, but if you're being involved or you're swing trading this, I just think it's more or less a more difficult vehicle to trade from an intraday perspective due to the liquidity issues. So let's keep that in mind. Let's keep an eye on AMDL. I haven't taken anything this whole midday show because I don't see anything. We're just chopping around. So what am I going to put that mental taxation on myself just because I don't see anything? Yeah, exactly. I don't need that. We are rejecting VWAP, so if anything, I might think a short here on NVDA or the TQQQs right below the volume weighted average price.
Okay. Shout out to Cool Brio. She's talking about FGI. Shout out to, who's that? Who is that? Hangry Wife, yes. Calling out WLDS. So I'm 0 for 2 on WLDS. It's my biggest loser on the day. Piece of crap. But I was saying to Hangry, I'm like, I like the higher lows, certainly. You can very easily see that. But I have trauma, unsettled trauma through the break of 3 that failed miserably into 3 1/4. Now, you could make the argument we keep rejecting right around the same area. I mean, here's what I'm trying to say. Look at these closing prints at 9 a.m. and 9:05, right at 3:10. Look at these closing prints at 11:20 and 11:25, right at 3:10. The wicks on the latest area high don't go as high as the pre-market. That's fine. But this could be sort of a weird looking flat top break. Let's look at the 15. It may even look more flat top breakish, yes, at around the 15, where you can kind of keep seeing that resistance out to 3 come in all the while you've got higher lows. That's the ascending wedge pattern, right? So WLDS could be in focus here. The problem with this one is I have to suffer through bamboozlement on it, right? So if I get in here, if I was to get in at 260 is where it's at right now, I'd have to give it all the way to this 1155 candle low, the low of which is 233. So that's going to factor into how many shares I can take because I'm not going to adjust my stop, right? My stop placement is one of those ones where, one of those variables, what I say, really be as inflexible as possible when it comes to your stop placement. Be more flexible with your share size than with your stop placement. And the reason is because the latter, as opposed to the former, could get you out of the trade prematurely and you could realize nothing. Whereas if you size down, because you have to give your stop a bit more room, and the trade goes your way, you don't get stopped out prematurely, it goes your way, you get something rather than being negative. So that is one thing that I've really tried to kind of harp on a little bit more. Size down, be as inflexible as you can be with your stop and more flexible with your share size. It's not for everybody, it's for me. That's what I'm keeping my eye on here. WLDS, we can, if I was to get in here, let's just go with my risk parameter. Let's figure this out. WLDS, risk that many shares. I have to give it to this area low, so that's 232. So what would that give me there? All right, well, what are we topping out here at? We're topping out at mid 270s essentially. Let's load this bad boy up. I'm still interested in adding on BlackBerry, by the way. I haven't added quite yet, but I'm interested. Let's load up. I have two FLWS screens here, so let's load up WLDS on the NQ, 271. Let's see what the selling looks like here. It's pretty aggressive selling. Let's load this one up on the 5-second chart so I can get a better look at this one. This one's area of support and resistance quite locally. And I can definitely see there's a 70 seller here. No question about that. 70, 71 seller, we can't shake. It looks great, says Nick W. Yeah, it does look great, but you know how I feel about these ones, man, that make area highs, then just drop all the way back down. That's why I'm being hesitant about this. All right, if you want a tighter stop, I wouldn't suggest this trade, but hey, prior bar low on WLDS takes you to 248, which is not that much lower, or sorry, that much higher than the 232 that I'm talking about. Here's 271. This is where they were selling last time. There's 72. We're above prior bar high now. 271 was prior bar high, so 272 takes us into another area high, but there's no continuation. At least not yet. So yeah, current or prior bar low 248. I'm gonna steer clear of this one until it gets above 3. If it's got the juice at $3 to take out some levels, I'll be a participant, but for now, I'm gonna steer clear. A BlackBerry is holding up at the 10. It's not putting any new area highs. So as soon as this one does put some new area highs, I'm talking about, 62, 63, I'm gonna add into this position. What do we got? We got 39. So we're gonna add small here just to, get the reps in and to see if we can retest that 571 high, maybe even better. The reason I'm waiting for 63 is because I need to start seeing new highs. And we haven't been above that level since the candle, the topping till at 12 o'clock. So here's 62. That would bring us above the 1205 bar high. So it's looking good here for the berry, but it's got to be a little bit more. We need 63, 64. I'm going to punch into this position, small share size, Joey, at that level just to get the reps. What's up?
Good stuff. Yeah, I wanted to step in here quick as AMD is really starting to pick up its momentum to the downside, guys. We had that shelf that was being formed, and as the overall market was starting to curl over, you had zero participation on AMD's behalf. So now you're breaking through, and then as you're punching through the support levels, you're starting to see the uptick in volume. What can we classify this as? Essentially a genuine move, all right? So when we're breaking through key levels, that would have been a good time. I would have loved to show you guys the example of looking at the time of sales, because we were talking about that what Digger Devil is essentially Where are we looking at the tape? When are we focusing? When is the volume stepping in? And I think that's a really, really key time in which we can really hone in on our skills and just really kind of get better at reading the tape, as there's no stopping growing here in the overall market, right? AMD is going to explode. In which direction to the downside? I think that's going to be the case. I mean, the market, it's so choppy right now. You want to try to catch the lower end of the range, but I don't know. I'm just not getting feels. It's like, okay, if I'm thinking short, it decides to uptick. We quite didn't get back to the volume-weighted average price and curl over. You have that U shape and that inverse turtle shell essentially going on right now and that support level. But what there is right here is consistent. It's like, okay, you're forming those lower lows, but then on the back side of that trend, you have those higher lows, and then you start to curl over. But AMD looking weak. If there's a 5-minute indecision print, this is where you would want to look for this specific signal, this 5-minute candle to hold up. But one thing to note is that same thing with Tesla. This is performing a little bit better. We have the volume-weighted average price really hugging the price action here today. So, I mean, it's a tougher one with this headline sensitivity. Wednesday with a deadline from Donald Trump. I think we're going to see this type of price action maintain and stay within the market until we get some form of a deal, and then maybe we can start to climb a little bit higher. Massive green streak going on.
Massive.
Yeah, massive, man, massive. So we'll be patient and wait for something to fall into our lap. I mentioned before, statistically speaking, not my best style of market. And with that being said, I have no issues with sitting on my hands, just knowing that this isn't my style of price of PA there, Sharif.
Get it, Joey.
Yeah.
All right. Some things to update you on. I'm giving WDS the prior bar low, which is 263. So I've got it a little bit below that. I'm taking a really small share size here because this one I'm already negative on it. So I can't go more negative on this one. I'm positive on the day, but negative on WLDS. So I'm going to give this one super tight stop. It's going to have to hold the current bar low. What's the level now? 73. Can we get a little bit more? 74. I'm looking for prints at 78 for the first beak wetter. Let's see what happens there. Separately, FLWS could be an add here. The volume has really dropped off a cliff. It's not, there's just almost no volume here. So I'm hesitant to add. Lastly, BlackBerry, it breached prior bar high and it tested that 563 high on the 1225 bar on the 5-minute chart. And now we have a lower high as well. So this one continues to hold up at the 10, BlackBerry that is, but it doesn't really have the buyers right now to step up and to take us into the high of the day. So I'm not going to add here, okay? I may add later into BlackBerry. I'm thinking maybe around 550. 550 looks like a good level of support. If I'm being honest, let's have a quick look here at the $0.50. Look at that initial area of rejection. You consolidate there again on a 2-3 candle basis. The fourth, the 1130 candle, takes us above that on a decisive basis. And, you know, there we go. So still holding at the 10, but not showing me what I need to see in order to add into the position. And that's fine. We don't have to add right now. And FLWS, the reason I was saying that, you know, the volume's dropping off a cliff is because it kind of is, man. The prior bar, the 1225 bar, the one that we just closed, has less than 3,000 shares. What the helly? 2,984 shares. The one before that had 18,000, so a little bit better. Current bar has got 6. So this bar, okay, maybe the volume is picking up again. I don't know. But FLWS, not the right time for me to add, quite frankly, but keeping a close eye on it. What's going on? Why?
I'm just
I thought you were amped.
Yeah, no. I'm not. I don't have anything going on.
What was the weekend like?
Rainy.
Okay, yes, I realized the weather. I was there, but how was your weekend?
Short.
Short, yeah, well, that's always the case, brother.
UFC Winnipeg, though, last weekend.
Last weekend,
Yeah.
That was Winnipeg?
Winterpeg, yeah.
Winnipeg,
Yeah,
okay,
UFC
right.
Winnipeg.
Get a round
Both
of
the main
applause to
events,
Madera.
my boy Charles Air Jourdain, he squeaked out a victory somehow. I mean, he didn't win, but the judges ruled it in his favor.
How'd they do
Fair
that?
enough.
So they
I mean, it was probably
got paid?
the home. Pardon me.
They got what?
I don't, yeah. I mean, and at the end of the day, our boy, proper Mike Malott, knocked out Gilbert Burns with a nice right hook. Really class act there. Did someone say Winnipeg? Yes, I am that.
Yo, you see the card in Egypt, man? The
Yeah,
card
we were
in
talking
Egypt's
about
gonna
that
be
one.
wild.
Who's on it?
You got, of course, the heavyweight champion of the world. We got Usyk.
Oh,
on
yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah,
But
versus that
the
guy.
fighter that I want to see is a fighter from England, Hamza Shiraz.
Okay.
This guy, I think, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, he's super welterweight, 154. The dude's 6'3".
Oh, is that
He's
buddy?
hurting everybody, Joey. Nobody can get inside.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
he's
yeah,
got
that guy's
rockets in his hands.
That guy's
Last time I watched this guy
lanky.
fight, he put a hurting on whoever he was fighting there.
Who
But
was it? Was it
Hamza
Buddy?
Shiraz.
No, it wasn't the guy who just fought. Who just got whooped? It wasn't even close. The tall individual. Man, his
Oh,
name's
you're
not-
talking about
yeah, you
the
know-
guy with a sister. He's got a sister
Yeah.
who's also really good. Fundora.
Yeah, Fondora.
Fondora is
versus-
good
Who
fight
did he
as well,
fight
man.
again?
I forget.
But we
He
know
put
who
hands
it is,
on him,
right?
bro. He
But
put
the
hands
names-
on him.
Yeah, we just can't come up with the name.
Forget
Someone in
the
the chat
name,
who's
yeah.
that close or who knows boxing, please put it in there because the name's just not coming to mind, even though
Yeah,
he's
please.
more or less common. Anyways, aside from that, here it is, right? So we're getting that curl over, market looking relatively strong. Someone saying, hey, watch out for AMD. My issue being there is a nice indecision print right here. My issue being that it's not participating. Nor do you have that curl over pattern that we were experiencing in Tesla, NVDA, the SPY, and the TQQQs as we head back towards the volume weighted average price. Now, if it starts to form, then you can find a potential long. But aside from that, I'm going to keep away. I want to look at Netflix and see what that has been up to. Did we get that full-blown recovery? Not quite, but that base is holding up relatively well. So if we get into the detail of the price action, sure enough, we can maybe find an entry at the lower end of this range. 93.88s, if it cracks lower, 77 roughly. If it cracks lower, then you get out of Dodge, you give it 10 cents. Nonetheless, if it cracks, find something else. It wasn't Corano versus Rousey. Man, who was this guy? We talk about him all the time. It's driving me nuts.
What happened?
No, the guy, Fundur, who he fought.
Just fine. You use your friend Copilot there. You'll find out in 1 second, man.
Well, I thought you would have done that for me.
I'm gonna have 3 trades, bro. Like, can I get a minute? No, I'm kidding.
Keith Thurman, man. Thank you.
Yeah, he put hands on Thurman.
Durant
But Thurman
quarter.
is beyond his prime here.
Yeah.
That's not really a
It
fight
doesn't
that
even
I
matter.
think.
You can't even touch that guy.
No, well, that's the point of getting these lanky guys that fight in smaller weight divisions. Like, if you're 6'3", and you've got some muscle, you're fighting either in cruiserweight or you're fighting in heavyweight. But Hamza Shiraz is skinny as hell, right?
Yeah.
But he's still obviously got some bombs in his hands.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of that's your problem, right? Then don't fight him. Move down weight class. All right, guys, here's the deal. WLDS took out that prior area high. We took a couple of beak wetters there, but I've seen too much before with WLDS to think that this is going to be the move here. Now we need to get above 3. I'm in at 74s. I wet the beak there on the price spike up, I believe, into 82. High of the current bar is 83. Not a bad look, but definitely not out of the water. This could turn on me and turn on me quickly. It happened over here. Take a look. We got in, stopped out. Got in again because there was a clear area of support here. Got stopped out. Now, this wasn't as big of a loser as this one here, but nonetheless, it was a loser. So I need to be careful with WLDS because it doesn't comply with technicals, at least from the way that I observe them. So we've got a good chart pattern. Just to give you an idea, prior bar low is 264. That's where I'm looking at getting out. If it loses that, it loses trend, I'm not interested. Nor am I interested yet in adding on BlackBerry. I'm going to need to see a little bit more. Again, likely a move above 64 or 65. That works me back into the trade. And last but not least here, it's a crap WLDS, man. FLWS, this one's still hanging out above the 10 EMA on the 5, but it hasn't lured me in to add more as the volume has dropped off a little bit. So I can't really be adding there. Goodness gracious, look at WLDS turn just as soon as I said it, right? So we're going to get stopped out if prior bar loses. And if I get stopped out here on WLDS, pardon me, that will be the last time I traded on the day because that will be 0 for 3 on this. Okay? But that's, again, predicated upon me getting stopped out. I get stopped out at 263. It hasn't made its way down yet. Ruknamalu. I probably butchered it, but I apologize. Hood.
What about it?
At VWAP. Let's have a look. The hood always up to no good. Yeah, it's straddling VWAP, brother. VWAP here looks like a line of best fit as opposed to any area of support or resistance. It cuts right through that price action like it owns the joint. Let's have a look. Oh, Joey Shivers
Crazy
is
out
back.
here, man.
Your boy Joey Shivers is back. There goes. Hell yeah. There. Put it on, Joey. There you go. Come on now. It's
cold out here, man.
Cold out here. My days.
Neil's cold.
Neil's cold? All right.
He's mad.
Okay. I'm not.
Ramin probably has a blanket on.
Ram. You got a blanket on? No. That's just her sweater,
her
brother.
sweater. That's her
Okay,
sweater.
there for no reason.
All right.
Hood. I got nothing positive or negative to say about Robinhood intraday because this is, I would stay away from a trade like this. If I pulled up the chart, I was asked, do you want to trade this name? I would say no for Robinhood on the day. It just hasn't done anything for me to be like, okay, you know, I can probably get in here, find some support here, some resistance there. This ain't for me. Now, I can take a look at the wider time frame if you'd like. We can talk a little swing here. I love the, Joey, you look at this. Look at this base. Come on. Look at this 70 resistance generally, right? I want to say generally.
Robinhood, yeah.
And then look at the clean hold of that
man.
level. That's quality
cash.
TA right there. I love that. The buyers who were selling here, all of a sudden, they're interested in buying at this level. So clean hold of 70. What I do see is like you're likely to encounter a lot of resistance at $100 because $100 was very, very staunchy area of support. Bounced off $100 multiple times, $100 area. So first and foremost, you're right at that 200 moving average now, exponential on the daily. You got to clear that. You clear that, you're looking at that $100 area as some general area of resistance. Above that, I think it's a good setup, but it'll have to get there first. Continuing to watch WLDS. It's holding prior bar lows, so it hasn't failed that, but I'm not super bullish on this one until we can get above some prior bar highs. UG or UGuy 33. Shout out to my man UGuy 33. Sharif, could you please take a look at APLD? Of course. Well, they pay me. APLD. Very consolidative on the daily. I'll give you more of my opinion as soon as we get back from Adair.
To cover this headline quickly, keep an eye here on USO and the market. Channel 12, which is an Israeli news station, reporting that Israel is preparing to return to fighting with Iran at any moment. So again, these tensions in the Middle East do continue as we were expecting. Israel preparing to return to fighting with Iran, quote, at any moment. Back to you.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
All right.
I mean, yeah.
Can I just cover APLD?
Yes,
and
you
then take over. All right. Here's what I'm seeing here. APLD. I'm assuming you're asking intraday. This is the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it holds up here. It didn't hold up initially at VWAP. It lost it at 11 a.m. It dipped into an area low right on the 1105 bar of $30.80 and a half. Volume weighted average price is right around $31 and a third. It's an unbroken downtrend, so I wouldn't necessarily be looking to go long until that trend line breaks. I get you can scalp something off VWAP for a nice move up, and it looks like that's what's happening here. But for me, APLD on the day is a no-go. Daily, as I mentioned before we went to Adara, very consolidative. You're looking at low 20s for support at the extremes. You're getting 20. You can see that here very clearly. Most of the time, though, you're getting mid-20 prints, 23, 24, generally. So if you're looking at building a position, I'd be putting a resting order into the mid to low 20s. And then if you're going to trade it as a range, if it's not an investment for you, I'd be looking for $35. That's generally where we find some resistance. You can see, obviously, we get up above 37.5 with the extremes going to 42.5. But a very consolidative range for APLD. And if you view this on the weekly or even the monthly, this looks like a bull flag, right? You get the big breakout, the consolidation component of the bull flag. So this one could be at $50 if we get a breakout. It'll have to obviously jive with the fundamentals. APLD, good look. Nothing for me on it though, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, Darius, I see where you're getting at, man. But when you mentioned it from before, like now we're starting to see some volatility. You can see the tape and the price action starting to get a little flickery. But essentially, Darius, brother, when you're talking about it, like, yeah, it's going to explode. It's bounced and put in a new low. But you can see how much weaker it is. NVDA is all the way at the volume-weighted average price. The market is right below VWAP, and we're not even anywhere close to that neck of the woods. Is this thing going to play catch-up? Maybe. But I'm just not getting that feel. Can I be totally wrong? Absolutely. I don't love this back and forth. Israel saying that they're ready to to get things going at any given moment now. So it's like the second the ceasefire ends, it's just boom, button. We're just sending rockets left, right, and center. Hopefully that breaks. There was a good opportunity at 76. You get 10 cents if you're using AMDL, which I'm going to be using that via my vehicle. And then also, just for everything else, it's just I don't love this choppy price action. There was a strong move back in Bitcoin as I pulled this up one more time, especially off of those lows. You have the support level of 42.55 being broken, and then you bounce right off it momentarily after that support level was breached, and then sure enough, off to the races, and you establish a new high of the day, pulling back now and hovering above the volume-weighted average price. But where can we correlate this previous resistance zone? The current support system. All right, so we're holding up really well right around this zone, and then now you're starting to see something really hold up, and that's going to be IBIT, SPY not doing too much. So I don't see anything that's overly attractive. Is that going to lead me towards the small cap land? No, they're not. They're not scaring me at all. I'm just not. Listen, if you're collecting data, if you know your style of trading, when we have this back and forth within the market, one stating something and another country stating another, it's just not my style. I'm not good with it. The headlines can step in. That's fine. But as for the price action, look at it. Look how many overlapping candles there are. The previous week, phenomenal trading. Easier, you have a specific direction. I just don't get that vibe. And with that being said, it's self-awareness, nothing to do with fear. It's just how it is. Like, why am I going to continuously put myself in scenarios that I don't have the utmost confidence in? No, I'd rather put myself in a position where I have more probability and more conviction within it, and I just don't have it right now.
I couldn't agree more, man. I mean, if you're not going to have conviction in a trade, I used to. You never met him, but I always mention him. Greg McEwen, man. He used to be
the floor manager.
Exactly.
We were out with him on Friday.
No way.
Yeah.
He's here.
He's here. Yeah. We were at Ruby Soho.
Nice. I didn't even know he was in the city. He's back from Montreal, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think he just came to visit.
A day or two?
Yeah.
Nice.
Seen Brankles and stuff.
No way, you saw everybody, huh?
And Luca was there.
How's Luca?
Yeah.
Not Luca.
Yeah. I heard his nickname. It's jokes.
Oh, what? Oh,
Luca.
What are
Scalp Demon?
Yeah. That's what he was known as. Oh my goodness, you remember? You know that. I love it. Yeah, shout out to Luca, man. All right, guys, here's the deal. I had something to say. I completely forgot.
Conviction.
Greg McEwen, he would always talk about conviction, and he's like, if you don't have conviction, you're never going to put the size behind the trade.
Exactly.
And the example he gave was actually quite interesting. So he used to be a salesman for something or another. I don't remember what it was, right? And he was always talking. He's like, his manager would be like, Greg, yes, you know what you're selling is quite expensive. I think it was, I don't know, it was like something like car, not even cars.
Yeah.
It was expensive. The point is, he had trouble himself feeling that like the product that he was selling was worth what he was selling it for. He wasn't convinced in the product himself. And because he wasn't convinced, it was coming off pretty apparent
that he's
the customer. Because he was, he's like, oh, I know this is expensive, stuff like that. Well, you saying stuff like that. You gotta be like, this is absolutely
and have
worth.
belief in it. Like,
Exactly.
listen, it's worth every single penny. And that's when, like, hey, right out of the gate, I thought that we were gonna climb higher in Bitcoin. Bang, no problem. I risked essentially like 30% of my shutdown on both of my entries, right? Like, it's like I had the conviction. Right now, I don't have it in this chop, and I'm totally cool with that. Let's see what everybody outside in the chat says. Henrik, exactly.
Hold on, I have to cover this. Sorry. WLDS halted down. I'm caught in the down halt. This is trouble. Thank God I have small size on this one.
Good.
The point, though, is this one is on Uncle Sheriff's you-know-what list now, and I'm not touching it again. Look at that. That's kind of the way it is. But we'll still say positive on the day because we've done well on all these other trades. So, but we're caught in the down halt right now on WLDS. It's really ugly, Fabian. That's kind of the way. That's the cost of doing business. So that's a bit of an issue there. But there goes FLWS into another area high. 493. Let's take out some here. Looking for a little bit more now. I'm looking for the high of the day into 5. That's going to be my bias on FLWS. We know that this one's been kind of pretty close to that $5 level. Let's see what this one has to offer. And last but not least, BlackBerry, I've got nothing to add on. And then Q. This was a new trade that I got into. I wanted to mention that my stop for Q is 77 pennies. So we're giving it to this area here. What I saw was this kind of rounding shape. This is like perfect. Like this might make another attempt at 85. If we lose trend and we lose 77 pennies, I'm gonna be out of this one. And I haven't added on BlackBerry because it hasn't given me a reason to. So I'm looking again at that 5.5, guys. I think 5.5 might be the area on BB that you want to get into there, given what it did over here. So BlackBerry is certainly in focus.
Good stuff, man. That's what I want to see. See, Darius, look what's going on with AMD. You're about to put in a new low of the day momentarily. You know what I mean? So like, with this chop, brother, and something that's not participating within the market rally, there you go. You're breaking through some key support levels, right? So keep that in mind. Look what we've been doing. We've been trading within this dollar something, the 70, 80 cent range for the past 40 minutes on the TQQQs. Now, you can hyper-focus and really get involved into the time and sales and where you're buying the lows on these dips and selling the highs and buying the lows of the consolidation range. But you have to be so precise. You can't just punch. You can't have a cross. You need to limit in at an exact price and wait for that to come into play. And we're just not doing that right now. We'll do it in the latter half, and I have no issues. That's your long. Darius, brother. How are you going to continuously tell me to do that? Obviously, just having a conversation with you when the thing is consecutively putting in new lows. You can't, like, are you going to DCA into an oblivion to the point where it just decides to tank? No, dude. Like, it's like, all right, Joe, now you said this here. Okay, let me break this down. At 12:35, it's a long. That's what you said to me. I remember the time, exactly. 12:35, it's a long. Dumps another little bit. Again, it pulls back, rejects the resistance zone. Now at almost 1 o'clock, it's in another long. Like, brother, trust me, I know. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that what price is telling me, I can't have you tell me essentially go long here when what I'm seeing isn't the long. How many times have I agreed with you? Yeah, absolutely, that's a long. But I just don't see it happening right now. Like 15 out of the past 16 sessions have been green. At some point, it's going to cool down. You're down 1.8% here on the day. And I just don't see us stepping in and having that aggressive buy program coming in around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All the big boys are out to lunch, right? Inverse. Oh, Kahlua, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. You seen what they said?
That's mean, bro.
It's mad mean. I thought Kahlua was my boy, too. That's insanity.
Well, your boys are always like the ones that chirp you the most.
It is, right? So it's all love at the end of the day, hopefully. Aside from that, but no, this is like at a time where we can essentially focus on the tape. Like, look how weak it is. Every time you get a pop, and then sure enough, things start to cool down, and you have that immediate defense. So, yeah, I mean, that's a bad idea. Defense. Don't forget. Your boy never forgets, eh?
Yeah, people definitely don't forget.
People
BYND,
don't forget.
guys, into the high of the day, one to look out for. It's on its way to $1 possibly with a 97 penny high. Remember what this one did on Friday. It broke the dollar, then all hell broke loose to the downside, and it was essentially a sell all day after that dollar breach. Keep that in mind because it's still very much rangy, right? Like we haven't done too much since that day. We're going up to a dare.
But I hear on the market, we're getting some comments from CEO of Charles Schwab. Here's SCHW not doing too much, but again, these comments are more about the market and inflation. So Charles Schwab, sorry, no, this is not Charles Schwab. Wells Fargo here, CEO, they're saying that private credit they don't believe is going to crumble, and they're actually pretty sure that consensus is that the lowering interest rates would be the wrong thing to do until there's an end in sight to the Iran conflict. So they're basically saying central bank should not lower interest rates. Wells Fargo also saying that they don't think private credit is going to crumble. So once again, here comments coming from CEO of Wells Fargo, not Charles Schwab here, just on the economy. Generally, they're actually being pretty cautious here with regards to rates, but once again, saying that they don't think private credit is pretty cool. Back to you.
This piece of crap WLDS is going to be 10 minutes. So 47.01 was the halt time. It is now 52:43 or whatever, 52:41, 52:54. So this one will be 10 minutes. So the earliest this will be open is 12:57:01. Yeah. Well, they're just my luck, right? Just my luck. Got caught in a down halt because I'm talking, and this one's gonna be 10 minutes. No, but that's the way. That's the cost of doing business. And that's the way she crumbles, man. All right, watching BlackBerry, it's at 49 right now. I'm interested in a $0.50 ad, but I'm not going to add blindly. I'm going to continue to watch to see if the buyers actually step in at around the $0.50. That was the area that I earmarked for a possible add. But, you know, it's a possible add. It's not a guaranteed add. The possibility here being that the buyers step in, I see what I like, and I get involved. So nothing doing right now on BlackBerry, continuing to watch that. And then FLWS continues to move into the area high. Trading naked, are you? No, I'm wearing clothes. Can't see the collar there. What's going on? FLWS just got into $5. What a breakout there. There's your move into FLWS. Good look on this one. Watch out for resistance, though, at the $5 area. It could turn back a little bit here. Be on the lookout, though. So that's what I'm looking at now. Still nothing on BlackBerry. This is going to be halted for 10 minutes. I'm still in Q, doing nothing on Q, showing about 79.25 pennies. I've got my out ready. If it loses the bid, it loses the bid. But, yeah, not doing it. Mike, I've traded naked. Why, Mike? Why? Did you just get out of bed? You're like, yeah, I'm not going to step out of the house today. Let's trade naked. Shout out to my man. Mike for sure, says Casey. Yeah, you know Mike P. DeRider be doing that thing. There's my guy. Tesco, Sharif, WLDS warrant sold at $1.73, cost of $5 million down. Yeah, brother, I am caught in the halt. There's nothing that I can do other than wait. It will be open, hopefully, in about 3 minutes. It's 54 and change now. It halted at 47.01. Yeah, like I had a stop, but the stop obviously didn't get triggered because it was an area of illiquidity, and I got tanked right back down. So that's on me. What can you do? Not sold, exercise that fill, diluting existing shares, says Hangry Wife. Bovin says SLNH is moving up. Let's take a quick look at that, and he's absolutely accurate. Let's take a quick look at SLNH. Yeah, this is a good one, Bovin. This is not bad at all. It's not the volume king or anything like that. Well, and actually not bad. About 36 million shares, Bovin. So it's $1, that's why. This is going to find its way onto the side chart. I'm going to take off piece of crap, WLDS, SLNH. Thanks for this one, Bovin. I'm going to take off Poet. I'm going to put on SLNH. Oops, I typed it wrong, SLNH. Yeah, so this one to me is an add into the high 30s, like at around 37, something like that, give or take. All right, what time is it? I got to get out of this position, 56:01. Yeah. I have about a minute until hopefully WLDS opens the top. It's not pretty, guys. It's $1.90, so I'm substantially out of the money on this one. I'm still positive on the day, even with this big move down, because I did good on some of the other trades. Thankfully, I only have very little small shares in WLDS, but it will take off, obviously, some of the dubs, so that's on me.
That's what happens, man. Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, the halts, you're more familiar with them than I am. I had a great time. I forget where we were trading, but we got. Oh yeah, it was like AIXI or something like that. That was a great time. It's good when the halt is in your favor, but when if you have a bunch of shares and the halt's down and then it continues climbing a little bit lower, not so much of a good time. 2 puts, 387.50, big premiums cause earnings, but I am short shares at 392.22. I'm sure you're referring to the T or the triple Qs, not the Ts, not the invert or the leverage.
Get me out.
Okay, that's interesting. 392 on what, brother? Was that Tesla? No, Tesla I'm talking about there. Aside from that, guys, this is what I'm talking about. Like, there it goes. You establish a new pivot low right around that 2165 level, talking about Tesla. Yeah, I figured when I kind of went over some of the price action. I grow fighting. I like that play off of the lows here on Netflix. As the market is still chopping around, you form this base, and then sure enough, now you get to climb a little bit higher. I do like that long off of that level. This candle didn't work for us, but then you print a second one. That can give us a little bit more conviction within that trade. All right, so I really enjoy that one. Let's head over to the 1 minute time frame and see what we got going on. As you have the base being formed, it's just tougher. You have to be so precise with your entry, or you're going significantly smaller shares looking for that wider stop in that bigger move, which can totally happen. But look what the market has been doing essentially all day. Okay, like it's like, all right, I don't like anything. We just work and we try to recognize patterns, just so essentially we can get a little bit more comfortable trading within this. But you guys seen what we did on Friday. It's like bull monster. So when I'm on my game, it's like, okay, if you want to inverse Joe, you're in a lot of trouble when I'm on my game. And I tell you that I have no issue saying it whatsoever. But when it's this, by all means, take the trade. Look at the first hour of the session, overlapping, and then you take that additional leg higher. You eventually slingshot back up into the volume-weighted average price, and then now you've just been trading within this dollar range, right? So just keep that in mind. I wouldn't be surprised if you get a little bit more of a curl over, and with that being said, we need more data to be released, more candles to be printed in order to see if we get that turtle shell style of price action and then go to head towards the low of the day, because the only time we've had the ability to breach VWAP was out of the opening drive. And then sure enough, 45 minutes, an hour later, we have yet to claim it and hold it. So what does that tell us? That sellers are in control. And if you can get advantage of popping any, fading any pop, then I think you're putting a little bit of probability in your favor, with the exception of being Netflix. Tesla heading towards the lows, right? So you have that consolidation, a slight channel being traded, and then sure enough, you have sellers step right in, and then it's like off to the races it goes. So Tesla right here, we can see on the 5-minute time frame via TSLA, it doesn't really matter, but you have this strong momentum down here. You don't do too much. You find somewhat of a rebound. You fall into some resistance zones, right? You climb into some resistance zones, more or less, I should say, and then immediately met by some defense, and then now you're heading towards some key pivot levels with the volume and the momentum slowly starting to uptick. It's not going to work good for your long. This was an initial one, but we couldn't even get back to VWAP. So that's why I'm thinking, all right, let's be patient. Let's see if we can find something of high quality and at a good location where our risk to reward ratio is at its premium and at the best potentially possible. Then we can take a trade off of that. But right now we're in no man's land for me, and I don't like it. That's why I haven't put on a single trade, and I'm okay with that. Now, AMDL, you're down 3 1/4. You have the Qs, you're right around the volume-weighted average price, slight uptick there, and NVDA doesn't know if it's coming or going, but we have had the ability to breach VWAP. Let's see if we can hold it now.
All right, man. Good luck. Just looking through my scanners on the side here to see what's up big on the day or down big on the day. No huge movers, but like there's a lot of red, obviously, in military and defense. You can see a lot of weakness there. Crypto as well. A lot of the crypto names are weak, but the coins themselves, specifically ETH and Bitcoin, still positive on the day. ETH is barely holding on to 2300, pardon me, 75,400 for the coin. Looking here, cybersecurity names, all green, but not big up on the day. It's a mixed bag. For fintech, weed on 420, better be green, literally speaking. TLRY, MSOS, MSOX, they're all green on the day, so good look there. What else? I'm just looking through all the different sectors here to spot areas of weakness and strength. The big tech, all negative, except Apple, up 0.75%. You're seeing a mixed bag here in semis and micro, some green, some red. Some of the bigger names are all red. We're talking Broadcom, AMD, NVIDIA, Intel, SMCI, Micron, they're all red on the day. Then you have some outliers like TXN, ARM, ASML, Qualcomm is up. Marvell is negative since the bell, but still up on the day, up 4.5% on that possible tie-up with Google. GFS as well, Global Foundries. Don't forget about this name. It's actually an important company for the less advanced nodes, up 7.75% today on GFS, so not a bad look. What else? We got some of the clean energy names. You got Plug Power, this hot garbage, up 9%. Bloom Energy almost at all-time highs again, up another 5%. Lucid's getting clipped to the tune of 6 1/3. What else? Chinese names are a mixed bag. You got some green like Baidu and PDD, FXI, and then PDD and Baba negative on the day. The EVs are also a mixed bag. Li Auto green, XPEV Neo down. By the way, Zeekr got moved, guys. Zeekr lost its spot. I think it was like on the NQ. It's now on the OTC. So ZK got kicked down there. I don't know why they moved down. Did they change their primary listing? Because I'm pretty sure they weren't under $1. So no idea. GFS is aggressively hiring from Korea, says JL822. Interesting. Wouldn't be surprised about that at all, quite frankly. It's either you're hiring from Taiwan or you're hiring from South Korea, and we know why. That's where the expertise is in chip manufacturing lies. So either Samsung or, what's it called? Taiwan Semi, obviously. Guys, BlackBerry is uninterrupted to the low side here, man. So BlackBerry's coming into the volume weighted average price. So it didn't hold up at all at 5.5, and the VWAP here is at, I think, 538. I'm long 539. I'm out. We're going to take the money and run here. But quite frankly, if we get yet another hold at the WAP, I'm going to get in again on BlackBerry. Hopefully we'll ride it a little bit higher this time than we did last time. But BlackBerry out. So we're just holding Q now. How's the Q trade going? All right, Q's finding some support. I'm in at 81. It's showing me 81 right now, so we're break even. I'm looking for a bigger move up on Q into about 84, 85. The high of the day is 85, so certainly watching that, looking for a price spike up. I already have my stop set in place. Maybe I should give it a little bit more room given what happened to me on WLDS. But those are my trades right now. Looking for BlackBerry at VWAP, assuming it holds up. I'm not going to punch in blind at the VWAP level and then hope for the best. It's going to have to hold up there. And then Q, we're also looking at that. And then last but not least, before we go up to SIA and Adera, I want to tell you guys, BYND, bottoming tail candle through the technical level, moving up into 95. There could be a chance here that we get into 1, maybe a little bit above 1 on BYND. It's up 15 and 4/5, Joey. So beyond me, second strong day in a row. We'll have to see if it's got the juice to get back or even take out 1, because it could take out 1 on a closing basis on Friday. We're going to pause. We're going to Adera for news, and then we're going to start the news segment with Sia.
Couple things to be aware of here. I want to talk about CRWV. It was just spiked pretty nicely here, very likely because we had comments from James Altucher, who runs a blog mostly focused on M&A and investment news. He's basically saying that there's a certain indicator that suggests that a large institutional investor like a hedge fund, mutual fund, or pension fund could have gotten involved in CRWV today ahead of a big announcement. Now, obviously, this is super speculative, but either way, potential large investor involvement here in CRWV on watch, and why we got this little spike here, roughly dollar spike in this 3-minute candle on this speculation from James Altucher. I also want to mention here more oil news. This part we already kind of knew, but we're just still getting comments on Iran and the U.S. and these negotiations later this week in Pakistan. Wall Street Journal reporting that Iran is sending their negotiating team over on Tuesday.
Hi guys, let's take a look at the news segment for today. So our first story that we're going to take a look at is Eli Lilly. So LLY has agreed to acquire Kelonia in a deal that is worth up to $7 billion. Now let me give you a bifurcation on this. Eli Lilly has said that it has agreed to acquire Kelonia and it will be paying $3.25 billion up front. The total will end up at $7 billion. This is as per comments from LLY. The remaining payments are contingent upon clinical, regulatory, and commercial milestones. This is as per, again, comments in reports from LLY. Kelonia is developing a next-gen CAR T therapy targeting multiple myeloma, which aims to eliminate chemo and complex cell manufacturing. So this asset currently is in a very early stage, which is phase 1 has been cleared. And for LLY, oncology is already contributing $9.4 billion of the $65.2 billion revenue. And this move only deepens Eli Lilly's exposure to the $240 billion hematology market. And currently, LLY is trading flat.
So first thing I like immediately off the bat is the focus away from GLP-1s. Now we know that retatrutide is being developed by Eli Lilly, expected to come out within the next 2 to 3 years. It's in a phase 3 trial. Perhaps the Trump administration allows it to fast track through the FDA, of course, but until that time, retatrutide you're going to have to get on the gray market, so to speak. But that's going to be a huge one for them. It's a triple. It has 3 active ingredients. It targets 3 different hormones, that retatrutide one, as opposed to the other ones like Wegovy and Ozempic, which target 1. So that's going to be big for the weight loss game. But in this specific instance, you like to see them shift away from concentration risk, especially with these weight loss drugs. You have a lot of exposure to that already. So getting into another very important area, in my opinion, obviously cancer, especially if you have the opportunity to remove chemo altogether, that could make your TAM huge. in oncology, according to them, already responsible for almost $9.5 billion. But that's $9.5 billion of a $240 billion market. So they have very little in the way of market share from that right now. So I do like this look for Eli Lilly, especially with their recent reputation of following through. Like, they have the ability to develop these drugs internally through R&D and get them to market and be profitable.
Yeah.
We've seen this multiple times, whether it's GLP-1 injections or catching up to Novo Nordisk with their oral pill.
Yeah.
But I like seeing the move away from that concentration.
And getting the
weight
oral
loss.
pill out before Novo.
It's already out.
Yeah, they're out before Novo Nordisk. Anyways, aside from that, you're up 50% off of those lows, 17% off of those highs. I mean, we had obviously the issue with Donald Trump looking to essentially lower everything and saying if you're not bringing everything in, you're going to get tariffed essentially. So I mean, at the end of the day, some of these biopharmaceutical names are a little bit more difficult to trade. But as for Eli Lilly, has definitely been their better performer than what we've experienced here in Novo Nordisk. It's been absolutely disastrous in Novo, and not necessarily the case here in Eli Lilly.
Yeah, I agree with that.
See ya.
What we got next, Tia?
We're talking about Marvell. Marvell has ripped on the AI chip talks with Google. Look at the chart here, guys. It's literally proof. And Google is in discussions. Google is in discussions with Marvell to develop 2 new AI chips. Now, one of the chips is a memory processing unit designed to work with Google's tensor processing unit, that is the TPU. And the other chip is a new TPU that is built specifically for running AI models. Now, MRVL does benefit as a custom silicon partner, which reinforces its positioning in hyperscaler-driven AI demand. Now, the timeline is that the memory chip design will be completed by next year. But what I also want to take a look at is, what does this mean for Broadcom? Now, in the first week of April, the company had recently agreed to produce future versions of Google's AI chips, but the company shares have fallen nearly 2% as a reaction to this report only. Now, looking at the bigger picture, this will strengthen the AI CapEx cycle. How, you ask? Well, with hyperscalers that will invest deeper into proprietary chips versus solely relying on NVIDIA for them.
So there was a report earlier on that came out that Google was, or possibly this was not the only company that they were speaking to. I couldn't really find those headlines, to be quite honest, but it did react a little bit in the pre-market. So what I like is that they're developing a chip for something that's very much in vogue at the moment: search, ads, and cloud. I mean, and if we kind of group cloud with NeoCloud, then they've basically got exactly the moat that we're looking for there. So I do like this tie-up. We'll talk a little bit more about it. We got to pause. We got to go to Adara.
Yeah, I have to clarify further here on Core. We've CRWV getting another spike on more comments from James Altucher. Again, he runs an M&A investment-focused blog mostly. A lot of it is speculation. So he's saying, as we mentioned, there was some speculation CoreWeave could be getting massive institutional investment as of today. Now, furthermore, he's speculating that certain suspicious buying activity suggests that CoreWeave could actually be a buyout, and specifically NVIDIA could be buying out CoreWeave. Now, this is incredibly speculative, but I do want to let you guys know, because CRWV is pushing a little bit higher. Pure speculation here that NVIDIA could be interested in buying out the company. Back to you.
So thank you for that information. So I do like this for the reason that the chip being created is for very desired areas where, again, what do we got here? We got, it's search, it's NeoCloud, and ads. Okay, well, search and ads are kind of the same thing there. Whatever. In any event, this is good not just from the chip designing business. I can kind of hear Adara in my ear. If there's some way we can turn that off, Assassino. If this would be great also if it covered photonics as well as networking, which I know are super important parts of Marvell's moat as well. The TPU, though, from a different sense here from, aside from Marvell's obviously stands to benefit, I think Google also stands to benefit with the TPUs in the same way that Tesla could with their new fab. Whereas if they can make these chips not just for internal use, which is exactly what they're going to be used for here, but for external use, so they can compete with some of the other custom silicon manufacturer or designers like Broadcom and Marvell, they could actually be in competition with Marvell because these TPUs could be used also for inference purposes, as we've seen. So they're task specific.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of hesitant to say that they're going to replace custom ASICs because custom ASICs are being designed specifically for the task at hand, whereas Google, you know, they're obviously designing them mostly for their own custom tasks internally, whether or not those overlap with other people's, you know, workloads.
So what I see, so just to add to your point a little bit here, Sharif, because we know what we have going on with Meta, they're struggling a little bit, but it's also both Marvell and Broadcom develop a type of chip called, obviously what you're referring to, ASIC. While such processors lack the all-around capabilities of NVIDIA's GPUs, essentially, they can be designed for predictable high-volume workloads. So they're saying that's what they're essentially for, is the high predictable workloads. But the one thing is that we talked about NVIDIA just having such a step ahead of everyone that, I mean...
Not for inference.
They're the king of...
Not for inference, they're not.
They were supposed to be stated as the king of inference.
No.
NVIDIA.
They're certainly not.
Who's better?
Oh, there's a lot better. All these custom ASICs chips are much better at doing inference workloads than training workloads.
Than training workloads?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we've been saying. Remember, we even talked about NVIDIA picking up that investment in Grok for that exact reason.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Where you and I were talking about that.
Okay.
PBM is breaking out too, guys.
So, I mean, as for Marvell, you have the $2 billion investment from NVIDIA as well, too. So, I mean, this stock's been on a substantial run. It's up 80% off of those lows. So, a nice move here for Marvell.
Good breakout there, guys. Watch PBM into 16. That could be the trouble area. Good trade case, because you were looking at this. I wasn't going to trade this into 16, but there's the double top that we were talking about. It's breaking through prior area highs. I'm talking about that 1240 bar as that 1215 bar, so it's got a bunch of higher lows. But whether or not it breaks through 16, if it holds above 16, your guess is as good as mine. But this one is looking real good here. Also, BlackBerry at VWAP and FLWS right into $5 again. BYND as well into 97. That one looks like it might want to take out the dollar. So be on the lookout for those. See ya.
Yeah, we're talking about the American airline headline this morning. So American Airlines has explicitly rejected the merger talks with United Airlines. Now, UAL has been exploring consolidation to compete globally. And this also means in the Middle East, particularly because, as we know, a lot of names over there. AAPL, however, is resisting. Now, a merger will technically create a 40% U.S. market share, which will make an approval extremely unlikely due to the antitrust concerns. Now, there's also significant overlap between UAL and AAPL, including the Chicago O'Hare and major hubs in Texas. So AAPL has said that even though changes in the broader airline marketplace may be a necessity, a combination with UAL, however, would be negative for competition and for the consumers overall. So the government is open to consolidation, but there will be a clear requirement for asset divestitures.
The reason I was even interested in this, and that's what the article says, was that they were actually trying to take on some of these Middle Eastern carriers. We're talking about Qatar Airways, Emirates, there's Etihad now, I think there's even Saudi Airlines. These are like becoming very premium sort of carriers, kind of like the Deltas. My understanding was that United was looking at teaming up with someone so that they could compete with these type of names, these Middle Eastern names. Doesn't look like it's going to get approved if you believe some of the reports. Creates a 40% market share, as Sia was saying. That makes it likely to get rejected by the regulator, whether that's the DOJ or whomever. But it kind of also makes AAPL trade back into fundamentals. So if we were looking at this one actually being a possible acquirer, we have to view it a little bit differently now, Joey. I don't know how you feel about that.
No, I was just, sorry, I want to take a couple steps back here, Sharif, as we were talking about inference. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, there is some things that are better than NVIDIA's Blackwell. For raw speed, the etched Sohu, which is I find interesting. That's one of them. And then as for token output, we have the Cerebras WS.
Are you looking at agentic workloads, and are you looking about inference?
Yeah, specifically inference,
okay,
like in performance.
All right, so let me do my research since you just had the opportunity to, and I'll show you exactly what I mean. Go ahead.
I was confirming with you with what you said, right?
Sure.
So essentially what I had there, I was looking up a couple of things.
Sure.
First initial thing was like, okay, yeah, NVIDIA, but then is there a custom ASICs that has somewhat better performance? And sure enough, as per volume token output, you have the Cerebras WSE3. That is better. All right. So I was just reading that. We can move on to the next story. I don't know, really, American Airlines drops after merger denial. I mean, we could take a look at some of the airline companies and see what we have going on there. We could always look at the Jets ETF, see how that's been performing. We know that the cost of oil has definitely hurt the sector, and Jets ETF off of the lows dropped substantially. I mean, 25%, so running into bear market territory, which, I mean, isn't the best. DAL, we can head over to Delta Airlines, not too far off of the highs, and then American Airlines as well, too. Let's see with them. And then some of these names, just considering the cost of oil has gone through the roof, you're gonna see a hindrance in them. So you're down 36% off of the lows. You get somewhat of a bounce here in AAL. So I mean, it's definitely tougher. You might see a bounce essentially once this conflict comes to some form of a conclusion.
All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Talking about crude, so USO is surging on the Middle East escalation. Oil is ripping higher after U.S.-Iran tensions have escalated again. Attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz and the direct U.S. military response. So currently USO is in the green by 5%, trading around the 120s region. But the key issue here is that the Strait of Hormuz is a critical global oil choke point. So any disruption will immediately amount to and reflect on supply shock fears. So this entire situation is highly unstable. The breakdown of the ceasefire, the conflicting signals on renegotiations, and the threats of further escalations are definitely making this highly volatile at the moment. So what does this tell us? That there's an unstable and more event-driven trend more than just.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I always feel like I have really nothing to add when we talk about oil because it's just so headline driven. I mean, anything can come out in the next 5 minutes that can completely change my opinion. They could strike a deal. The only concern that I've had, and I've had this concern from the very beginning when it comes to these negotiations with Iran, is that I don't know if the individuals or the group that they're trading with is in kind of in agreement with, let's just say, some military leaders. So there could be factions, right? Because so much of their leadership got decimated. So you could have a military faction, you could have some, career politicians, you could have some technocrats that want to save the country from being destroyed anymore, but neither of them can agree. It really depends on who the Americans are negotiating with. And if they're negotiating with one party or two, do those parties agree with the other? And so that's always been my concern. And I feel like that is somewhat true because you see all these kind of conflicting headlines where, one part of the Iranian government may say one thing at one time and then you completely see something a little bit different. Now, to be fair, I think that, there's been developments on our side as well from the Trump administration that have helped to change that. Obviously, the blockade, the naval blockade, the Iranians say that they weren't really anticipating that when they struck the deal. In any event, it just seems to be, and the Lebanon thing again. Remember, like the whole Lebanon thing. Oh, that's not part of the deal. Oh, it's supposed to be part of the deal.
Israel was saying.
Yeah. The states was also saying that they were supposed to be part of the deal as well. The ceasefire in Lebanon, that is. So in any event, I mean, it's just opining on this could be completely. You could be wrong in about like 10 minutes. So.
Exactly. So a headline can step in, and next thing you know, it's like, all right, we're no longer having a ceasefire, where everything's off the table. It's a very fragile subject because essentially at the end of the day, it's a lot of he said, she said. You don't know necessarily what is true coming out of the Middle East and vice versa. They're probably thinking the exact same thing. And then that's where this headline-driven sensitivity comes into play is that, all right, the block or the strait is now open. You rally in the market. Oh, okay, as of Wednesday night, that's it, it's done. As soon as that ceasefire ends, we're dropping bombs again and the market doesn't like it. So it's a very sensitive underlying at the moment, and I think that's going to be the narrative until this whole conflict cools down. All
right, Sia, what do we got next?
Talking about Cleveland Cliffs next. So CLF has reported improved results. Revenue has risen to $4.92 billion. That is a 6% raise and an adjusted loss of $40 cents versus the 43 cents that was expected. Net loss has narrowed a lot to negative $229 million versus the negative $408 $86 million year over year. So now to me, this is proof of cost stabilization despite a lot of macro pressure. Now, there is a steel pricing strength with the average selling price jumping from $1,048 versus the $980. So the tariffs are clearly supporting domestic products. Management of the company has also emphasized that the U.S. trade enforcement is working with imports at its lowest since the financial crisis. The energy cost and the pricing lag, however, is still very existent, but the Middle East conflict is actually indirectly helping supporting the domestic steel demand and pricing. And currently the stock is down in the red, almost 2.6%.
Yeah, so this is a tariff story for me, as you mentioned there. Because of the tariffs, their average selling price has gone up. So obviously that they're benefiting from that. We're kind of hurting on this side of the border as a result of that. We really relied on American customers for a lot of our aluminum exports, and that's obviously been a bit of an issue. But they did emphasize trade enforcement, management that is, of Cleveland-Cliffs. Trade enforcement is working with imports lowest since the financial crisis. There do remain headwinds, though, for the local production of aluminum, energy costs. There's also pricing lag, and there could be more disruptions from the Middle East, which are indirectly supportive of domestic steel demand pricing, Joey. So I don't know how you feel about this one, but aluminum is not really one that I keep a close eye on.
Read up on some of their earnings report. I mean, recent trends, simply read through. Okay, I mean, there's nothing really much going on here. CLF, you can pull up the technicals. Is like, I mean, when we were talking about the metals and everything along those lines, I don't know how much of a run a name like Cleveland-Cliffs would have been on. So now, as for the daily, you're really starting to pull back a little bit. So you have about a 41% drawdown, a little bit more than that. We'll call it 43% off of that 1655 high. But when we're talking about silver and that gold run, this wasn't really that play. So I mean, like this is good, but then essentially you give back the majority of it here on Cleveland-Cliffs off that low of 576 for 576. You get a 200% return, but then you give back the majority of that with the fail to establish a new high here in CLF.
All right, Sia, what do we got?
We're talking about Meta now. So Meta Platforms slips on the Bank of America cut despite solid ad checks. Now, Bank of America has cut its price target on Meta from $820 to $820 from $885, but has kept a buy rating on the stock. So analyst checks are suggesting a Q1 ad spending, which is broadly in line with no major advertiser pullback here, but that is directly tied to the Middle East conflict, which does help near-term revenue confidence for the company. Now, Bank of America is predicting a Q1 revenue of $56 billion versus the $55.4 billion street, and EPS of $7.44 versus the $6.64 estimates by the street. So the real concern is the macro uncertainty here that can pressure the Q2 guidance, and Meta may likely need to raise the low end of 2026 CapEx guidance due to the rising AI infrastructure costs. Currently, Meta is in the red, down 2.2%.
That's kind of the concern here, especially with this price target cut. You feel like it might have something to do with it. What I really like, though, is that we read last week that Meta was on the way to overtaking Google in terms of revenue generated per year from ads. That's good. What I don't like and what I haven't liked about Meta for a long time is the fact that their CapEx spend, the monetization for their CapEx spend, the window is a lot longer out than Google, Microsoft, and Amazon as a result, because they offer neo-cloud services. Neo-cloud services obviously include AI benefits, and those can be monetized immediately, just vis-a-vis cloud. Whereas Meta doesn't have a cloud division. As a result, they've got to monetize this through ads. As I've been mentioning, I think I said this like 50 times last week, but that's the concern that I have with Meta. They're spinning up a storm, but they're going to have to realize it through monetization. So just wanted to add into your point there. So GPUs are basically, they've got to basically use memory in a different way than inference, than custom ASICs do. And because they use memory in a different way, it creates a bottleneck. So it can't make the inference as quickly as it can on one that uses memory a little bit clearer. So here's what it says.
Okay.
So it often referred to as memory bound. To generate a word, the chip has to pull the entire model's weight from memory. In a GPU cluster, data has to travel back and then forth between the chip and the memory constantly, which creates a bottleneck that slows down the response time with inference.
Okay.
So that's what I was trying to make there. And that's when, remember when Altman came out and he was smack talking a little bit of NVIDIA's chips, and then they were kind of hitting each other below the belt. Altman was like, NVIDIA's chips may not be the best anymore. And then Jensen came back out and he leaked it, neither of which admitted it, right? And he leaked it, he's like, yeah, well, you know, maybe OpenAI doesn't have the best model anymore. And they were just kind of hitting each other below the belt. That's kind of what I'm trying to say, and I think that that's why a lot of companies now, they're focusing on ASICs, and I think it's a lot cheaper too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, smart play from NVIDIA as well, too, to have that $2 billion play. Of
course, man. He was wise to that. He picked up on it immediately.
Exactly. I mean, as for Meta, I agree with Sharif on that one. I mean, there's a longer road to hoe for them to start to see a profit being turned. We're already seeing it in Amazon, right? Like, they're already like, hey, we're bringing X amount of money home off of this AI spend, and that's essentially what you want to see. Something that you need to be worried about is how much money Zuck is spending, and he's a repeat offender. Like, we've seen him do this before, and I know it's a completely different kind of revolution than what we have going on, and something that never caught on with him before with his Reality Lab segment. I mean, spent the money, seen essentially no ROI on that for quite some time, and even if he is, they're still operating at a net loss. It's just going to take him a lot more, and we know that they are heavily concentrated in digital ad revenue, and I said this before, and I'll say it again, like you mentioned, I just don't understand why, if you're going to be spending $153 billion, why don't you look into getting into the neo cloud business? Because that's a lot of capex to not really to not look to get involved. I just don't understand why.
He's building these data centers anyway, but like I feel like he wants to use them for ads, right? Like he's not building them.
Which is fair, right? But I wouldn't be like, hey, do you want to have 97% of your capacity to one thing? I mean, if it's a big driver, like we were talking about Google, essentially them catching up to Google in digital ad revenue, but wouldn't you want to diversify that a little bit just in case you have some of these larger companies slow down on digital ad
I personally would want to diversify. Right? I think that's maybe why he's getting into the hardware game. Also to get away from Apple's kind of like stranglehold on how he does things.
But is that hardware going to be that game changer for him? I think is a big question.
She doesn't have as much margins, if that's what you're asking. So I completely agree with that. See ya. See ya. All right, Fabian. Anytime.
So the iShares Bitcoin Trust, that's what we're talking about. Now, the core story, however, here is that the short-term derivatives positioning has been cleared out. And on the other hand, long-term holders are adding aggressively. So what is this necessarily doing? It's shifting the burden of the next move away from leverage and back onto the spot demand. Bitcoin has rallied 20.72% from the March 29 low to the April 17th high. Now, the warning sign here is the execution quality with regards to the recent push into resistance that has resulted in upper wicks on the chart. Open interest has also fallen from $30.46 billion to $27.44 billion, which is about a 10% reset, while funding has moved from a negative 0.014% to a negative 0.002%. Now, this is a little number, but it's showing that a short pressure has eased and leverage is getting cleaned up.
All right. In this trade here, guys, PBM just broke out into 17. I just took some out there. If it loses 6, there I'm out. All right. So we already gave back the last remaining amount, but PBM was a rip. KC into 1696. It's awfully volatile. We took this one on the breakout in the 30s, wet the beak into 17s. I stopped out below 16 for the last remaining amount, but what a rip up PBM was. Good call out by you. I definitely didn't have this one on my radar until it cleared 16. That's why we got involved with this one above 16, but it still doesn't have that continuation quite yet. It's failing right now. It's on the way down. It's about to lose 16. There it is into the 1580. So this one is selling off a little bit. Watch out for possible support at 1550, $0.50 level, as well as a 10 EMA on the 5. Limit down is 1470. So PBM really ripping here all over the place, up and down. Let's talk a little bit about this one, though. Let's move down. Bitcoin. All right. Did you see what MSTR was buying?
Did they buy more?
Yeah, they bought like 34,000, I think. Let me just double check. Give me a second here. MSTR, all right, where are they? They picked up 34,000. So here it is. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, They picked up about 34,116 Bitcoin. That's for $2.54 billion. Average price of $74.40. Guys, they have, the way they fund this is they sell STRD.
Yeah,
you saw this, right?
STRC.
I think there's both, STRK and STRD, no?
I have STRC.
You have STRC?
Yeah, I don't know what this guy has going on, Sharif.
Yeah.
When you're starting to get into these vehicles, like I'm reading something on the STRC, which is going to provide essentially a semi-monthly dividend instead of the traditional semi-annual or monthly schedule seen as. So you might be right on the STRC.
You actually are right about STRC.
Yeah.
You know what he does though? So, if the price drops of STRC right now, let's just look at STRC. It's at 99.31. If the price drops below 100, the company increases the dividend to attract buyers.
That's great.
If the price rises above 100 on STRC, the company decreases the dividend to cool demand. So this is the STRC chart over here. I think we should show this because it's quite interesting.
Smokes.
What's going on over there?
I'm looking at the STRC.
Let's look at this daily. Yeah, this is crazy. Look at this.
Crazy,
but you look how embarrassing. Look how very, very little amount of time. Yeah, sorry about that.
I have it up here.
Yeah, the very, very little amount of time that you can spend below $100. It seems to retrace right back to that high, right?
What is this? So 96 cents. Okay. I mean, like you're catching 90. Yeah. Or 90, well,
That's
94.
the dividend.
The amount. The payment, right? Here was it at the lows, 88 cents. I mean, according to Park, the design of STRC is intended to stabilize pricing, reduce cyclical volatility, increase liquidity, and support stronger investor demand. I don't know.
How many do you think they hold now?
Of Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Over 850,000.
You're close. 815. So you had 5 and you had the 8. Yeah, so you're pretty close. BTC, what's their average price?
Oh, average price?
Yeah.
I already kind of know this, but I'm going to say, considering he bought some now, I'm going to say 74 and a quarter.
Okay, so it says he now holds 815,000 BTC acquired for 61.56 billion at an average price of 75,500.
Okay.
Dude, he has $61.5 billion in Bitcoin. That doesn't yield any assets. But funny enough, look at this. The company also reported a BTC yield of 9.5% year to date in 2026, showing an aggressive accumulation strategy. Moreover, it reported in the filing, all purchase price fees include fees and expenses. Sorry, that's what I mean. So they're yielding 9.5% based on the average price. How's that even possible?
How's that even possible? Like you're trading at that level right now.
I have to get more of an explanation on that. All right, Sia, what do we got next?
We're talking about AST Space Mobile next. They have crashed on their satellite failure. Now, ASTS has suffered a major setback as the satellite Bluebird 7 had been placed in the wrong orbit and will be deorbited, which means that this can very well be a total loss for the company. The stock did react to this news, and currently the shares are trading in the negative by 8%. The cost is expected to be covered by insurance, but the real issue here is not that. It's the timeline delay and the credibility hit that the company is taking, and not just the financial damage. So ASTS is competing against SpaceX, Starlink Mobile, and eventually Amazon. And this incident is just highlighting the dependency risk on launch partners such as Blue Origin, which was used for the satellite launch here of Bluebird 7. ASTS is still targeting 45 satellites by the end of the year 2026, but the company has only 6 currently in orbit. So if you look at this story in a broader perspective, it tells you that this will keep delivery promises under extreme microscope, and any kind of up or down is going to cause a scrutiny.
So I actually learned something back from Jose during lunch. So I was asking him about short on the telecom companies. And he's like, well, it's not going to exactly work that way. These like space carriers with low Earth orbit satellites like Astis, Blue Origin, when they get up and running, and then obviously SpaceX, they actually need a carrier, a terrestrial carrier. So their satellites go to about, I don't know exactly how much deep into the atmosphere. They don't go all the way down. They need then sort of like another, I guess, towers in this case, that then take that signal and relay the signal again.
That they can ping off. Okay.
I don't understand if that's accurate or not, because the whole point of these things was to be able to use them in areas where there were no cell signals.
So do you? Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not really sure what he meant.
Exactly. So very valid point, because we already know that some telecommunication companies here are advertising, hey, where there's no cell towers around, like Rogers is here, you can connect up to this satellite service. So yeah, that's interesting. Is it something that needs to be phased out essentially as the technology grows? But I mean, we talked about this. They're looking to add more. I think it's another. I think it's 45 by the end of at the end of the year, and then another 15 or so by the end of the month in the next 30 days. So ASTS, it can be a disruptive service. We talked about this. I think where these companies really lie is they have to become middlemen with some of the telecommunications. Why? So they can get their addressable market and their client base. Because just to get people to switch over that quick from their telephone provider, unless you have something that's substantial and significantly cheaper, I don't think people are going to jump the gun too quick in an earlier phase technology.
Let's circle back to that yield thing with MSTR.
Yeah.
So apparently yield is like a key performance indicator. It's like a proprietary metric for them. Okay. It's not like a yield on a bond. Okay. So here's what happens. So in traditional finance, yield usually refers to the cash return on your investment, like a dividend. But for MSTR, BTC yield, and that we were talking about it being 9.5% year to date in 2026, means something else. Okay, so BTC, the yield here, it tracks the ratio of the company's total Bitcoin holdings versus its total number of shares. If the company increases its Bitcoin stash faster than it issues new shares, the yield is positive. Price is irrelevant according to the report in this math. Even if Bitcoin drops to $1, if the company now holds 0.0012 BTC per share instead of 0.001 BTC, the yield is positive. So this feels like it's some cockamamie accounting for him to say, oh, the yield is up. I don't know if I like this, man. This is...
Well, I've heard multiple analysts classify this as essentially financial gibberish.
This is kind of what it means, right? It goes on to explain more about SRTC, the preferred stock for MSTR that we were just talking about. But it's quite interesting. Sell overvalued shares. They sell SRTC or common stock to the market at a high valuation, and they buy cheap Bitcoin. They use that cash to buy Bitcoin at the current market price. The result, because the market value of the shares they issued is higher than the market value of Bitcoin they bought, the amount of Bitcoin backing each existing share actually increases. That's not entirely crazy, but it's just super
sketchy.
Circular.
It seems, right?
Right? People are saying Ponzi scheme. I don't know if I'd go that far, but it does seem like a little bit of a stretch. So just wanted to put that out there because yield, I mean, it means so many things, especially in bonds. It means something completely different.
Yeah.
Sia, what do we got?
Psychedelic stocks rip. So psychedelic drug developers have surged after U.S. President Donald Trump has signed an executive order to fast-track FDA reviews and boost federal funding for treatments like ibogaine. So FDA has instructed to prioritize a breakthrough therapy designations. So the review timelines may shrink from 6 to 10 months to 1 to 2 months, which is a major catalyst for small-cap biotech valuations. Now, $50 million federal funding and a bipartisan support will lower long-term regulatory risk across the space. And I would definitely say that you can expect high volatility here, and ATAI is ripping and trading positively in the green by 25%.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. By the way, we're going to have Todd Shapiro on with Joey and I during the midday tomorrow. So if you guys, if you guys have any psychedelic questions, bring him tomorrow, guys, because definitely he'll be able to answer that. He's a really passionate guy about his space. Look, I kind of believed in this name, or DFTX, specifically the one I'm involved in, for one reason and one reason only. If anybody heard RFK talk before he took the secretary position, you know that he was really interested in these type of things like he is in peptides as well. So I just took a shot in the dark. When President Trump got elected, I bought MindMed at the time. I've been holding it since that time, thinking that, somewhere in the Trump administration or during his term, that there would be some sort of push to legalize these. And it looks like there is that EO now. I would like it a lot more, though, Joey, if it wasn't an EO and if it was more of legislation. Because that codifies it into law as opposed to, you know, the whims of these executive orders. $50 million in funding. You've got the executive helping you fast track your reviews through the FDA. So you've got both. I think it's good. I think it's good. Now, if you're asking like from the science perspective, I don't know. I don't mind these non-regular kind of pharmaceutical treatments, especially for, you know, what do they call those? Mental,
like PTSD,
psychological
PTSD and stuff like that,
and things like that.
Yeah. I mean, my big question is with all this stuff, and I mean, I'm going to look at this from a technical standpoint. I just like this is good stuff, obviously, for war veterans. There's some proven scientific or medical benefits behind that. But essentially, it's like, okay, this is good, but I don't think it's going to compare to what we've seen in the weed boom, right? That was all fun and games. Is the space that popular? And I mean, what is abuse of substances like this going to do? We already know people are microdosing already. You can get lion's mane essentially off of.
You can get that on Amazon. Man.
Exactly, right? Like, so that's what I'm saying. You can get that off of Amazon. We had stores here in the city. I don't know how they've been performing or how they're doing. There was nothing compared to what we've seen from the recreational cannabis standpoint. It's like you got shut down the next. Like 2 days later, you were open. I just don't see that happening in regards to this.
I heard you make that comparison this morning, but this is like more for medical as opposed to recreational.
Yeah. I mean? No, like, 100%. Yeah, I think that's the case, right? Like, and that's what I'm getting at. So that's why I'm saying there's not going to be as much strength in this as I think we've seen from a recreational standpoint in regards to cannabis.
I'd have to agree with that. Yeah. Psychedelic stock TSX on the TSX called MDMA or OTC MDX. XF. Let's have a look.
There was CMD.
Those are not good, Neil?
There was CMD as well this morning that came up on the scanner. Clear Mind Medicine that's working in the psychedelics.
MDMA. Oh, that's so hilarious. I can't believe they actually put it MDMA. That's just. How did they even let them do that on the exchange? Do you not know that? Anyway, yeah, nice breakout there. It was trading under 10 pennies at around 1 penny. So this one popped up now to 1.69 pennies, so not a bad look. What's the other one? MDXXF. MDXXF, so that's obviously on. I don't have that one, actually. I don't know. I can't pull that one up. Eclectic Passions. Thank you for that, though. Mike, stop. Mike PD Rider, you're killing me, man. Do you believe in the longevity of these, especially for, you know, I don't know.
I don't know anything about
Neither do
that,
I, and that's
right?
the thing. Like, we always see them like from a recreational sense, but
I don't know.
From the actual study side. Somebody was asking me,
someone said they're on ketamine right now.
Is that one actually being studied as well? I feel like that one might be with, That's the thing. I think some people are studying those too.
What's
it's
that?
Like the group.
What?
It's like ketamine, there's MDMA, there's microdosing, of course. Psilocybin, we know that. That's obviously been talked about for a while. I wonder which ones are actually under investigational studies by some of these bigger companies. We can find out.
Yeah, I'm sure we can find out. Someone's saying, okay.
MDMA is, he's saying that. Ichiro says as well. Yeah, I know, I get a whole thing there about it. We're not vouching for it. We're just basically saying that this is what they're doing, guys. So, is that it, or is there one more? One more? Okay.
Yeah, we do have one more. So USA Rare Earth, that's what we're talking about, will be acquiring Serra Verde, which is a Brazil mine and processing, so in a $2.8 billion cash and stock deal. So this reduces the Western dependence on China, which is currently the dominating country in rare earth supply and leading one. Serra Verde is Pega Ema, which is one of the few non-Asian sources of heavy rare earths. So there is a high geopolitical value there. And implication here is that there is a strong narrative trade, but also an execution and dilution risk from the component if you look at it from the stock component. But currently the stock is up. USAR is up 8.2%.
I have nothing bad to say about this. Looks like the metal names are strong today. MP's up 4 3/4. USAR is up big, 8 1/5. When you create a price floor for some of these names, and that's what we've seen with some of some of the metals that these guys are going to sell. The U.S. government's basically guaranteed them a price floor. The idea there is to prevent the Chinese from dumping and running you out of business. My understanding was when any other North American player tried to get into the metals game, the Chinese players would come in, undercut them on price, and keep pushing the price floor lower and lower and lower until it was no longer economically viable for the company to operate, at which time they would cease operations or go out of business, and then the Chinese would basically dominate the entire space. That's been the case, I think, for a while now, and the U.S. government obviously needs to change that because they can't rely on Chinese suppliers for obvious reasons, and you're getting support fundamentally here from the government now with respect to this story, picking up new mines. I don't think it's bad. I get there's issues with dilution risk, but I think nearshoring and controlling the supply chain close to your shores is probably the right move.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's send things off to Adara. We'll talk a little bit more about USAR.
I'll be quick. So there was a bit of an issue with the last 15, 20 minutes.
Muted. Okay. Anyways, yeah, Sharif, I agree with you. I think that's kind of been, well, it has been Donald Trump's MO, right? Like onshoring, essentially. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we've seen what was going on in the silver move. We've seen what was going on with gold. And Donald Trump's just plan in general was to just get the industrial side of things back onto American soil. Let's send things over to Adara.
So I just want to let you guys know here, again, there was an issue on X, so some news was taking a little while to disseminate. Looks like this issue has been resolved after, I would say, roughly 20 minutes or so. But I bring this up because there was a Truth Social post from President Trump roughly 10 minutes ago, still disseminating now, again, likely because of those issues here with X. But President Trump saying, amongst other things, looks like at least 2 different posts on the subject of Iran, that he is, quote, not under pressure whatsoever to make any deal with Iran, though he said it will happen relatively quickly. So worth noting here, President Trump saying that, hey, I don't have to make a deal with Iran. No one's pressuring me to do so. I will do so if I want to, and I do want to, but I'm not feeling any pressure in that regard. So again, a lot of people are interpreting this as this could take a little bit longer to get this deal than we were initially thinking. So deal here with, keep an eye on USO in the market as President Trump makes these comments. Looks like there were at least 2 Truth Social posts, so he's been active today. Just be aware.
Cool. All right, continuing to watch here, PBM. This one tried to breach prior bar high at 1546. It's not catching the bid right now. I think about 1550, this could be a great long. Holds at VWAP, but it's right back at that same level, 15 to 15 and a quarter, where we had resistance before we popped up into basically the high of the day, 1696, where we have that print. And look, it's still putting in a downtrend. So current prior bar just closed below the prior bar there. Now we opened up a new bar, the 150 bar, which also has a lower high. I get back into this trade if we can move decidedly above 15 and a half. If we do, I'll get long on this trade again for yet another attempt into that $20 area. But I've really got nothing at the moment other than that one, other than to say BlackBerry's also at the volume weighted average price. So something to keep an eye out on there, Joey.
Yeah, Darius, I think now would be the time, right? Like, again, we're at the top end of this range here on AMD. So I'm not saying that we can't find a potential long in it, because that's not the case. But if Donald Trump is willing to kind of extend this, even though say he's in no rush to do so, you have a trend line break right here. If we get a retest, I think that might be a green light to go and a potential climb higher here in AMD and the overall market. We have Bitcoin at a new high of the day, so that's something positive. I wonder if Michael Saylor has anything to do about that. IBIT at one point was down 2.8%, now only down 2% with 43.07 and as its new high of the day. So that's something that we want to see, right? Like just the strength start to step in. Some pullbacks, it was choppy. I was bullish earlier this morning, and it's just unfortunate we were too early to on pulling the trigger on this one as it's continuing to climb. But I had a feeling and a hunch that we were going to find somewhat of a recovery here on the day. Yeah, exactly. And there goes AMD. So pullback, off to the races we go. I think this is a good opportunity to get involved with some longs. We have NVDA above the volume weighted average price, and then the SPY and the NASDAQ just hovering a little bit below and above respectively. Tesla, not quite there yet. We're heading back towards VWAP as well. So, I mean, a nice recovery. be careful of some volatility to step in. I wouldn't be surprised if we get an additional headline, Donald Trump saying something. The real big question is, I think, Sharif, is he going to get a deal done by the end of the ceasefire? I don't think so, but is he going to be willing to push back the ceasefire?
That's a great question. Yeah, we saw him push it back last time when he got a tentative deal, and then it was kind of hit and miss there for a minute until we got the opening of the Strait, right?
Yeah.
So it should be interesting.
I think, if talks are working, whatever JD's got going on in Pakistan is working in their favor. It's not like you're just going to throw all of that out of the window and be like, oh, all right, yeah, we're getting close to something. Nope, boom, the red button on a couple of missiles and send it over.
Oh, wow. We're going there, huh?
That's what they said they're ready to do, man. It's just like, all right, that's cool. Let's get things going.
Guys, I'm just watching PBM here. I'm looking for this one to break above 1550, but it does look like it has a bit of a lower high pattern here. So on the current candle, on the 5, we almost have no body to speak of. The high of the candle, oh boy. The high of the candle, PBM, let's put this over here. The high of the candle is 1536. Now the low is 1511. So very little in the way of room. In fact, it looks like this one is still setting up as a downtrend. So I'm not interested in getting into PBM unless it's off VWAP at around 1450. That's a scalp trade for me. I'm going long if it does break above 1550 and 1550 quite decisively. Until that time, it's a basically unbroken lower high since that topping tail candle that we put in right at 131. So the 130 candle on the 5, 1696, that's the area high, followed by another lower high, and it's been a series of lower highs since that topping tail 1696 candle on PBM. So nothing for me to do here other than wait for it to break above 1550 or get back into 1450 where VWAP is. Separately, BlackBerry is now holding up at the volume weighted average price. This is a long hold here at VWAP. This could be yet another long. Now, whether or not we make it into 571, that was a really long pullback. As you can see there, we basically put in lower highs from 12 until 115, so an hour and 15 minutes worth of pulling back. But the fact that it's finding support at VWAP is not by accident, guys. Now, whether or not it finds more power to get back up, Scotty, I need more power, up to 1550 or 1571, we'll see. But right now, there's enough buyers to keep this above VWAP, not enough, though, to push into new area highs. JLHL says Cool Brioche. Let's take a quick look there. JLHL. Right, let's look at the 5 on this one. Yeah, that's not for me, Cool Brioche. Below VWAP, consolidative, below the high of the day, substantially below the high of the day. Up 37 2/3%, but not really the chart pattern that I'd be looking for, quite frankly. Just going to keep my eye out on BlackBerry and PBM. Yeah, PBM. We're going to Adair.
You guys, we have even more uncertainty here with regards to the situation in the Middle East. Now, this is pretty interesting. Earlier today, we had Axios reporting that the U.S. is going to hold a second round of talks between Lebanon and Israel. On Thursday, this came out, I believe, just before 11 a.m. Now the U.S. State Department, I guess, denying this report from Axios, saying they are not going to be holding a second round of talks between Lebanon and Israel on Thursday. So again, looks like we're not getting a second round of Israel-Lebanon talks as of right now. Just be aware, USO bouncing a little bit here off of this higher low, but nothing massive in terms of reactions.
Yeah, I think that's been the narrative, right? Like, it's like, okay, a couple of headlines drop into the market. You see us tank and breach through some support levels. And then essentially it's just been in recovery mode from that point. And a lot of channel trading, a lot of overlapping prints. You have that pullback and then you put in a new high. You can't break the volume weighted average price and hold on the SPY. You're just breaking it right now here on the NASDAQ. I think being led by the likes of NVDA, that name is continuing to climb and up to that $200 mark. So essentially whatever happened this morning is out of the window. You have this gap up as well, too, when the rest of the market was gapping down. So not too horrible of a look. With the high of around 202, or this is USO. What am I talking about? I thought I had NVDA up there. It switched on me. But yeah, so it gaps down, moving opposite essentially. This was the previous pivot high of 201.20. We talked about the open interest at 202.50. Okay, it was at 68,000 contracts. We can take a look at it right now to see if that's grown in size or it's started to cool off and people covering. I don't see any reason why they would be, considering how earlier in the week it is. So we have the 0 DTE pulled up. Let's head over to that 4-day and see what we have going on that $192 or $212 strike, where we're currently 202.05, 69,000. So only about 500 contracts or so, or 5,000 contracts, really increased the size on that. It's still the same amount, and what we see up here isn't very much. So I wouldn't be surprised if this volume can be absorbed at some point.
You want to take off, brother? To get
Yeah, I'll
ready?
go to washroom and get rocking and rolling.
All right, man.
This is how it's
Yes,
done
sir.
over there.
All right. Let's talk a little PBM. Fluffy says PBM getting in there. PBM is getting there, or is it wishful thinking? I'm looking right at it. The problem with this one, Fluffsters, is we're still putting in lower highs quite aggressively, unbroken. Ever since that topping tail at 1696, each candle subsequent has been putting in lower highs. I've been watching. I've been really looking for a move above 15.5 if we could get one quite decisively, but we haven't even been able to breach prior bar high, which has kind of left me out of the trade. I don't think that there is anything to pick up. Again, 1450 for a bounce off VWAP, or above 1550 for a continuation into 16, maybe 17 if it really catches a bid, but it's not showing you that. BYND's losing trend here. There could be support at around 91 pennies. I want to say between 92 to 91. That's a prior area low. I want to say that this is a bull flag here with the consolidation area low being around 91. Now, you didn't get a second bull flag. You barely got even a move up into 97. So this is kind of breaking structure. Whether or not it finds support at 91 and then tries to mosey on back into 97, we'll have to wait and see. But BYND losing a little bit of trend, as is CADL, but we said very little about this. FLWS was my best winner on the day, and this one is off the high about 523. This one could find some support at 470 if it continues to sell off. But yeah, guys, the small caps really kind of shut off the buy button towards the afternoon, save and except for that latest attempt on PBM, but we're still substantially below the pre-market high on PBM, having gotten there right at 4 a.m., the high of which is 1985. The best we could do during regular trading hours, 1696, so not much to talk about there. Again, BlackBerry, the only one I'm really looking at the moment because it's got support at the volume weighted average price. It's not pumping up though. This one would have to be, I wouldn't put it right below VWAP, your stop that is. I would put it below area low. That would take you to the 1105 bar, the low of which there is 530. So I'd put my stop at maybe 529. It's at 540 right now. I think that that's a good risk to reward setup, given that, it's a 571 high. I'm not saying you're going to see the high of the day again, but something to be out looking for there. SLNH, I'll leave you guys with this one. Not the biggest volume winner on the day, but one that had a pretty decent chart pattern nonetheless. It looks like there's a huge seller here at 47 that you guys haven't been able, no one's been able to shake since about a quarter after the hour. A move above 50 puts this one right back on trend for a break above 50 and a move into 3/4. So SLNH, I didn't have any trades on this one. Doesn't mean that I can't see the validity of this one, so we'll keep tabs on that. Are you going up to the big board? Hey, all right. So we'll let Joe set up because he's still getting ready. You're good to go already? That's super quick. All right, well, there you go. Joey Opsh, ready as well. Shout out to Jackie, SCN. Hope you guys had a fantastic morning with Joe and I on the midday, or I should say afternoon. We're going to send you to the afternoon boys now. Joey and Neil, sending it over to Joey.
Good stuff there, guys. I mean, a lot of my face going on in the past couple of weeks. Don't get too sick of me because Katina Man he'll be back shortly, guys. He'll be back on Thursday. I mean, the man has to take a little bit of a break like most of us do, just due to the fact that, hey, man, he's here, he's in every day. You need that R&R. You need to shut your mind off and just like step away, especially when we're seeing this type of market. But at the end of the day, I hope he's enjoying every single part. Now, guys, I mean, what we talk about here essentially from a day-to-day standpoint is if we go over these names, you have Sharif on his small caps. We're trading Bitcoin, we're trading Tesla. But the real factor is, and you'll hear me say typically, just, okay, I'm really hyper-focused on essentially just a couple or a handful of names throughout the day. And I think that's what's really important. And what that is us essentially establishing a pre-market game plan And I think that's something really important and every trader needs to hone in on when they definitely look to start trading after the open.
Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. But if you have a good plan, at least it'll prepare you to be able to counterpunch. Know what to do when X happens or when Y happens, because ultimately a trading plan isn't always about, I'm gonna predict what's gonna happen next. It's more about, these are the things that can happen and this is going to be my reaction to it. And when we look at developing a plan, it's like, what am I gonna trade? That's the first thing. What am I actually gonna trade? Like, do I want something to end up with a good short and a reversal long and then re-gauging in the short and basically taking as much after the open as we can? Yeah, that's the end point. But you got to think about where it starts from. Knowing that I wanted to trade SLV today. Now, you had an opportunity to see, obviously you had oil futures, which were going higher, which were putting stress on a lot of things, including the metals in particular. Now, in this particular case, immediately identifying prior resistance last week, except for Friday, where you had this massive blowout day. Huge drop in oil futures. Well, today we come in and oil futures are way up, causing this to come down. So the first thing I look at is, okay, when you have those, if the reverse set would be like a bottoming tail candle, in this case, it's a false break on a daily because you've got one day which got completely erased and you're now gapping back down underneath prior resistance. Now, when I sit down and it's early, you're trading well off of that level. But the first thing I identify is underneath here, I'm favoring the short side of the trade. It doesn't mean I'm necessarily shorting every single price, but if we don't bust out just underneath that 73 level, then I want to be looking short. Now, the ideal trade is it gravitates all the way up to that 73 and gives me the entry point. It's not always going to be that simple. Sometimes you have to wait for that leading indicator to give you the action. And remember, we're looking at USO down, meaning silver is gonna go up. So the second at the open, we establish an upward trend and we're bouncing and putting in higher lows, that's where I wanna get in. You would have heard me say this when I talk about this all the time for entries. Having an area where you want to short in front is not necessarily enough. I want a reason to get in. I want to see confirmation. I want to see higher lows in USO confirmed with lower highs in silver. So until I see it make that higher low in confluence with the lower high with that higher low, I don't make any entry points. Then the confirmation of the short comes in, ride it all the way down to where it eventually catches a bid. Now in this case, I do have one flip trade, which I would say didn't even need to be necessary. But it did happen because of an overall trend in USO, which was it got to VWAP and it's trending down. It got to VWAP and looked like it was gonna break lower. In that particular moment, it's easy to say, well, get out of the short for a little bit because if we continue to tank down, you're probably gonna get silver going higher. So we take a shot going into the long position. Once it loses VWAP, I'm out, but what happens? It didn't continue lower. You get higher lows. You bounce off VWAP in the other way. So what's the original plan of action? It's underneath our key price level, right? So we're continuing to look short and you're bouncing. So now I'm shorting volume weighted average price. It's that simple. Knowing where you want to enter underneath. Now, obviously, it could have been a situation where that just continued to blast higher, and maybe I have to wait for it to come back down and show me those lower highs, but that's what it's all about. I'm waiting for the confirmation of strength in USO, and then once I see those lower highs, I'm engaged in the short trade. I'm using VWAP for re-entries when the trend is confirmed. But it all starts with having a plan of action and what you want to trade in the first place.
Absolutely, and I completely agree with Neil has going on there. Now, essentially what he's getting at is we have that inverse correlation, but there's a time and a place for everything. What he's waiting for is, okay, if we think that USO is going to continue to climb higher, and SLV is potentially going to move lower, or the inverse of that, lower on USO, higher in silver, he's going to wait for either to sell the pop or buy the dip. And that's exactly what he had. It was a game plan in the pre-market that said, okay, if we climb higher, we're ready to audible if we have to, but if we climb higher in USO, then I'm going to be looking for lower highs to be established in SLV, which is going to give us the opportunity to game plan and strategize for a potential short. You hold key levels like the volume weighted average price, that's his green light to go when you are playing that inverse correlation between USO and SLV, especially if he was looking for that trade to the short side.
And even as bonus time, I can now look at what my plan would be for the following day just based on the beginning thesis. Oh, we're playing back into this, which could be a head and shoulders pattern, depending on what you want to look like. There's your head. You got a couple of theoretical shoulders. That's going to hold. Well, what happened the following day when it lost this level? It held trend and then put in lower highs. Well, right now, it's indicating it's not giving me much of a reason to get away from that notion. The continuation is still there because you're holding that resistance short. So now I have a key price level to look for continuation. And one of the things that I already know that I would be looking at is, if it doesn't get to this level, start looking at the resistance lower highs. Even before the next day has started, you can look for the continuation of a potential trend trade that you were able to see on day one. But you have to have that day one plan in the first place. Correlation helps. Having key price levels helps, but you have to have an execution strategy. You have to develop the bias around that key price level so you know which direction you're going to even trade when it gets to your price before it gets there. That's how you execute a successful trade.
Good stuff, exactly. So game planning is key. It's going to lead to your intraday success. I don't believe it's just the idea to wake up, roll over, and turn over and think you're going to be able to punch it long on something or go short. You need to game plan. Having a pre-market plan is essentially going to be that first step in your key to success with day trading. That's for sure. All right, guys, let's take a look. How come I hear myself here? It's because of Neil's mic. All right, yeah. I mean, there it is. Bitcoin continuing to climb higher, and this is what we're looking at essentially. AMD found some form of a recovery, but nothing nearly as strong as what we experienced in the triple Qs or SPY. Now, IBIT up here around these highs, we have an outstanding volume print, and you're holding that 42.25 mark. If we continue to do so, and exactly in the game plan in which Neil was just referring to, if we fail to establish a new high, that could be a good potential signal, green light to go for a reversion, as the overall market is just slowly grinding higher. At some point, if larger participants want to come in and start selling, I think they'll have the ability to push price a little bit lower.
You know what the most important thing is in trading? It's like personal responsibility. Like you come in, like you do your plan of action, or you know, you understand the things that you're looking for, and then I'll set up my watch list or my quote board to make sure that I don't miss trades. All of that being said, which is because it's all fair and true, whoever's job it was to remind us all that Beyond Meat was going to get too close to $1 and fail, you failed everybody. Because I don't know, like, see, I remember somebody in the chat was like, oh yeah, Beyond Meat's getting close to $1. Dang it, you got to like at me or something, or maybe just post in all caps or something like this. Did it really triple, are you kidding me? It failed $1 on Friday. It triple topped at 97 cents. Like 97 cents is the lower high. It just triple topped at 97 cents and did like the cleanest of, I don't know, maybe it's not the clean. I just think it looks clean. Maybe it's because I don't like Beyond Meat. It looks to me like a clean, like little flag or trend break here, and then right into VWAP. So, I know sometimes you know, history doesn't always repeat itself, but it can often rhyme. And when it rhymes, that's a good thing for trading, for sure. Anyways, I'm really only in one trade right now. I should be in that Beyond Meat trade. Yeah, I should be in that Beyond Meat trade. It was just like BMNR started breaking out. I'm like, okay. Like it did this, so it was kind of like that trend break, and I ended up catching like the breakout, which is silly because I missed it down here when it broke the trend. But I'm like, okay, well, I'll take the regular trade, but with a bit of a chase for less shares, and then that way I can still give it to that prior bar. I've tightened it up after it got second level to this higher low where the breakout was, but probably just going to try this trend unless something crazy happens. I think what we have to always consider is when we're looking at the markets and when they're driven by these headlines, maybe not as much today intraday, but at any moment you can get the right headline or the wrong headline. Like the wrong one, if you're long, would be, or like in this particular case, long crypto related, would be that you get a pop in USO, which is exactly what we're seeing. BMNR is going to come back. So if this starts breaking out 123, I got to consider getting out. You've got an unbelievable accumulation happening right here at 122 on USO. It's going sideways, but it is in an upward trend. So I have to consider that. I like the fact that Bitcoin and ETH and most of crypto have been able to be strong without there being some kind of a flush. So it's a little bit disconnected from the oil markets for sure. I see FJ saying NVTS, Novartis is making some power moves. That could be worth putting on the watch for this afternoon. Not bad, good VWAP bounce, that's what you like to see. Good strength on the daily chart. Good continuation as well. That could be interesting. Don't necessarily love it failing the highs as we speak, because when you're looking at a trade like this, as it's breaking out on that candle, that's where you gotta have it. Like you gotta have the VWAP break there. The chase is okay if there's really good volume. I'm not seeing the volume continue a heck of a lot on Novartis. ASTS, oh, that was the biggest fail. Where's my fail button? And the only reason I'm calling it a fail is, oh, I didn't even flip to it. There you go. The only reason I'm calling this one a fail, I understand it was not a successful launch, right? But like one of the comments we were saying in the pre-market show was, well, it's not like they blew the sucker up. Like there's all kinds of, like, look, the rockets, the satellite's a loss. It got launched into the incorrect, too low of an orbit, the incorrect orbit, and they have to deorbit it, and it's gonna be a total loss, and insurance has to pick it up. Like from that standpoint, of course, absolutely, it's a negative. But it's not the same kind of problem as it blew up on launch, and we don't know what just happened yet. Like it's not that kind of a failure. And when it was down double digits, it really did set itself up for a bounce play. And then that dip was maybe just enough. They came right into that 200 period moving average. I just missed it. I can't say it was my number one thing that I wanted to trade because I was sort of focused on IBIT. And yes, Joe's grabbing lunch. It's delicious. It was delicious. And now I have to smell it. What was I? I'm immediately lost. I'm literally smelling this like delicious lunch that you just heated up. And what was I just talking about? I was talking about ASTS. That wasn't my number one idea. And then because I was focused on like looking at Intel and silver, yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like it wasn't one of the four things I was watching at 9:30. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did already have it, but. How was it? Well, I thought it was pretty good.
That's good.
But I know you judge the food a little bit more.
I'm a hard critic.
You know when you start smelling something that's just good, or maybe this is just.
Don't you think lamb should have came with like a garlic sauce, not like a salsa though?
It was an odd choice of sauce. Okay. But I didn't mind. I thought it was pretty good. No, yeah. It really does. It smells quite good. And no, it's not Beyond Lamb. When we were talking, how Beyond Meat came, well, first of all, Beyond Meat's moving today. But the other context was that the vegetarian alternative was Beyond Meat. Adam James Abroad. Me encanta más. No más. No más. Says Roberto Duran. No más. MAS. And then we've got David. Oh, David with a super chat. Well, we could have at least looked at MAS, but I don't know. It's not really doing much of anything today.
Pull that, yeah,
you didn't show my last. Did we miss it? Oh.
Yeah.
That's our bad, Dave.
Yeah. Apologies.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like we try our best not to miss these, but it happens. You didn't show my last super, so man of my word, got the Beyond Immerse to send to you. It looks like sparkling water. It's expensive but worth it, unless you have big position in it. Give opinion on the show. Okay, so first of all, 100%, I do not own, none of us, well, I don't own shares in Beyond Meat. I'm 99.9 repeating % sure that Sean doesn't own any damn Beyond Meat shares.
Never know with that guy.
No.
I know he doesn't. He doesn't.
He would never. Look, I shouldn't say never, but no. Yeah, you don't. I would imagine.
No,
Sharif
there's
does
zero
not. I
chance.
know Brennan doesn't. So like, there's no conflict of interest. And we had to be. It was like A&W Beyond Meat burgers like years ago when they came out. We had them live on the show and give our honest opinion of it. It was when it was like a more of a newish kind of thing, and the stock was going crazy. So we thought it was fun. So now we're gonna get that drink and see how.
You're gonna get the protein drink?
Well, no, it's David's sending it to us.
So I don't understand.
And then we'll give our honest opinion of it.
I used to eat like black bean burgers, some soy burgers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't understand why we have to go beyond meat though. Like, you know what I mean? Are we classifying the black bean and the soy burgers as beyond meat or just veggie burgers?
Yeah, I guess there's a difference. It's just
right.
It's just different.
It's different.
Yeah, and ultimately there's going to be, everyone's going to try to get the best product to try to replicate what everyone else loves to eat. I mean, let's be honest with it. Like,
would you try that lab-grown meat?
I have not.
Would you though?
Well,
I don't think you can buy it.
No, but I'll more or less try anything. That's just kind of like that's how I'm mentally built. Like, I would give it a chance. Like, there's all kinds of legitimate reasons why. Like, if you could make it taste just as good and just as healthy and all the same characteristics, that when you look at just from like global supply chains and input costs, it could be better. But, and I'm talking about a big but, better taste really good.
Yeah.
And it better be just as healthy.
I know you've seen the movie.
And it better just have that same feel on that grill. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's all that matters.
And yeah, so I'm usually not the first person to try these things, but yeah, I'd never say never, man. I'll never say, even if it's not my preference. Like, I had that Beyond Meat burger. It's the last one I ever had. I never had it again because I was just like,
fair enough.
Not really. It's not quite good enough. Beyond Meat, by the way, is up 14% today. Like, we are bringing this up with the context of, it's not like it's squeezing out of, this isn't crazy or anything. It's gone from 60 cents to just underneath $1. But this is probably the winning streak it's had in a very long time. It's not Avis. I'm just pausing for context.
It's still going?
Yeah, this was just a pause for effect.
Wow, I was right. Okay, this is
somebody in the hedge fund land, their kids' college fund is just gone.
Here it is. Okay.
What are we looking at now?
Are you ready for this?
Probably not.
We're trading at $570. Let's get over to that strike price there, Neil. 227% at the money IV. A $1,200 spread. 6 contracts open on it. 8 contracts open and closed on it today. This thing is absolutely insane. If we go closer, the chances of the implied volatility are going to uptick. There you go. 244% compared to what we were just seeing on the May 11th expiration cycle. You're seeing a $700, $600 spread across the board. The higher you go in strike, the wider it can potentially get. Another $800 right there, Sharif. Neil called you Sharif. $1,200 right there on that spread. Absolutely insane. Insane. You have to be so careful. 570, you're up another 15% here today. I mean, let's pull up the actual charting on this thing because I have to see it. Like, I mean,
nonsense.
It's complete nonsense. What was the reason this whole thing was going?
I mean, we could. I know at the very beginning of this, there was I remember the first couple of days. There was a great thing about there was a few running at the same time, and it started with the TSLA strike around the time of when there was all kinds of backlog and all of the other ones were starting to run. Like, they were going a bit as a group. So my guess is at some point somebody got blown out. Like, because you can't, there's no catalyst that takes this from 140 to 200 that explains why it's at $570 except for the short float. But you can get it started, but now that the ball's rolling, it's just a short squeeze.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about a squeeze, how it unwinds, I don't know. That's the unknown. You never really, I shouldn't say you never really, but I can't imagine. I don't know. That's the best thing. I don't know what will cause this to turn around, but I have a pretty good feeling that once we do establish a break, this could be back in the 200s within
Very
a
quick.
rather abrupt period of time.
Very quickly. I think so. I think the exact same thing. It'll happen faster than you can ever imagine. Now, I want to head over to where was our last major squeeze? Like this, I don't know. We're going to use the example of GameStop, of how quickly things can turn around on a dime. Right? Like you're seeing how many people in May of 2024, that's when all that kind of big movement happened, isn't it? I believe so. May of 2024, a lot of sideways price action before you decide to go absolutely parabolic and from $64, $9 all the way down, all the way up to 64. So you catch 524% in the span of a couple of weeks, all right? And then look what happens after. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that was fun. You drop 72% in the span of 2 trading weeks. Oh, you think you're going to climb back higher, so you're continuously bag holding? Okay, then you drop a little bit more. So just be cautious on what's going on. As Neil mentioned, he hit that nail right on the head. This is insane, but watch out. For every action, you'll probably see an equal and opposite reaction. And I think you're going to see that momentarily in CAR. It may take a little bit longer. It's going to hold it. It's going to remain irrational longer than you can say solvent. But at the end of the day, at some point, regardless of the name, it will come back in eventually, and it will come in extremely, extremely fast. So be cautious and be prepared.
Someone was asking, like, if you can't get locates, like, how do you short something like this? Well, you were just showing how expensive puts are. So, like, the only other way to do it is to
calls, dude. Calls were that expensive.
Well,
yeah, the only way
the options market
is
if you don't have locates, the options market's the options market is your only option.
Legit.
But
then it's like Neil, if
you can still get. Yeah, it is. It's like timing. It's so ridiculous.
There's no liquidity here.
Yeah. So what do you
what do you do, right? Like, okay, so you're buying something with a $400 spread. I mean, if you're willing to lose $6,000 on it, then by all means, that's how much that thing cost. $60. It's $6,000 for an or not even $6,600 if we go up to $6,400, right? That's what you're paying on these. You're paying a 249% increase on premium, all right? So it's like, hey, yeah, that is the safer route, in my opinion. If you are looking to short this name, it's like, hey, if you're going to get involved in this, there's only so much you can lose, and that's how much you're going to pay for the contract at the end of the day. So if you are looking to short, you can find locates, but there is one contract open. There's literally one individual. We don't know who this guy is. He's an absolute savage, but one person holding one contract open with 7 contracts open and closed. So there's literally one individual holding the 570. I would love to meet this person.
Good for them. I want to thank SP Williams for the super chat here. So you're probably talking about the top build deal here. So Brad Jacobs, the super CEO of many companies in the past, is pushing his new company QXO. Thoughts? QXO is buying top builds today for, I actually don't remember the deal size. It worked out to close, it's not exactly, I think it was close to 50-50 stock and cash and stock. I should just double check. Let me just double check. It is, yeah, it's 17 billion, 227.25 cash, and then also 11.11 shares of QXO. So they are using, QXO is using a hefty amount of their own shares to pay for the deal. One of the signs that I guess would be a positive, almost in all cases, is when an acquiring company, if shares are involved, or even if it's just 17 billion is not a small deal, and this is a pretty large deal. Well, the immediate reaction, they're going to get sold, right? Like it's pretty normal. The acquiring company goes down, but it almost instantly catches a bid with the market. So that's typically a good sign. What I've always found, and I've traded buyouts for years, is that I don't always try to be smarter than what the initial ARB is, right? Like if the big money decides that they're buying up the acquirer instead of letting it fall right away on day one at the opening bottom, then I tend to like that. I tend to think that is good for the acquiring company. If it's what happened with Netflix, you're like, okay, well, until something changes, get off the bid. And that's what happened with Netflix until the deal was dead. So yeah, it's a big deal. It's reacting pretty favorably. I know it's down 4%, but it's a little bit deceiving because the initial drop, it's typical. It is going to happen when there's a big deal. A lot of times you will just get that drop. And then it did that whole 10 a.m. bounce, which I've seen before. And if you do it on the day one, I think that's even better. So ultimately, I couldn't tell you the synergies between the two and how that's going to work out for you. But from a pure trading perspective, like, they didn't really get punished that bad. It was like a temporary drop. And if this was it, just today is the drop, I would like that. But it's only one day so far. And I didn't trade the other one. It's like ridiculously expensive. For now, like, I still am watching this USO because the market's grinding higher. So at this point, market grinding higher. USO failed the 123 and is headed back into VWAP. So I'm looking for places that I can buy the dip, whether that's over in BMNR. Again, I don't know if I'll be able to dip into this prior high breakout price and I can reload that. Also have my eyes, this is going to be adjacent to crypto. It's weird because Robinhood was strong this morning, but it's like right underneath VWAP here. And if I'm looking for something that can chase, like crypto's been relatively strong, I think Robinhood can maybe chase breaking to VWAP. So I have that in my eyeballs. Let me know what you guys are watching. Seeing someone just said HIMS is looking pretty interesting. AMD, oh my goodness, AMD. That was stupidity. So, like, AMD was so bad. I did try like one break long trade. Maybe this will set up. But that already. Oh, if you're gonna have this, like, you'd already be in it here. Bang bang. Yeah, that looks good.
If you can get to the lower end, like right now we're pushing the higher end of the range around 273.80s. I want to catch that on the lower end, about 50 cents or so. Darius, are you still involved in that one? Then we also had our boy here in the chat, Kuzi, talking about some of the cybersecurity names. They're not looking too bad, right? Like, I mean, I don't know, we were holding this, we have a breach of trend. It just took a little bit longer than what we were expecting for them to start to get rolling again. We're still nowhere close to near those previous all-time highs, excuse me. So, I mean, you're still in bear market territory, but it's better than being down 30+%, right? Like 40% in CrowdStrike. Man, that's a big-time discount and one of the leaders. Same with PanW. It's like Zscaler, we can almost just dash out the window because that stock's down 60% off of its highs. But you still have PanW that's down 24% and was down 35%, 37% from peak to trough there. So in a sector that has been just absolutely battered, some form of recovery, I don't think that Claude is just going to step in, or some of these the higher end performance tools that we're starting to use are going to essentially replace what we have going on in CrowdStrike and in PanW. Zscaler, it's unfortunate about this one, $336 all the way down to $132. So you get a 60% haircut just like that, 65% from peak to trough. And I mean, yeah, really, really bad look there on a couple of the names, but there is some relative strength starting to step in, and that's essentially what we want to see. There goes AMD, obviously, right? Is that what you're wowing about?
Well, apparently, yeah, that's what I was wowing about.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it was Darius was saying they were long NVIDIA, not AMD.
You're long NVIDIA?
I just saw Darius said that in the chat.
Okay.
But the AMD did just, we were just looking at it.
Yeah,
like I was just sort of like, yeah, that 73 hole looks good. Let's try it. And then the second you're like, I don't know, it was maybe like a couple of seconds late. It wasn't that late, but I was just trying to grab that opening candle here.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, we're already at 274.5. So I'm looking for something that can follow a little bit. What was really weak?
Tesla, like Tesla's holding trend at 392, now up to 392.80, but we'd be buying the exact same into the resistance zone. And I mean, if this fails, this is a pretty good higher low setup, so you would only have to risk until the breach of this specific trend line, I think, in order to get involved here on Tesla. If you can get as lower to the lower end to this as possible, then your risk to reward is going to increase. So we can look at that one. We tried a couple of attempts on TSLA earlier this morning. They didn't work out. This is TSLA. One did. This was a short scalp. So, I mean, we go 1 for 1 essentially with a break even on TSLA. But this is starting to hold up relatively well. If it does break, then that's going to be your green light to get out, not necessarily your green light to go here on TSLA.
Red light, yellow light, green light, go.
Yeah.
Know that one?
No. What is it from?
Orange Americans? Oh, you're too young for that. What? Yeah. I don't even know. I'm tripping. They were like, the second I even said it, I just realized like that they dropped that song in like probably like 1996 or 97.
Okay.
Warning sign. It's a good tune though. I'm looking it up right now. But I was just saying, no, someone just said SMCI is breaking out the high of the day, which is, well, I for one am shocked. Very shocked. Like, really? SMCI. Like, usually I'm looking, like, afternoon Neil is usually thinking revert SMCI. And afternoon Neil is seeing it's been trending up all day long. The weird thing, too, is, here, I'm going to save that so I can go back to USO for a second, because I think it's at least important to acknowledge what, like, USO is holding the higher end of this range and bouncing off of VWAP. So the fact that it's holding the top end, I want to at least have something along the lines of this is what I want to short if we start breaking out. So I'm looking for that kind of a name as well, and I know this has been a strong one, but I like all-day trend breaks in the afternoon. So if I can find something that as we get to the breakout point of oil, if it starts to accelerate, all right, there's a few things that would work here for SMCI. Remember what we were talking about just at the screen with silver? We have, it's not an extreme one, but it's like a false break over the prior high on Thursday, kind of fails it, holds underneath. That's resistance this morning, it's resistance now. If it fails that same level from here and then drop there, then that can become the shoulder, and then there's your move down. So I'm gonna throw SMCI up somewhere. All right, put it on my, I look at about 4 things at a time. If I'm, like, I'll have 4 charts or 4 stocks that I'm like, these are the ones that actively right now, I don't have to be in all of them, but these are the ones I'm actually looking at. And if it's not on that list, then probably not going to get into it. But I'm going to add SMCI here just because of the strength we're seeing in USO and want to be sure that I have something in both directions. Because the reality, the market velocity is not huge right now. We're gently, Nasdaq gentle trend up. USO, when you pop things on the 15-minute charts, I can always make it look like it's moving on a 3-minute with zoom and all that effect. But if you pop it on a 15-minute, like look at how choppy USO is. And then if I pop the Qs onto the 3-minute, it is a very slow and gentle move upside. So something changing is what needs to happen for me. Like there was maybe that one shot there in AMD. You had to be really, really close on that for sure. Darius is saying Apple at 73. I love Apple.
Like, Tesla actually bounced off of that support level there, Neil. And Bitcoin, at one point, like you have the topping tail signals up here, but then now you're starting to see some events start to kick right back in. Now, as for this, there's a really good post up, but I think Neil and I both agree. He's like, man, you got to be really precise on this one because you have that base that was formed at 273.40s, so you want to get it as close to that lower end of the range to increase your risk to reward. If you're sitting in over here, then your RVR isn't necessarily the best, and you're like, oh, okay. You need so much of a larger move, so that's what I'm looking at potentially here on Tesla. We are at the lower. If the market wants to climb, there you go, Darius. You're getting that move that you want to. A nice recovery here in AMD. That's a good look. IBIT looking like it wants to continue its trend. Now, where am I wrong here on this Tesla trade? We may as well take this because this trend line is holding up at 31s. I can give it to 21s, which is plenty of risk. And if it really starts to cook up for us, then we can add a little bit more. We can add a little bit more size because I'm getting the feels. If the market finds any form of a rally, Tesla's going to start to participate. We're having that ascending wedge pattern start to be formed on the 5-minute. So we have that flat top with multiple touches on Tesla.
No, my bad. I didn't realize that's Sean's.
Yeah, it's all right, man. Hey, man. Katina, man. It's all good, man.
All message things.
And then lower highs with the resistance zone. So as we breach through this, we really want to see the volume kick in and step in order for us to give us a genuine confirmation that, hey, we bottomed, and then now buyers are prepared to step in and take price a little bit higher on Tesla. Nice indecision print off of this pullback on IBIT. Going oppo, the overall market establishing a new high of around 40, $43.30. Now zoom out, and we talked about the majority of the gap being filled bright and early this morning, and it just took some time with multiple fakeouts. I knew something like this was going to happen. Strong week last week. You gap down, and then sure enough, you find somewhat of a recovery. So a nice look. Adair, I didn't get the green light, but if you want, just chime in.
Not just.
Yeah, so it's funny. So Neil just messaged me about this stock, and like right as he messaged me, I was about to actually go with this story because TTD has some news. It's at new highs. An account called Serenity, which is I guess a fairly well-known account on X, and I believe at one point also on like that Reddit Wall Street Bets subreddit. Anyways, here, TTD to the upside. As Serenity says, I guess calls this one a long play, saying that they're involved short term at $22. Right now, the stock pushing into 24.30s. Back to you.
Bait it.
Wow, that was a quick decision by Joe. I'm at least looking at the chart before.
No, I'm not. Doesn't mean I'm hopping in right away.
Oh, it's right at the 50 period on the daily. Resistance at 24.65 on the daily chart as well. So you've got like an entire 30 to 40 cent range.
Today.
No, it's been super strong. Like, I know it's popping now, but it's been strong all day. So it's at a big level on the daily, but there's also like a good 1.5%, I guess, range from here where you can find, here, this is what I was looking at. I should always confirm, like I'm looking at my chart, I'm talking, but it might have been on Joe's chart in that moment. So like there's this level in here where you had the last, I guess, like ditch effort before it eventually made some fresh lows. So about 24.65. So here to 24.65 is sort of a reasonable short area where you could have some resistance. It's not that easy when it's that wide of a range on a $24 stock. It's not going to be a trend break. You almost need like a crazy exhaustion. Like that's a tricky short. I like it when there's an obvious topping tail candle. I might just go back to SMCI. If I'm going to, because that one, like this is more normal for me. Sort of look for something like this to break trend, like nibble in. I should have nibbled in here when it failed the high, and then try to grab it when it's losing the trend line. Stick with that. Like trade desk has been an absolute freight train all day, Joe. Like that. And the other thing too is like it's a relief rally to begin with on trade desk. Like how bad? Like we were joking about. Well, I don't know if joke's the right word. We were mocking actually might be the right word.
83%.
Just how bad trade desk had been. I think we had a poll up a couple of weeks ago, and I'm pretty sure it was like, which one would you, if you had to own? And I thought trade desk might have been on there as one of those really, really bad software names. It hasn't sniffed the 50 period since October of last year. Nasty. So there's a lot of relief rally room that it can go. Like, a lot of these stocks are playing catch up.
Very true.
For sure. So if I'm going to fade something, I want something a little bit more standard. And at least SMCI is looking pretty normal-ish for an up day on SMCI. Like it's nothing crazy.
Oh man, achievers, man. I was just giving you. Come on, man. I was just giving you big ups as well too, bruh. That's right. Hey, man. It's all right. It's all right.
I sent you that song, but you're gonna listen to it.
Okay, yeah. We'll take a little bit of a look in there. Pretty good lunch, man. I can't even complain. Maybe I was just a little bit hungry. Aside from that, I was looking at a potential long here on Tesla, but now we've breached that trend line, so you can throw that thesis out of the window as we continue to climb. Short on TTD? No, not yet. Neil's right. You're not just going to jump in front of a freight train. You want to wait until things start to slow down and then slowly curl over. That hasn't been the case, except for in the overall market.
You just inhaled that.
Well, I don't know about inhaled, my brother. I've been chewing on over it for like for the past little bit. But yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, I think garlic sauce more or less should go with it, not like a spicy salsa. I don't know. We can get more involved into that. Salad, not too bad. Yeah, overall, the best thing I think this morning was the spring rolls. Spring rolls for breakfast, definitely a different idea.
That was weird for me.
Spring roll.
The spring rolls always taste good, but for breakfast,
yeah, that's not the ideal breakfast.
No, like
there.
if I'm eating a spring roll for breakfast, it just reminds me of like being in university, eating Chinese food, then having like leftovers, and like it's the only thing you have in the morning.
Oh yeah.
So you heat it up, and that's why you ate it.
There's literally
not because I chose to eat like.
It's not like, oh man, let me cook this pack of spring rolls here this morning.
It's
for
like,
breakfast.
this is what's.
No, this is what
I can
we
put
have.
it in the microwave, and that's what's still there.
Leftover pizza is falling into that.
Or I could go to class hungry. Those were options.
Yeah, those were.
Sometimes those were your options.
Man.
And spring rolls were not that bad. Like, especially, you know, a little bit of the grease sometimes would help in the mornings, depending on what you were up to the night before.
The night before. Oh man.
Actually, let's be real.
Actually, see, look,
would help it.
Man, the greasy food, man. Let's see what we got going on. See, look, there's some of the selling pressure right there at 22s there on the trade desk, starting to sell a little bit here, guys. Do you have to order shorts on this thing, Neil? The trade desk? I think we're already.
I shouldn't have assumed, but
yeah.
No, you don't. They're free. Yeah,
okay.
Freeload.
So I mean, it's already gone, right? Like, I mean, you're already 17 cents off of those highs. Your risk to reward isn't going to be worth it, especially with a name that's been this strong. AMD, nice breath. Something that was prior. Darius, I don't even have the bang for you there, my brother. All day been saying, Joe, go long, go long, and then finally, eventually, it's starting to go long. So hopefully, you had the diamond hands to hold on to that 274.80, and looking like it wants to rebound. A breach of the downtrend here in Tesla, and then off to the races it goes. So TSLA holding up right now. Maybe that's just going to be some form of liquidity grab before it decides to climb a little bit higher.
Oh, and just for everybody, you get a lot of questions about it. Rob's in IT. He's just, you know, works with Randy, so he's just working on some things back there. The show never ends. Well, you don't have to single them out and put them on camera.
Yeah, that's
There's
cool,
questions like, who's that in the back? If you watch the show enough, like, you probably see Randy a lot, but you see Rob too working all the time.
Yeah.
You see Mark floating around doing things, and we're always trying. Like right now, working on the desk so we can get back to some of the functionality that we had before. For sure, is going to be important. But man, that AMD. I want to like. It's like, where do you join this? Because giving it to 73 is no longer an option at all. I know you're looking at this one too. Or you like Tesla better?
Yeah, well, I don't like Tesla better, but AMD was definitely the stronger one.
I already got kind of like nipped on this once.
On AMD,
And the worst part about it was like exactly the same scenario. I was liking it for a bounce, but I was playing it like a little bit late. Like, it was still good risk to reward, but like catching the turn here would have been obviously a heck of a lot better. Like, that way you can make a decision there. Like, if you add, it's not the end of the world. So it's like that would have, if you get this and then you add there and it breaks down, I'm probably looking at a slight win, not a flat trade, which is what this one ended up being. That's why I don't like the chase so much. Not a huge fan of it. What else we got? Yeah, AVEX, want to look at the IPO. This one didn't, it's weird. Like, it didn't intrigue me this morning. And I'm blown away by the fact that it's up so much. We've seen this party before.
Holy cow.
This is not even the first drone space IPO to do this. I'd just be really careful with it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's you have the fact that there's a war going on where everyone's hyped about drones. And then, you know, you get a very small, relatively small available float because it just came to market with limited shares, has a good first day, and then it just starts ripping faces off. And I promise you there's already people trying to short this thing that are getting blown up, and some of them are probably averaging down. So there's some squeeze aspect and soaking up available float that's going to happen here in AVX. But it's just a tremendous move. Like, in the morning, it felt like it was just going gap fill all the way down. But what can you do? That's one of the things you have to consider about the IPO market. What is the sector that you're playing? If you're just talking about the trade, what's the sector? Is it in favor? Is there momentum behind it? Is there hype around it? Because almost all the time, when you're coming to market, it's not because this is going to be an attractive valuation. So you care about momentum and hype. That's just the truth of the matter. It's not historically like, oh, this is a great place to buy when everyone's trying to cash out. Right? Like, that's not typically how it goes. So you do want something like this. And most of the IPOs have not been good. And then you get a couple of drone ones, and then this is absolute and utter nonsense.
Yeah.
Nonsense.
So it's a nice move, man. I mean, if
It's
you
a
got
nice move. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's a big. It's squeezing right now.
Yeah, it opened at 23 on Friday.
That's crazy.
Like, this is nuts. Like, you didn't have to forget about the issue price.
Oh.
Like, it's one thing to get the IPO issue and be in the money instantly.
50%.
It's another thing to just flat out buy the open with the rest of the market, and then still be up almost a straight up. It's almost a double up. What? Yeah, 83%.
83%. Yeah.
In
bro.
2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will end just fine. Yeah, nothing could possibly go wrong.
What can we compare this to? I mean, like Circle was a big one too, wasn't it? Like Circle.
Oh, there was a few, and they just they smoked people after.
They got smoked. Like, I mean, look at Circle is even worse, dude. $60 all the way up to 300. You're getting 400% just like that. We had CoreWeave as well come out. And again, finally getting some data where this thing was just like, oh, hey, yeah, first couple of days of the IPO, Neil, and then it's like, yeah, all right, cool, $36 all the way up to $180. That's 200 plus, closer to 300 plus % on that one. 485. I'm way off on that one. So a big time move. We had Figma. I don't think performed as well, but it's just speaking of these IPOs, a lot of them sell off aggressively. Figma. 81 all the way to 143 in the span of a couple of days. Yeah, big time.
That one was just that's a dumpster fire because it trapped you in like one day. At least some of these others gave you a shot.
I'm missing one though. I feel like because we did CoreWeave, we did Circle, Figma, and then I think there was another. Oh yeah, exactly. What was that one? BLSH?
Every time I type it in, I go to Blue Ocean first. Yeah, BLSH. I know. I went to Blue Ocean first. Straight up, if you want to make money, every single time I type in Blue Ocean instead of the right thing, and then I have to wait for it to load, it's ridiculous. No, that was nasty. But Figma's especially bad because it didn't really give you that push more than a day or two. So like in Figma, you had to get out effectively at the open on the second day, but it gave you one push. Like it trapped you. Like bullish was bad on day one.
Yeah.
Right. So like it was bad on day one, and then it just continued to be bad. Figma, on the other hand, it entered twice. Figma, on the other hand, was a monster on day one, and if you didn't cover really quickly on day two, that was it.
It was sealed.
Like it trapped you by looking ridiculous on day one, and then absolutely rug pulling on you. All right, we might be looking at some potential dip buys. You have to make a decision on BMNR. That's starting to pull back a little bit. I just want to see if it can pull back into the prior high and then resume the trade to the long side. But I got to watch out for IBIT and ETH here, like still on trend. That's holding higher lows. What is ETH doing? Because obviously BMNR is ETH Treasury. That's holding trends. That's still putting in higher lows. So yeah, there's really nothing that's getting me away from that at all. This SMCI is not looking like it wants to do much of anything. Like it's on the trend line. Like it's about to break. I'm just watching it very close to breaking and then not actually breaking. So don't want to rush into it, but I feel like this could be the next trade for me here, but not going to just chase it because it happens to be off the highs.
Yeah, there's no chance. Man, Darius, good call on the AMD play. You just have to be extremely patient. Like, I mean, we give credit where credit is due. And you're like, hey, it did take some time. Was your single entry the accurate? No, but at the end of the day, you're like, hey, you're going to find a rebound. 273 all the way up to 275. That's a pretty good look. You're having this wedge fail on TSLA, so you had those consistent higher lows now being breached with that resistance zone around 393 really coming into factor. Who's driving the market up right now, may I ask? And I already have a good idea, Neil. It's going to start with N and end with A. Okay? So off of those lows, off of that indecision print low, it's just 198 all the way up to 200. Wow. Wow, I was waiting. There we go. Thank you. Apple holding that double bottom on 271.72. Microsoft, I think, was a little bit weaker here this morning as we're going over a couple of them. May as well zoom out and see what we have. Google and Amazon, not too bad, but choppy stuff. And I had that hunch, and that's why I have no issues with not putting on any more risk throughout the day, is that as soon as we heard some of those headlines regarding Iran and Israel and the ceasefire, I knew that it would be somewhat of a chop fest, with the exception of IBIT continuing to climb and volume really starting to uptick. 43.29, not a horrible look there whatsoever. Moving forward, let's take a look at Google. Google, right? Like not doing too much, but holding support levels, a lot of overlapping prints, but nothing to really get overly giddy about, okay? So you have the base, it's holding up. If that breaches, then it's see you later. New high of the day on IBIT, just like that, 43.30. So these are some signs of strength in Bitcoin that I'm personally looking for. Market not doing too much. Bitcoin at high of the days. Heading back towards the cues, we'll go over Amazon momentarily, but we're nowhere close to the high of the day or this pre-market high, okay? And Bitcoin is surpassing that. Let's head over to IBIT, and then we'll take a look at Amazon. The majority of this gap is being filled. Guys, keep an eye out on these style of plays, is that when you have strong sessions leading into the weekend and you have these massive gap down, yes, it seems relatively bearish, but what are our probabilities of having a gap and go scenario? I had that hunch that we were going to climb. It was just more of a grinder. You have to be more patient and precise on your entries, as it's done multiple liquidity grabs, but it's also respected the volume weighted average price on multiple occasions. Now, as for Amazon, let's see what this dog has been up to. 250. We had a high of approximately 256 last week, so a little bit of a discount from what we were experiencing late last week. And off for the highs, just like that, Neil, $200 all the way up to a high of around 256 is 30%. Now you're only about 2.5%, 4% off of its highs on Amazon.
Chilling, Amazon.
Chilling.
You talk about how you like Walmart, and
yeah, Amazon.
Amazon gets you a bit of a piece of all the pies.
Yeah, man.
Right there, you get space if you like it. You get data center if you like it. You got cloud if you want to be in that piece. You got retail up to you know what,
Yeah,
and then you
man.
get stream. Yeah, I say you get streaming, but Amazon doesn't care about streaming.
Hell
They don't.
no.
They don't need to make money. So, but I guess technically it counts because it does count. So I did reload. It's not necessarily. I guess it's a reload, right? Like it just bought the dip here, saw that high of the day break on IBIT, and was able to get this bottom tail, which set up a double bottom. That sort of lets me add here, move the stop up to there, which is about just underneath or just above 22.5, right? So move the stop to just above 22.5. It'll be close to a break-even stop at the blended price, but wanted to push through the highs on BMNR, that is. We have a super chat from son of Daniel Gouda Guru. Love your cheese, which is fine. Afternoon, guys. I'm tempted to buy Enphase here based on what looks like a pretty good monthly chart. Well, how good does the monthly chart look? What was the other? There was like a not as good solar name that we were asked about last week, and I remember we were like, I forget what it was. We weren't really that big of a fan of it. What looks like a pretty monthly chart. It doesn't look very pretty if you're a short seller.
Hey, man. You know what they say, Neil, right?
Well, I don't know. It's still in downward trend, under the 50 period. It just recently, okay, fine. Like I would make the argument, like here it started to look better and then immediately failed. Maybe we meant a monthly. Does it look any better if I go out to another time? No, it does not. Maybe a daily chart looks a little bit better. Stretching. See, the daily chart actually looks a little bit better because the daily chart's giving you, a little bit of a breakout off the bottom on the daily chart. I understand always wanting to pick out these bottoms. It's just such a tricky space. Yeah. It hasn't shown that many signs of coming off the lows here. I don't know, like if you catch the bottom on Enphase, is it really gonna, like if it's got upside to maybe recover back into this 100 to 120 area, like it's at 34. Is it asking too much for it to confirm at least above like the 50 period at like 40 to 45? I don't know. I don't like these ones that just reconfirm the downward trend. Like it just popped the 50 period on the weekly to lose it again right after in some market strength. So that's just my read. Like what the heck do I know? You got to do you. I don't think I've even ever owned a solar name, if I'm being real about it. I'm trying to think if I don't think I even had a swing trade on any of those at any point. Like never in Sunrun. I don't think I ever actually bought First Solar. Probably traded it here, and that's about it. So, again, at the end of the day, like we can just look at the charts, and that's the idea. Like, you guys are talking about AMD. Like, we'll pull it up, and do we see something there? Do we like it? The answer can be a no, and it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You got to be able to pull the trigger and make your own decision. Let's go to the desk. Sia's got something for us.
Ooh, I didn't get that one.
Thank you, Neil. So let's talk about quick two headlines today. Jersey Mike's, a sandwich company, yes, is filing for an IPO. So Blackstone has bought a major stake in the company in 2024 that was valued the company roughly around $8 billion. According to a franchise disclosure document, Jersey Mike's has reported a revenue of $309.8 million in 2025, up 10.6% from the year earlier. So the chain has also reported a net income of $183.6 million in 2025, which is down from the prior year's income of $238.8 million. Now, Bloomberg has reported earlier this year that Jersey Mike's can seek to raise more than $1 billion at a valuation of at least $12 billion. But there is no further information on this. Their confidentiality is remaining intact right now. Any more updates, I will let you know. Let's move on to our next story. I'm talking about Rivian here. So Rivian's factory has been damaged by a tornado amidst its crucial R2 EV launch. And Rivian's factory in Illinois has been damaged due to a tornado over the weekend. Now, this is according to a message to the employees by the CEO, RJ Scaringe. The tornado has specifically damaged the new area of the plant that was being used for the parts of storage and logistics of the new R2. RJ Scaringe has also said that the operations will resume sometimes this week, but other portions of the plant are still in repair, and currently Rivian is down 2%.
A pretty nice win streak going for it, that's for sure. Like it was like 5, 6, maybe even 7 days in a row. It doesn't look like it's not too bad today. Like it's like everything else, you're just looking at a very inside day for sure. SMCI is breaking. All right, so two things are happening. One, this top end of the range in BMNR just sort of reloaded, and we'll try to play that range. And then SMC I just broke the trend. So I guess it would have been okay to just punch in without confirmation, but this is going to be a heavy candle. I'll just pop on the offer. Sometimes what will happen is it'll just come and pick you up, and I can still get it on the actual break instead of having to chase it a little bit further down. Stop will go in here.
Dude, what the hell?
As usual. Well, which happened. See, the thing is, if you keep looking at Avis, it's like, it's just the level of FOMO.
It's not even FOMO, dude.
Well, to a certain extent, it is FOMO because the first time we brought this up on the show was probably at, like, what, $300?
How crazy is this, though? That's pretty cool, man.
Oh, my goodness.
500%. Like, imagine just, okay, yeah, FOMO. Let's just kind of do a scenario. Oh, hey, I like this stock here, Avis budget. I'm thinking about buying it at $120. Boom! Essentially, for the next couple of weeks, you face zero resistance, and your stock is going from $120 up to $584. Think about how attractive. You know what they say?
I promise you, I'd have been out 2/3 at $200.
Yeah, I mean,
100%.
Like that is crazy.
That's how I roll.
You know what they say? The worst thing is when you go to the casino or the horse races the first time
is to win big.
Is to win big.
Of course, it's true. Of course, it's true.
So
why do you think the first time someone new to the poker game comes in, well, you might play a little bit easier and a little bit
crazy?
Oh, you're new to the table? Oh, let's just take it easy on this person.
Man,
you know, just saying, like like that could be the worst case. This was true of a lot of traders. Oh, we got a super chat. Let me finish talk quickly. True of a lot of traders. If you started and your first experience trading was like the volatility of the financial crisis, or maybe like the meme craze, very difficult thing to move forward. If you if during one of the crazy easy money periods for trading is when you started,
like COVID.
Yeah, incredibly difficult to recover from that because you just have all the.
Because think about think about it during COVID. We'll get to that. We'll get to your super chat momentarily.
It was like that's the same.
But think about that year and a half of that COVID trading, where it's essentially every day you come in. Oh, the stock sells a little bit, you buy it up. And then what happens the following years when I started, people are like, oh, wow, trading is so much more difficult. I started trading in a bear market.
Yeah.
2022, January of 2022 is when I decided to sit at home the whole time.
It's actually better. I don't know. I found like if it's too easy when you start out, it's hard to have.
Absolutely.
It's weird. Like it's very, very few actually do really well in that situation. Josu with this, Jusu. We have any knowledge about VRT earnings in 2 days? Well, I can't predict how the earnings are going to go. I'll be real about it. And I shouldn't say never. I've been in trades going into earnings if I'm swinging something, which I imagine, like if you're in this and you're probably sitting in it, looking at it just continue to break over and over again. What I can tell you is this year specifically, certainly last quarter, it's been not a lot of earnings names to talk about here, but so far, unless you're like Citigroup and you go into earnings looking like this, well, perfection is pretty much required. And if you don't get perfection when you're priced like this and you've been running this way, there has been a little bit of punishment that takes place. Citigroup was a noticeable example.
I thought that was me.
I didn't miss any spots.
I really thought that was me for a second.
Why do you have, there's like 3 cameras at the back of my head?
That's crazy, man.
I mean, that feels a little excessive, no? We need 3? We need 3 apparently. Oh, thanks.
Ooh,
Yeah, that's
all right, there you go.
very kind of you to say.
Yeah.
Weird, like when we first started, you know how weird it was to have like that many cameras just all around you? And now all of a sudden, it's like, yeah, whatever. No big deal. You got 3 cameras where you only need 1, just roll with it. Down to Sky says, Neil, ARM is strong. I mean, yes. Like ARM looks like Sharif's arms. That's what I'm saying. At least for now. But there's one problem with ARM. And it's not a bad problem to have. It's that there's been one way to trade this over the last couple of years. When it gets close to or under $100, you buy. When it gets close to or around the 180s, you sell. And that has worked over and over and over and over again. So what do you think comes next when after bouncing off $100 again, I know what I do when ARM gets to this price. I take a little bit of profits whenever we tick above. Like once we get a close above, effectively right here, 170, I'm thinking profit taking in the next couple of days. And that's how I vote. At some point, this will break this out and be an absolute monster run. But if you're in like, full position in and then take some out and then hold the rest for the long term, I think that can be the way to go. Like they're going into finally going to make their own chips. I think that's good, but they've already told you that's a few years away from having meaningful addition to their revenue. So you got to factor that in. It's always been relatively expensive, so it's not like you're getting a cheap stock at those highs. There's reasons why ringing the registers made sense on ARM up here. But yeah, when it does break out, it could be fantastic. I'm just not the kind of person that's going to constantly bet that it's going to be that, or because I can always have that 80% on.
Oh, there
when
goes
it breaks, which is fine by me. Like I'll continue to take 20% off and then rebuy it when it gets back at the lows. And that's been my plan of action with ARM from the beginning. So I'm already on watch for this. I'll probably throw an order in because we're getting the 170 break today. So I'll probably have an order in some point tomorrow or this week to take some profit and then wait for the eventual big breakout. And when it does, it could be 250, 300. You gotta have a good quarter too. Adara?
Guys, tomorrow, 10 a.m., I could not be more excited, and I actually feel giddy talking about this. We're going to be getting a confirmation hearing tomorrow. Kevin Warsh will be sitting at 10 a.m. in front of the Senate Banking Committee for his confirmation hearing for the Fed chair position. Now, this is going to be really exciting, and I'm not being sarcastic. I truly, sincerely mean it, because this is going to be, I think, the first Fed confirmation hearing we've had in quite a while, obviously since Fed Chair Powell joined. So this is what, I guess, since 2022, and he was confirmed for his second term. But what's also interesting is we're having this confirmation hearing come at a time where we actually even have some Republican senators, mostly Tom Tillis, who is on the Senate Banking Committee, who has said that he's going to be objecting to this nomination and specifically the approval of Kevin Warsh until the Trump administration basically calls off the investigation into Fed Chair Powell, and to a lesser extent also the investigation into Lisa Cook, who is, of course, a member of the Fed Board of Governors. So this is kind of a rundown of his professional history and his monetary policy views. He's actually incredibly hawkish, which is interesting given that we know President Trump wants the rates to be cut. Furthermore, here's a look at his investments. I posted this infographic a while ago. These are both available on X at TTV Research. But guys, I don't think there's anyone, at least that I've heard of, who loves congressional hearings more than me. So I'll be giving you guys, I promise, a very thorough coverage of this event, especially as it relates to the market and any insights we get about Warsh as a result. That'll be coming again, 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Don't be late. I'll be covering the whole thing on our morning show, Trader TV Live. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Well, you may not see as much of it in the afternoon, but this market's got plenty of volatility going on with it, and that creates movement. And if you're a sophisticated trader, Heck, that's going to be opportunity. Beta Pro by Globex offers Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged and inverse ETFs that are built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leveraged bull and 3x bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian loonie. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy objectives and risk profile. Trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca or by scanning the QR code out in front of you.
Yeah, for sure.
I was just, well, Fabian just reminded me why there are 3 cameras. And it's like very obvious why there are 3. Because we have, when we sit at the desk, we have 3 shots. Me looking at you and talking to you, that's one. Joe, or if it would be Sean or Sharif, his camera talking to you guys. And then there's the one, it's called the buddy shot, believe it or not. That's what
This is the buddy shot.
And the buddy shot, it's a 2-shot. So now that will have all 3 of those shots. It wasn't immediately obvious to me because, whatever, my brain is the simple mind of a trader and like a sports fan. It's like, yeah, like quicker on the uptake in a lot of other things. It's like 3 cameras here, 3 cameras there, Neil. Figure it out. It's not actually crazy at all. Although apparently they're fine tuning it. I thought it looks fine, but got to make it absolutely perfect is what I'm being told.
Perfection is absolutely key. Man, dude, Neil, so like over the past couple of days of you and I saying together, we've had these trades where it's like, okay, you have the volatility step in and it's fade to pop. I was looking at trade desk at 24.18 roughly for that move lower. And I was like, okay, you were already so extended here on the day. You have that extra volatility kick in off of that catalyst. And then sure enough, it starts to pull back. So yeah, that was a, dang it, that was a missed opportunity.
Putting up my hand.
Why is that?
Look at that Tesla chart.
Yeah, Tesla breakdown, man. Tesla with the breakdown. I'm thinking maybe a little bit, I mean.
I should have that over.
The trend line break, right?
That's better than the, that's easily better than SMCI.
Yeah.
It's, yeah, that was better.
Let's send things over to Adara there, guys.
Adara?
Keep an eye here on DFTX and ATAI, so that's Definium Therapeutics, formerly known as MindMed, and then ATAI, that's this Atai Beckley. Both of these, of course, in that psychedelic space and on watch because we know the President Trump of the U.S. over the weekend signed that White House Psychedelics order. Now it looks like they've released a PR statement on this. So again, we already knew this was happening. The order was signed on camera. Now we actually get the PR statement on the order that was just released. That release of said order seems to be actually pushing this to the upside. So again, just the White House making people excited over the new psychedelics announcement. The psychedelic stocks on the day 420 seem to be enjoying this little reminder of this news. Back to you.
Thank you, as usual, Adara. Okay, so every now and then we'll get a question in the chat, and it's like, I'll answer it because it's like pretty innocuous, but I'm not entirely sure if you're joking or not. I can't tell if I'm being trolled. Neil, why do you still call it the loony when the queen is passed and there's a king now? Is that a monarchy joke? Or am I answering it seriously that it's called a loony because there's just a loon on the thing? Like the loon is like a national bird here and it's on the dollar. That's why they call it a loony. But that maybe you might have been joking and this is some kind of a dig at the royal family that I've just went over my head. But yeah, that's the only reason I say loony.
Yeah.
And I could have said Canadian dollar, but it's a loony. So we call it a loony here in Canada. Yeah. And that sounds way more interesting than just calling it a dollar. Anyone can say dollar. You guys got the dollar. We have a loony. Like,
crazy. Yeah.
That's what I try to say. But I feel like that might have been a joke at the royal family. No. And there's nothing wrong with it. Like it's a weird, look, it is an absolutely weird sounding name for a dollar. Right. And unless you're Canadian and you actually have seen a loony, do I have one? This is going to be not cool if I probably don't even have one. Do you have one?
No. If you guys think that throwing dollar,
I mean, you can just look it up online.
If you guys think that throwing dollar bills is cool, wait till you throw a loony. Much more fun. Goes a lot farther. All right, guys, let's set things off.
I could make a joke about that, but there's like just there's no appropriate. I mean, you guys can get the idea.
All right.
Let's go to see Awkwardly change the subject.
IWM currently trading flat. Let's take a look at a couple individual tickers. BE, Bloom Energy. I was speaking with Sharif earlier in the day about this particular stock, and I was just looking at the trajectory that BE has had. Honestly, this, as you all know it, I've been talking about this a lot when I do the small caps. This is one of my favorite stocks, currently up 5.3%. CRDO is almost down, almost 7% down, up right now. This is probably after the company's chief legal officer, Secretary James Lofman, has sold shares worth over $1.6 million. Talking about AGIO, Agios Pharmaceutical, is down a whopping 23.39%. This comes after the Novo Nordisk has reported a strong top-line result from a sickle cell disease treatment trial, which is raising concerns about the increasing competition in this sphere. And the uphill battle that Agios has faced with the development of the sickle cell treatment is probably the reason why it's trading down. Plug is my final ticker for you today. Plug Power is up 11.15%. Nothing. Reason for this is currently unknown, but I'm guessing that it's a result of the company being selected to supply a 275 gigawatt Gen Eco electrolyzer system for a project in Quebec, Canada. Sending it back to you.
Honestly, I should have taken that Tesla trade, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
I went with the break on SMCI. Oddly enough, I was looking at that chart just now. I'll get back to it in a quick little second, but I'll always go with the trade first. Trend break, prior bar stop, already gone. The trend break on Tesla ends up being good, so that's kind of frustrating. BM&R's, the market's not really doing much. So BM&R from the last reload has done nothing, but it is threatening to break down a little bit. So, oftentimes, so one of the trades, just to maybe explain, adding in here, one of the things that sometimes I'll do on a trend is if I'm moving, you could have it from VWAP, I could have it on any of those dips, the principle's the same. When it gets up here and then establishes a bit of a bull flag, if I'm gonna trail out underneath that flag, I might just add in front of it and then I'll start scalping inside of the range. So if it just goes sideways, fine, I'm making something while it goes sideways, but I'm already gonna stop out here anyways, so if I can just get long tight to that and then just jump out of it, it's a nice way to play trend if things are getting a little bit boring, but BM&R is, again, not really doing anything. And then that symbol was, whoops, the other direction. AGIO, sickle cell is one of the most, just a horrible, awful disease. However, tell me that you are a biopharma company that is solely reliant on one thing breaking well for them without telling me that that's true.
Pfizer?
Look at AGIO. Look at today when it's not even that their trial, just that there was more competition on that drug. And then look at all of look at these down volume spikes where effectively you can just see the one-day hits that this thing will take when it has anything go bad. It's such a ridiculously hard business. It's really tough to be in any of these things. I was in Viking Therapeutics and got the most, I'm telling you, I've never gotten a God mode fill more in my life.
Oh, snap.
That I just got picked up and was like, boom. And then was just like, okay, well it's also over.
Those are good times.
So here's Viking, hold the 50 period. I'm like, there was some takeover chatter too. There was other reasons to own the stock. And then boom, one morning, it just goes ham off a result, 40 up to legitimately in the 60s. I was sitting in the low 50s range, got filled, and then it was over. Just like that. It was that day it closed at $25. On the day that it basically gave you the almost a double up. It wasn't quite, it could have been a double up if I'd held it, if I didn't have an order out, and then just done on the same day. And that's how wild they can get. Then it goes back into being normal, and then they get another trial result, and then things go, ish. And sometimes, and this was on a good trial result. Up here, it was on a good trial result. Mm-hmm. And they sold it off pretty heavily. Although I suppose it's subjective. I can say it was a good trial. It seemed good to me when I read it, and most of the analysts that were talking about it said that it also seemed good. I'll leave it at that, because the price action would tell you it was devastating. So even just getting back in and then scalping out and then leaving the stop in, that'll end up pretty flat too. It popped to the high, but I'm adding in here, so we lose a few pennies back on the way in. So I don't know about this BM&R. I'm trying to find something that's actually actually moving and just not discovering it. I might go back over to the well with SMCI because it wicked me out and is resuming the trend. And sometimes that can be a good thing, right? Like get people out. Like I would say, if I like a trade and I'm the topping tail, get back into said trade. And if I can get the same price, I'm just repeating the same setup that I like in a general sense. So I might just jump back into this one because it's an all-day trend break, which at this time of day, I'd rather be involved in something like this, which at least is a higher probability trade for me if I have to jump into something, which I don't. What else is going on here?
NVDA high, the new high.
Rio Johnson, yeah, I'll answer in the affirmative there. Not terribly close to myself, but enough to be like, that's an awful disease for sickle cell. Like, the question was just, do I know anybody, friends or family with sickle cell? Close enough. Like no one in my direct family, but close enough that it's and if you see it in a kid, it's just like,
yeah.
You question some things. You question things when you see it. It's an awful. Anyways,
yeah.
Like I always root for these drug companies. Like it's like I'd never want to own them, a lot of them, because like the risk is so big. But then you look at what it is, like the problem they're trying to solve. Huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
And by the time you hear the news, it's already too late, unfortunately.
Exactly.
So.
Plus, when a report comes out, like it's so difficult to decipher these pharma reports.
Man, oh man, a missed stop here for the move back down in AMDL. This would have been really nice, 15 all the way down to 22s in off of those lows, and just been selling ever since. So it's been a pretty good one there. I mean, Tesla getting some form of a bounce, but I thought we would get a curl over. Meanwhile, NVDA is going opposite right now. Market's trying to participate, but it's been a buy program off of this low ever since. You get 1.6%, and it's just been a steady grind higher throughout the intraday session here. As soon as you break through VWAP, it's off to the races. You have a little bit of a consolidation there, and there you go. Hindsight being 2020, obviously, but it's been definitely the stronger of the names. Apple, just above VWAP, starting to get a bounce in Tesla. Microsoft, still hovering around those lows. Amazon, Meta, how have you been performing here today? Not that well, but still holding off on this 5-minute print. We had a volatility spike at those lows, and we were talking about it not too long ago. Just like last time we were here on this show, just stating the fact that all right, we see the same print on multiple occasions across multiple names. You have to try to take advantage of it. That I did not do, but next time, regardless if it works or not, we won't allow that to slip by us. Now, as for BMNR, coming in off those highs, fills the gap, right? So you just come right in soft fill and then eventually curl off of those levels. So not a horrible look whatsoever. There it is, Netflix to $94. Been off this bounce. So I forget who was mentioning that they're long off of these lows. If you've been sitting in this all day, not too bad. You get $1 plus on that one. As for the daily, massive gap down, volume right here. As long as we continuously see buying pressure step in off of these levels, then sure enough, maybe at some point we can start to fill this gap right here. I mean, as for that, guys, we went through the larger names, the more liquid ones, AMD from a daily. This is just a breath. Like, this doesn't even seem like anything whatsoever. It's going to hurt the long term, and nice, cool, considering you've had 15 out of the past 16 sessions, been straight and up and to the right. You're going to see the market start to cool down. And if we come to a conclusion relatively soon, or Donald Trump states that he's going to extend this ceasefire, it's going to be bullish for the market, and it's going to be risk on at that point. Like we were mentioning last week as well. I knew as soon as we heard that the Strait was open, it was a risk-on type of day. You keep on trying to hammer those things.
Fire.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it was super hot fire, and I wouldn't be surprised if at some point today we see a little bit more of a curl over just due to the fact.
But what's crazy is, like, today was, in some things, like if you look at Bitcoin was pretty bullish all day long.
Yeah, very strong today.
Like, I came in initially, probably rightfully, I think, from price action standpoint, looking for an opportunity for short. And there were a couple of moments that you could have been with it, but it's been bought up most of the day. Like, not nearly as strong as what happened on Friday, but there was a lot of strength out there in Bitcoin, especially, again, relative to the market. Like, it's not like the Qs were, like, it's a good buy off the lows, but we're not back at the highs. Like, we're still red on the session. Meanwhile, you've got this big time lead on IBIT, which while percentage down more, it filled in more of the gap. So there were more willing buyers into this gap. That could be a function of it just going down more. Right? There's a lot that goes into it, but for now, like there's plenty of kernels of strength out there. Like I love this. I love the Apple chart today because in a boring market, like Apple's structure looks so darn good. Like it's all the holds you want. It got a little bit boring when it broke the 50 period. It just seems like it's very slowly cruising back to 280. This market is about, it's basically like you're just running a relay and we're just passing the baton. Like you pass the baton from one space to the next. And then one day it's the memory chip names that are going, and then someone in the Mag 7's got to do the heavy lifting. Then we get the software names that'll pick up the baton for a day or two, and like, who knows what tomorrow will bring. But Apple, when everything was going downside this morning, like it felt like Apple was one of the strong names sort of leading us up and holding up. It's only 1%, but sometimes 1% is. This
is a good question. Before we send it off, so we know that off of 20%, so like say off of the highest 20%, we classify as bear market.
Yeah.
So at what point do we classify that the underlying asset or the market is back into a bull market? So say, for example, what I'm getting at here is you have 45% to the downside in IBIT. So if it climbs 25%, but yet it's still down, does that classify it as going into a bull market?
That's a great question. I'm not even sure I don't even know the answer to that question. Like my gut always tells me, for sure, the easy answer is, well, when someone says you know it when you see it, well, if you get back to the highs, then you know it is. That being said, I'd have to ask. I'm not actually sure.
Like, you know what I mean? Like that's a serious question. So where we're currently trading
maybe when it gets back to
it's 39%, right?
Do you not have to get back to the highs, or do you just need to retrace 50%?
Or are you up 20%? Like if you're up 20% off the lows, but yet the underlying is still down.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't math there, right?
Yeah, because whenever you have a distinct down moves, it's easier to have a good percentage.
So essentially, what I'm getting at here is from peak to trough, you're down 50% in Bitcoin. In order for it to be classified back into a bull market, it has to climb 50%.
I feel like it has to get to the high.
So essentially, if you're down 50%, you need the stock to double before.
But if you never break the high again. Right? Like this is the way I look at it. You go any amount down. If you never break the high again, then in theory, you could just be putting in a lower high and continuing the trend down.
Yeah.
That being said, I've never even asked that question. I've been trading a long time. I'm not even sure I've heard anybody ask that. You know what's a good question? I don't think I've heard anybody ask that question before.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys have in the chat. I don't think I've ever heard that question.
It was kind of derived.
Maybe just throw in what does ChatGPT say? Or more importantly, what does a better AI say than ChatGPT?
What does Claude say?
Yeah, like what does Claude say about that?
This is great.
I'm not asking it because I'm staring at this we're gonna go to see it, but I'm staring down the same thing happened and the second time a trend breaks. I might just end up going twice into this trend break and then it breaks out the high. The morning was so much better than this.
What it was derived from essentially is because someone mentioned in the chapter hey, if Bitcoin climbs to 80%, it's officially out of, or $80,000, it's officially out of a bear market, but it's not.
Well, if we don't have an answer, then I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. Maybe Sia might know as we send it off.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
Don't throw that on me, Joe. I'm going to send it back to you right after I'm done. So let's take a look at the board today. Well, the SPY is trading flat at the moment, but let's take a look at sectors. Electric tech, there's a mixed sentiment here, followed by tech services. Most of it in the red. Oracle is up 1%. Netflix down 2.64%. Meta is also trading negative 2.53 after Bank of America had cut its price target on Meta to $820 from $885. Then we also have LLY, Eli Lilly, after its news today about agreeing to acquire Kelonia in a deal that could be worth up to $7 billion, currently trading flat. Then we also have Tesla earnings coming Wednesday, April 22nd, post-market. Then Intel currently trading negative 4.46%, but Intel is also reporting on Thursday, April 23rd, post-market. What do we have next? We also have Visa and Coca-Cola earnings next week on the 28th of April. Then also let's take a look at energy here. Energy overall, I would say, is having not the best, not the worst kind of day, but it is majorly in the green, leading with FANG is leading, up 2.23%. Overall, I would say not a bad day in the market.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sia. Well, I just found the answer. I strongly dislike the answer to this question. But it is true that it is just as simple as any 20% retracement from the lows, which in theory sounds good. If the market, let's just imagine the market's at 100, just to make it really simple. You go to 80, you're in a bear market. It bounces from there, and it goes 20% and gets back to 96. I can live with that. Like, no one's going to argue with it. That's fine. I can live with that. The problem becomes when you have an extreme situation.
Yeah.
Let's imagine that same thing, but you go from 100 to 10. Oh, so now you're going to tell me that you go from 100 to 10, and the bear market just continued until something was dead.
Yeah.
And then it goes back up to 12, and now bear market exit. That's where that breaks down. And now that just makes me think the entire methodology, it's a cool thing to think about. But now all of a sudden, I no longer am going to care when someone says, we're officially out of the bear market. Well, the way in which that's measured is nonsensical in my opinion. I can understand 20% from any high. But don't tell me that, oh, you're out of the bear market just because you bounced 20%.
Yeah.
It's all relative to how crappy the bear market was in the first place.
Exactly.
If it wasn't that bad, then yes, 20% is fine. But if it was a disaster, then 20% is utterly meaningless. That's just literal math. See, now I didn't know the answer to the question before, and now the answer just ticks me off.
Because
it's stupid.
Didn't you put something into, what is that?
I'm just being that guy now. Anyways, it's almost 3:30. Let me look at the early look imbalances because
this guy's flustered now. You gotta change it. We gotta change it.
But like, it's terminology that gets used in the industry forever, and it's literally stupid when you actually think about it objectively. Yeah, there's really nothing on the early look. SGov's useless. NCLH is 980,000 to the sell side. Maybe we'll see something with SanDisk. We know on Friday it got added to the S&P. As of Friday, it was added to the the Nasdaq 100. Every now and then you might see like a day two kind of thing, but we won't know anything about a Nasdaq stock until about 350. You got SMR as a small buy. Hey, there's a stock we didn't look at today. 100% we didn't look at SMR today. That was a mover last week. I don't know why we didn't. So early look of 600,000. CRM, early sell of 570,000. Those are all pretty chump change. Hey, SMR is green. Okay. Congratulations, SMR shareholders. Today was green, or is green. Friday was green, which means it was up for like 2 days in a row. It's pretty good when you consider how SMR has been doing. It's actually really good. But it's not really doing that much, up like 0.5 today. That imbalance would need to be millions a little bit. Have Neil cover beyond now. Why? Oh, because it's going back to $1? Yeah, I'm not falling for that trap. I don't know, man. It's a boring afternoon. I've already shorted this thing twice on the trend break. It wicked once. I'm like, okay, I'll short it this time, giving it to the actual high, just taking a little bit less, so I'm risking about the same the second time through. It's not even trying to break down. I'm probably gonna have to wait for the imbalances to maybe bail me out of this one. So then trying to short Beyond Meat when it's just boringly gliding into the high of the day, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Let's get right on that. Yeah, not gonna happen.
Yeah.
I think tomorrow Beyond Meat actually gets pretty interesting tomorrow, because that was a pretty classic heavy fail of the dollar level. Full retracement, not just full retracement and then some this morning. Like, it broke down under 80 cents for a bit. So it's a full retracement and then some. So if it comes back and challenges the dollar, I don't like Beyond Meat. I'm not ever buying the stock in my personal account. I probably wouldn't swing it either. But undoubtedly, this is a potential breakout trade tomorrow.
Yeah.
Nothing I'm remotely interested in being overnight. But if we come in tomorrow and it's just chilling out in the low to mid 90s, well, that's probably worth you get a 102 break that you can give 5 cents. The risk to reward on that is fantastic. You don't need it to do that much. And look how much room it's got. There's all kinds of room on the daily chart for this thing. Mm-hmm. It could squeeze to anywhere. It could squeeze to easy like $1.50, $1.60. That's the first place I'd be looking for. If you can risk 5 cents to get that kind of a move, even if you get a bunch out halfway, you're still looking at 3 to 1.
All right. Yeah, good stuff. Okay, yeah, appreciate that, guys. There's a lot of good questions going on here in the chat. I mean, I don't know if we can just modify, but I understand what you're getting at, essentially, at the end of the day. But nonetheless, what's going on here? We got a lot of things going on. Okay. CMPS to make it easy. Yeah, thanks. You've seen the struggles there, so yeah.
What struggles?
I struggle, can't pull things up. Compass pathways. Okay. Not too bad. Oh, big time breakout on this one. Compass pathways. What about it? Sia, you like this?
I'm just actually listening to the Bloomberg Live right now, and they're interviewing the CEO. So I was like, oh, this is a very cool stock to watch out for right now. It's on the Russell 2000 too. So. Okay, so small cap name. Yeah. Yeah, good call out there. I like that. It's been strong today. Not like some of the other names. I mean, Tesla. Wow, are you kidding me? Yeah, I know, Assassino, man. This thing just decided to break up and towards the highs with multiple attempts. Oh my Lanta, there it was, essentially to take the long off of 391.04 and then off to the races to the backside of that trend. So we're right back towards this range high. Pretty quick too, so a nice little look there on TSLL. AMD is starting to recover. The Q's holding up above the volume weighted average price, so a choppy one nonetheless, though, Neil. If you ask me, like, look at this for the bulk of the session. Oh, you were trading within this range here on Tesla. What happened?
Like so simultaneously, like just as the second time. What's his face comes out, SMCI. Yeah. Then I was literally just talking about how tomorrow this would look really good for a breakout. 3:30. If you're a day trader, this is not what I don't want to see this break happen at 3:30. Did MSOS break out? No, it's beyond meat. It did the dollar break now, but I don't want to chase this now because to me, all of what I was describing doesn't really apply for the next 27 minutes. Like I'm looking for that to happen in the morning, maybe even like the pre-market. I want that set up when you've got all day to go from $1 to $1.60. I don't see any chance that it's going to make that move, which makes the risk to reward totally different and means I'm not going to be involved. So, congratulations if you're still holding beyond me.
Neil, look at this.
Good. MSOS did hold.
Right, where did it hold at?
Well, okay. The latest dip held $4.22. Twice, $4.22. So not exactly $4.20.
But pretty close.
There were crazier things than just buying this. The problem is if you bought it at $4.20 this morning, like you had to hold it against you like several times for like legitimately no reason. Like no catalyst other than the date. Yeah. Which I
don't know. I mean, bravely, Guy Churchill can go on.
Idea in the world.
He can go on timeout.
Who's going in timeout?
Guy Churchill.
Oh, that's just cool.
Yeah. He could definitely go on timeout.
Why are we timing people out? How bad could it be?
Would you want to read it? Sorry. At least you can laugh about it.
Look, I'll tell you this right now. I don't ever take myself so seriously that I can't laugh at myself. I was like, but you know what? Here's the difference. It was like whatever comment, and then I was on tilt. Well, yeah, I was kind of peeved. I'm kind of peeved that Beyond Me did happen, but at the same time, at the end of the day, I'm not FOMOing into it. Like, there's moments where like you're talking about it, you like that setup. It's like, yeah, this is setting up. Probably gonna be on my watch, just write down the iPad, all that good stuff. And then this happens, and all of a sudden it goes from a potential like A+ setup tomorrow to, well, it's like a C+1 to try to take today to get a little bit out of it, which is not my cup of tea. And then I can be peeved that the market like robbed you of an opportunity. But whatever, like tomorrow, like, the thing about the stock market is there's going to be something else the next day anyway. So I don't FOMO into trades anymore because I missed something else. I used to, like anybody else would.
That comes with it, yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Like I'm sitting here. I don't see anything overly attractive. Were these like B setups that I missed up or like C quality setups that I was like, okay, yeah, hesitant to pull a trigger on, but I don't feel any type of way. Like I have risk left on the day, and outside of the first hour of the session, I literally haven't put on a trade. I've just been yapping around. Do I want to? But I also want to see something where it's going to really put probability in my favor. And exactly, it has to be worth it. And I mean, it's like, hey, we're going to put some shares on, so I need to see that see that opportunity just kind of fall in my lap. All right, guys, let's hand it off to Sia.
So the dollar strength is being driven by a renewal of tensions between the U.S. and Iran. Reuters has reported that the U.S. dollar has regained some safe haven status demand as investors are moving in the direction towards U.S. assets in between the conflict with Iran. Also, the British pound is under pressure as well for some of the same reasons as the U.S. dollar, but the pound is also pulling back due to the widening Iran conflict that is pushing traders into safer currencies and safer assets. Now, this does not necessarily mean that anything is wrong with the UK economy specifically, but it also does reflect a broad market fear where the pound gets hit, alongside other risk currencies. That's all. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much, Sia. Always want to check. You know what? We've been talking about. We talk about stable coins a lot.
Yeah.
We talk about how the dollar is affecting the metals. But the dollarization, like one of the reasons, for the first time, well, maybe it's not the first time. Well, it felt like the first time that I heard anyone talk about stable coin adaptation and some nations being hesitant over it because of more dollarization. Like actually out loud saying, well, we're skeptical of the stablecoin thing because it's just going to be more US dollar dominance, which in my opinion was like half the theory behind it in the first place. That's the reason they were pushing it, is because they wanted to make sure people stay on the USD, even as record amounts of countries were trying to push away from it. So anyways, it's always, I don't know, I always sort of think in those terms, like where is the money going to flow next? Because ultimately, if you looked at gold, one of the early signs that it was going to do that pop was all the foreign buying. And if there is hesitancy in the stablecoin market in the international community, it does limit the upside some. I'm not saying it's a nothing burger, but, well, that sucks. I didn't realize this had happened. JL8, Netflix. Yeah, we didn't pay attention to Netflix day 2. That lost the bid today. But you know what? I think this can be a buying opportunity. I'm just not sure I'm there yet. Like I've been looking at, I think we said this, I'm pretty sure we said this on Friday or Thursday afternoon. One of the two I know. It's either the 50 period, but in the range of the original pullback from 90 or the 50 period. I'm gonna look in that range. So we could lose the 50 and I'd still be okay with it. I wanna see the bounce happen in here. I feel like it would be a bad sign if Netflix retested the lows at this point, unless something crazy happened in the overall market, which I'm not getting any sense that the market's looking that bad. Like that would, the only excuse for it getting back here is that we lose the bid in the market in general.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this thing needs to hold 90 to 92.
Yeah.
Or it's a bad sign. That's all. I'll leave it at that.
Some people saying hood in the hizzy. Let's see it. Are we really in the hizzy?
We love hood.
Do we love hood? Yes, we do.
I know you do too.
We love hood, baby.
You've been in it longer than I have.
Yeah.
I'm a new shareholder. Literally this year is the first time I ever bought shares in the stock.
You know what, man? Like I mean, at the end of the day, it was kind of like I mean, it's tough to compare it, obviously, aside from what I personally see. It's just the observation of a company going through an exponential growth cycle. And obviously, a lot of it had to do with the crypto boom and cryptocurrency moving higher. But Robinhood as a platform all around, their gold memberships were increasing at a triple-digit clip rate. Respectively, you had options activity hitting that 1,000%. You had the increase in transactions hitting triple digits. And it was over a couple of quarters where we just see this company continuously growing extremely fast. I was like, okay, as soon as I seen 700% in the options activity increase year over year, I'm like, that was my green light to go. And it was somewhere around like, I think it was like $37 or something along those lines. Anywhere in between that April reporting season is where I really started to get involved with Robinhood. And we were fortunate enough to catch it all the way up to $160. And then obviously it gets cut in half. I did buy a little bit more. So I sold like, I think it was like 20%, Neil, at 130. I bought some more back at 120. And then sure enough, it decided to slide all the way down to $63 with a 57% haircut. Now starting to find somewhat of a rebound. Let's see if we can climb. I mean, crypto activity, unfortunately, is really correlated with this name, but I think they have a lot going for them. They have the gold membership, but then also just the fact of the tokenization of equities, and they're already doing that within the private market. Excuse me, and you have access to it in Europe as well too. So I mean, things that take a little bit longer to happen, but in the long run, they're going to be one of the first to class to have the tokenization of like real world assets and equities, which I think is going to be absolutely massive for a name like Robinhood. A high of the day of around 92.50, 91.10 we're trading at right now. So I mean, I like it a lot, and I'm going to continue to like it until otherwise. And you know what? I think it's one of the younger generation styled apps, right? Like, I mean, I understand what happened with GameStop and everything along those lines, but I feel like it kind of gives the...
I think they've moved past a lot of that.
They're past that, right? Like, it kind of gives the gamification feel of the actual markets, and I think that's why traders and investors use Robinhood.
I tend to agree. I'm not gonna add anything more intelligent to that.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that when a stock is falling, there's really only, like, you can either have like some magical level that you're just absolutely right on, or you can have a best guess.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes I'll lean to, like, if it's a mature enough company, I'll just look at like different like valuation levels. Like, okay, well, if one of the mags gets under like into the low 20s or like into the teens, okay, well, I'll buy some when it dips under 20 PE. And then if it gets to 15, I'll buy some more. Like, but if I don't have that because it's not mature enough, I will literally just look at the chart and sort of say, okay, well, here's the gap. And I use the drawing tool. I should use the drawing tool. Oh, wait, that's Fibonacci's. Like, if this is the gap to support, like if I just look at that, that works out to whatever it does, right? Like, you're talking like $120 worth of range. Like, I might just look at half of that and say, if it starts bouncing halfway through that range, then I'll like some there, and I'll like some there, and I'll like some there, and then now I'm in that stock. And now I just own it, and whatever happens, happens. And oftentimes, like, sometimes you do that, and you get filled once, and you're like, yeah, ha, 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 in your face, I got the right entry. And other times, it goes all the way down, and you're just sitting in it till it turns. But if you like it for the long term, sometimes you have to live with it for sure. 7 minutes to go till the imbalances come out in earnest, and still NCLH for like 900,000. Nothing too crazy. Slow Motion Joe says bull over Robinhood. I beg to differ, sir. Just as was said in one of my favorite westerns of all time. Yeah, I beg to differ, sir.
Yeah.
Because with Bull, that's a game for blood right there. Robinhood never bamboozled you the way that Webull did. And I was in Webull off the $10 level. It was great when it was holding $10. Ever since, just nasty.
Dude, I mean, like...
Just nasty. I just feel like I'd rather take the name that I feel more confident in as a business.
I mean, as for the IPO on Robinhood, it was mad garbage.
Well, I'm not saying
Yeah.
But like the Bull was pretty trash if you bought this.
I mean, it dropped, like, dude,
What
think
are you
about it,
gonna do?
$84 all the way to $7.60. That's 91% in the first year or so of its trading.
I think Webull will probably come back. I would even argue right now it looks pretty solid, maybe even for a swing trade. I might have gotten back into this if I didn't put money into Robinhood.
Yeah, right? Webull's been significantly garbage for a long time.
I was buying one of three things. The plan was actually to be SoFi, and then at the moment where I was looking at SoFi, I preferred Robinhood and certainly preferred that to Webull as well. So I just feel like, you know, you make those decisions, but you make bad ones too. Like, I'll be the first person to tell you over and over again that it seemingly was just dead wrong to have sold AMD at the highs to then buy Nvidia on the dips. Like, that hasn't worked out at all. I would have been better off just holding AMD. Oh well, that sucks. But you got to make a judgment call at the moment.
Yeah.
I think it was probably not that bad of a decision to sell a bunch of shares at 250. It was just the wrong decision to not just buy them back at the 200 period moving average. I feel like that was low-hanging fruit, but I looked at it, and remember what I told you before? I'd say it because it's true. With big cap names, I was like, which one do I like? When the market looked weak, which one do I like at a value? And I just simply liked the value proposition from PE based on Nvidia. So that's the one I just blindly buy on the dip when it gets to that support level because I like the PE at that over AMD. And that ended up being the wrong thing to do. But you just stick to whatever works for you over a longer period of time. Usually that tends to work out for me more than it doesn't, and leave it at that. But AMD is just, it's on one. There's no other way to put it. Oh, you know what we didn't really talk too much about? as we kill 4 more minutes till the imbalances. Really, really solid bounce back for Marvell.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like this morning, it's the kind of like reversal on a story. Because if you're just tuning in now, Marvell gapped up, hit as high as 153 in the early market, the overnight in the early market, on this like Google deal for AI chips. And then all of a sudden you had some of the information. You had multiple sources coming out saying it was bunk and that Alphabet was talking to everybody and this was not exclusive to Marvell. And yet, it's able to almost come all the way back into the 150 level. So it rebounded, didn't really fill in more of the gap. I think I was looking for 142. This morning, yeah, it was like 142 I was looking at for a dip buy. Nowhere even close, and it's gonna close still up 6.5%. So that's pretty bullish to come into tomorrow with. Like I like that recovery. It's almost a full V-shaped recovery, holding a lot of that gap in a situation where it could have got nasty. Because a lot of people were trapped in that long early morning thinking this was going to be the runner today, and it recovered pretty well. Adara?
Keep an eye here on ASTS. Not moving too much here, but I am seeing reports for the last couple of minutes suggesting that the FAA, Federal Aviation Authority, has ordered a mishap investigation into that Blue Origin New Glenn 3 second stage failure after the rocket failed to place this ASTS Bluebird 7 into the correct orbit. So now Blue Origin is going to need more FAA approval or corrective action before you can resume flights. Obviously more of a Blue Origin story than ASTS, but indirectly or tangentially rather related to ASTS. Just keep an eye on them. This is being reported by Reuters. Back to you.
I feel like that deserves. And if you have to ask which word was word of the day, then come on, son.
It's funny because I feel like every time I say tangentially, you guys press word of the day.
One more time, Adara.
Whether or not that's true, Adara,
It is.
we do now.
Thank you.
We really do now. I'm not, see, and this is, now it's a thing. Trust me, it's going to be a thing. Well, the word of the day did start because it's not just Adara. Sharif drops tons of school words. Like you sit next to him on the midday all day long.
I do.
He'll just randomly throw in like, huh? Like this isn't a game of Scrabble. Okay, fine, you read more than me. I thought I read a lot until you run into Adara and Sharif and their vocabulary is ridiculous. It's like when I was a kid, like my family, we would play Scrabble sometimes like after dinner. Scrabble and dominoes at the table. And my parents were ruthless. There was no, let's play reasonably so the kids have a chance. No, they played like cutthroat.
To win, man.
To win against each other, which meant that I had no chance sitting at the table. My older brother, he's just older than me. Like I had no chance. I'm like, what is going on here? It was intense. Man. I'm guessing we would not want to play against you. I would never want to. I was
actually just going to say, like, as of this weekend, I was looking into legit competitive Scrabble tournaments. So I'm like, I'm really, really into Scrabble. I think that also is part of where, like, the word stuff comes from, or at least they, integrate with one another. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty cutthroat, the world of competitive Scrabble. Like, I do not know if I'll survive. But yeah, I mean, this is a real community that's out there, guys.
I have a weird question. Can you bet on competitive Scrabble? Do they have, like...
Oh my God, Neil, this is a brilliant question. Not to my knowledge, though, and I think also because a lot of people are like pretty well matched, I feel like it would be, like based on what I've seen, it'd be kind of tough to bet. I probably wouldn't want to place money on it because I think it's a lot of like, what's in the tile bag, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I gotta look into this. It's pretty.
Where I was sort of going with this is like in the poker world, like it's a thing where you would back a player in a tournament, and I'm just simply saying you seem like you would be a person if you applied yourself to Scrabble, you'd be dominant. Not that we'd actually want you to do that because we need you here, but I don't know if you ever did. I feel like you'd probably crush it. So, but I have no idea if you could even bet on it. But like that's what in poker it's a really big deal.
Sure,
like,
there's a
like
you can bet on anything, honestly.
10K buy-in to like the main event, you'll see dudes get staked. And we actually had a thing, imbalances are going to come out, I'll finish that thought in a second, because we actually considered sending somebody to the World Series of Poker as like a reoccurring thing. Like everybody on the trading floor we'd play a tournament and everyone would buy in, and the winner of our tournament would win and then get then have the entry fee and then travel expenses to go see the world, to play in the World Series. We never ended up doing it. JBLU with a sell, 2.5 million share sell side. Workday 1.3. Netflix is a buy of 1.2 million. NCLH, BTBT is 900,000 to the buy side. Walmart's a small sell. None of the big Mag 7 names, but Netflix kind of counts. Pretty small imbalance. Barely moved it on Netflix. 1.2 million. That moved it about 20 cents, 25 cents at best. Go figure. Like, we were joking around about Beyond Meat, and then Beyond Meat might have actually been the most.
Been hot, man.
That was probably the best opportunity today. Like, if you look at this afternoon, like, show me something that was better. And I know it doesn't look like much, but if you're being real about day trading, if you show what was better than a 98-cent breakout on Beyond Meat, risk to 95. 3 cents worth of risk, it consolidates 108 to 110, so call it 09s. So even if you don't do that well on your out, like you're still talking 1.5 to 1, because that's 3 to 1. So even if you're getting out all up in here, that's still 1.5 to 1. Even if you stink on your exits, you're getting 1.5 to 1. That was a good breakout. So
Adobe auto. Congratulations.
I don't know if I thought that was going to be true. I didn't think that was going to be true, of all people. Cool Brioche says GMX was better. So yeah, GMX Robotics was better than Beyond Meat. Possibly, I haven't looked at it, so I have no idea. Was it though? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it was. Because then you're probably trying to take. But you know what? That's tougher. Because Beyond Meat's already in your radar when it makes a breakout. This is doing nothing. You pick it up on the volume scanner, and as it's increasing, like you got to just gut it out to buy this 55-cent break, even though the volume's pretty low, and then the volume comes in after the fact, and then kind of rugs everybody. The short, second time through VWAP was pretty good. Yeah, there's great opportunities in GMEX too. I can't argue. I just feel like the Beyond Meat one was probably a little bit easier for most people. I'm going to double check them. How did the metals do? We were talking about them before. Silver, same range. That was disappointing. Yeah, I thought there might have been something more interesting in silver today. Like, I was more active on it early, and then it just stayed in the range-bound trade. Like, short early, long, short, get out, didn't break down, didn't break out, so stayed sideways. There's a lot of this sideways action. Ian Rispetto is asking what everyone else is asking about CAR. Why is it doing this?
The imbalances are pretty.
Because somebody's screwed short.
Someone is real.
And then when someone gets out, someone else is screwed short. And then they get out, and then someone else is.
Yeah, man. I'm not even gonna lie, man. I'm being pretty patient on this one. I kind of do want to just buy a put on it.
At some point, but I've said it before. At some point, there was it Friday? It was one day last week. All morning, I was looking for a short setup.
Yeah.
I was like ready to hit it. It just never looked like a short. And someday I'm going to take a day trade on this short, but like it has to look so perfect, and then I'll take a shot at it. Because when you try this one like on a failed break, like you're risking 10, 15 bucks. Like it's just, I don't think there's gonna be another way to do it. Like you're just gonna get it in and be like, if it breaks this $10 or $15 level, great, but you're looking for $100.
Yeah.
Like 50 to 100. Like everything is gonna be expanded. So you're just gonna use less shares and you're gonna have that big of a range on it. And I'm pretty sure we can still, we're getting free locates on CAR. Right? Like we're getting free locates on. I have no idea what anybody else is, but we get free locates on Avis. We don't have to pay for it, which makes it pretty dangerous too. Like,
yeah, I wanted to touch on the imbalances here, Neil, just a little bit. PCG, I mean, there's nothing crazy big, right? Like NCLH with 938,000, VZ typically on a PCG, which I have my eyes on right now, but it's just not much of a mover, to be honest with you. So nothing outstanding really this morning or this afternoon on the imbalances. Can get up off of those highs with that 9-1. Okay, it's grew a little bit here now. Pair volume at 417 though, Neil, 417,000. So at the end of the day, I think it's just like, hey, didn't find anything that we were in love with, and nothing on the imbalances that say like we're gonna hammer this trade right now. A pretty choppy session, if you ask me, right? Like
I tend to agree.
Yeah, like we didn't do too much. As for a range, the majority of the move happened after the first hour. After that, it was just like, okay, yeah, this earlier intraday zone was going to be our resistance. We're not going to breach that. At no point did we. We did have the ability to hold VWAP, but 647 here on the triple Qs, we didn't even come close to breaking it or anything along those lines. So, I mean, as for anything outside, see, that was last week. Oh, okay, we gotta change the sitting. I don't know why it's doing that. We'll see a little bit better now. So I mean, there it is, right? Like you just hold that bit, you hold this resistance prior support level, and then off to the races it goes. What's that? Car?
Oh no, super chats.
Oh, super chat. Yeah, but pull the super chats up. We'll go over that. TTSLA dark pool 317 candle. Oh, Tesla at 317. Yeah, we'll take a look at that one there. What do car options tell you? Yeah, we'll go over that momentarily as soon as we finish up with the super chat. I didn't see it. Maybe I constantly have dark pool wicks, but I mean, at the end of the day, I didn't see anything around 317 from a dark pool standpoint. It might just be a platform thing. But we have another one. Do you see anything on Tesla at 3?
I looked. Yeah. I actually have one of my charts. I have fewer filters on, so it catches more dark pools, and that chart doesn't have it either. So I don't see it easy peasy. But yeah, thanks for asking. We have another super chat. I love it. We got Good Clean Joy. Hey, that's the best time. What's your opinion, or maybe not? What's your opinion on Beyond Meat? $1 now. Well, I guess we did cover it, because there was a lot of chatter about Beyond Meat. So we did go over the dollar break. I, of course, explained how it looked really good for this. The exact move that's happening now, I'm like, yeah, this is what I'm going to put on the iPad for tomorrow if we get a dollar break, but I don't like it because there's not as much upside today. Like, I think if it did it yesterday, you have a better shot of just having a straight squeeze for the first half of the day into like 150, or at least this range here at about, it's like 160 and then the 200 pre-moving average. Mm-hmm. But now all of a sudden it's already happened, so you have to hold overnight, which we can't do. And then B, you have the aftermarket to contend with, where it could just go ham, or they could do whatever they want overnight, like offerings, all that kind of nonsense. So I don't like that aspect of it. I would have preferred it did this same move today, and I don't think it's a long-term uptrend. This, to me, with Beyond Meat, just seems like a relief rally off the bottom, like it always is. I don't know if we have another one. We do have another one.
Damn.
Music. It's Davis, ER. I would love to sell a short option in car.
So you would love to sell a call on it? Because that's the only thing you can essentially do if you're bearish. Or are you bullish on buying and selling the put? Or would you like to buy a put? Is what maybe they meant. But they're saying sell a short option.
My guess is, if you're given the context of what we're saying, I'm guessing they meant buy a put. But I don't know that that's what you meant. I would guess that you meant buy a put. Like you're thinking, like you think this is down. Like I don't know who would actually want to be bullish on it up here. I would think anybody gambling on it is looking for the turn because they think it's going back to 200. Like who? Like really? Would there be anybody in our chat that actually would want to be bullish on it outside of a really short time period?
I'm
making, that's my assumption. But anyways, let's go to Adara. We have.
You mean buy a put? I think, yeah, we'll go over to Adara, but you're saying you would remain bullish on this thing? If you sell a put, you're bullish. We'll go off to Adara, and we'll talk more about CAR, because I'm looking at the options chain. I want to pull this bad boy up.
A little meta headline here, nothing massive by any means here for META, but I thought worth mentioning, Bloomberg reporting that WhatsApp, which of course is owned by Meta, is going to be selling a new premium subscription that contains more custom features, so kind of similar, I guess, to what META has tried to do with Instagram. Yeah, WhatsApp premium feature on Watch. Back to you.
Yeah, Frank freaking. All right, guys, this is essentially what we're looking at here. Now, I'm way out of the money. There's going to be a time. We don't know when. I think that's the question here, is like we're so intrigued, but there's so many things that we have to take into consideration. Volume issues, massive amount. Like there's one individual at the 615 level. Were we talking about 670 not too long ago, Neil?
Think so,
Today, yeah. I mean,
but I remember this.
Yeah. So this is what I would do, okay? Hypothetically speaking. So if we were to find somewhat of a turnaround in this name, Neil, So we're trading at $600. I would buy something along the $450 put because when it's going to sell, so $450 is going to put us at $1,600 still. But if it falls at a rapid pace and just completely capitulates, then that appreciation of that contract will grow at a little bit higher of a percentage rate than what the at-the-money contracts will. And the reason why I would do that and I would trade a little bit lower because the higher we get in strike prices, the more increase implied volatility is going to factor in and therefore making it much more expensive. So I would want to get something that's cheap and I would want it to work quick and extremely quick.
Right.
Right?
There you go.
So far out of the money.
And with that, we're going to ring the closing bell and the perfect answer to that question. And that's why we appreciate it. Make sure you send those super chats in. You don't have to, but we're here because we're all looking, everybody's looking at cards like what to do. Well, most day traders are flat out just not going to touch this with a 10-foot pole because I feel like it's a trappish to the long side. And maybe that's been entirely wrong for a long period of time. And maybe you should just go with like standard, trade it like a standard stock. Like which has been working out, like fail the pre-market low and buy the volume-weighted average price and then hold it. Like, are you kidding me? Take the opening range breakout. That never even goes against you. Like it's got this weird normal structure to it for something which is completely
it's absurd.
It's squeezing. Like that was a very standard, just randomly uptrending day for a stock when it's a crazy squeeze going on. So yeah, it is kind of nonsensical, but let's be real. I don't think you want to be caught when the music stops on that one.
No. Hell no, man.
No, you definitely don't. But you do want to make sure you tune in all week. We've got more earnings coming this week. Obviously, we have a certain company called Intel.
Intel.
Another one called Tesla.
Yeah, Intel on Thursday.
But until we get to that, we still have markets to maneuver in, oil prices and shocks and truths and all that good stuff. We got Joey options all day filling in for Sean, who was chilling on the beach with a pina colada or a beer, whatever he's doing with the family. And I know he's having a lot of fun. You're holding it down. We got Sharif in the house. We got Sia and Adara crushing it. Of course, as usual, Fabian Andre Ramin doing a fantastic job making us look and sound quite good, with extra cameras now behind us too, like 3 cameras behind us. So rest up, have a good one. Hopefully the weather is more fun than it is here where it was freezing cold. Oh, we have a final super chat. One more super chat we'll end you off with, and it is Adam James Abroad. The bleep is why bleep is bleep rental car company ham.
There you go.
Because the stock market is crazy. And that's just how it goes. It doesn't matter what they do.
Doesn't matter.
Someone else wants to buy it at a higher price, and somebody keeps trying to short sell it, and they're losing right now, and the longs are winning. We'll see you back at 8 o'clock. We're Trader TV Live. Rest up. We'll see you in the morning.
See you guys.